the people who have excess savings and those who have good investment possibilities.
The whole world is witnessing a paradigm shift, investment liberalization to investment for sustainable development, and there is a need for the transformation of investment promotion agencies.
The closer we interact, the closer that one economy has impact on the other, the more need for a coordinated action.
Globalization has not been benefiting the majority. It's really time that we shift the whole balance towards more inclusive development where no one is left behind.
It's an imperative that we disseminate the knowledge, the tools, and the information practitioners need to help the economy. The world needs better economic developers and better IPAs.
Now, with the global situation being fragile due to disruptions in global value chains, again IPAs fulfill important tasks and their services will become even more valuable.
To all our friends and member IPAs, you are the protagonists as we shape the new future. A journey which we have well realized cannot be embarked in isolation, but best only by walking together with each other. Let's together make it the very best journey we've ever undertaken.
Waipa, the global reference point for FDI. We begin thinking about sustainable development together with investment promotion agencies. We consider how to retain, attract, and link direct investments with local business opportunities. Thinking about how to remove obstacles influencing policymakers so investments flow into profitable businesses. Providing inclusive and social development. We think about making the business environment more transparent and making businesses more responsible, sustainable, and effective. We think about networking, creating synergies, how to empower investment promotion agencies to create the best possible conditions.
Waipa can help a lot by bringing together the countries and the people who have excess savings and those who have good investment possibilities.
The whole world is witnessing a paradigm shift, investment liberalization to investment for sustainable development, and there is a need for the transformation of investment promotion agencies.
The closer we interact, the closer that one economy has impact on the other, the more need for a coordinated action.
Globalization has not been benefiting the majority. It's really time that we shift the whole balance towards more inclusive development where no one is left behind.
It's an imperative that we disseminate the knowledge, the tools, and the information practitioners need to help the economy. The world needs better economic developers and better IPAs.
Now, with the global situation being fragile due to disruptions in global value chains, again IPAs fulfill important tasks and their services will become even more valuable.
To all our friends and member IPAs, you are the protagonists as we shape the new future. A journey which we have well realized cannot be embarked in isolation, but best only by working together with each other. Let's together make it the very best journey we've ever undertaken.
Waipa, the global reference point for FDI. We begin thinking about sustainable development together with investment promotion agencies. We consider how to retain, attract, and link direct investments with local business opportunities. Thinking about how to remove obstacles influencing policymakers so investments flow into profitable businesses. Providing inclusive and social development. We think about making the business environment more transparent and making businesses more responsible, sustainable, and effective. We think about networking, creating synergies, how to empower investment promotion agencies to create the best possible conditions.
Waipa can help a lot by bringing together the countries and the people who have excess savings and those who have good investment possibilities.
The whole world is witnessing a paradigm shift, investment liberalization to investment for sustainable development, and there is a need for the transformation of investment promotion agencies.
The closer we interact, the closer that one economy has impact on the other, the more need for a coordinated action.
Globalization has not been benefiting the majority. It's really time that we shift the whole balance towards more inclusive development where no one is left behind.
It's an imperative that we disseminate the knowledge, the tools, and the information practitioners need to help the economy. The world needs better economic developers and better IPAs.
Now, with the global situation being fragile due to disruptions in global value chains, again IPAs fulfill important tasks and their services will become even more valuable.
To all our friends and member IPAs, you are the protagonists as we shape the new future. A journey which we have well realized cannot be embarked in isolation, but best only by working together with each other. Let's together make it the very best journey we've ever undertaken.
Waipa, the global reference point for FDI. begin thinking about sustainable development together with investment promotion agencies. We consider how to retain, attract, and link direct investments with local business opportunities. Thinking about how to remove obstacles influencing policymakers so investments flow into profitable businesses, providing inclusive and social development. We think about making the business environment more transparent and making businesses more responsible, sustainable, and effective. We think about networking, creating synergies, how to empower investment promotion agencies to create the best possible conditions.
Waipa can help a lot by bringing together the countries and the people who have excess savings.
Morning. Please settle down. Practice few minutes yoga session. So stress yourself, relaxing your body and mind also. Comfortably close your eyes. Keep your back neck straight. Eyes closed. Just gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Slowly inhale. Breathe out slowly. Let us begin the session with 3 Onkara, chanting 3 Onkara. Inhale. While exhale, O open mouth, Mo is close mouth. Just inhale. Om. Feel the vibration while chanting. Inhale again. Om. One more time. Inhale. So this practice vibrate whole cells in your body. So that can relax your each and every cells, they relax your body and mind. All faculties of the body can be developed, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. So now we'll do little stretching exercise, breathing exercise. Please come up standing position. All of you please stand up. No, okay. Now we'll do hands in and out breathing. This is very good for your breathing apparatus. Then simultaneously, you're slowing down the mind also. Inhalation, inhale. Expand your chest, fill up the lungs with air. Exhale, slowly bring back. Inhale. Exhale. Open up the chest, open up your mind also. Exhale. One more round, inhale. Slowly bring down your hands, relax. Hands on your hip. Now inhalation, bend back. Bend your neck back. Exhalation, touch the chin to the chest. Very slow inhalation, exhalation. Try to maintain very slow inhalation, very slow exhalation. Synchronize the breathing with the movements of your neck. One more round. Next, we'll do shoulder rotation. So raise your hands sideways up. Elbows. And elbow. Inhalation up. Exhalation down. Four. Very slow inhalation, exhalation. Synchronize your breathing with the movements of your shoulders. This will release the shoulders, tension, stress in your shoulders. Now reverse the direction, round to up, down and up. Five, relax. Now come down to the sitting position. Please take your seat. Sitting position. Again, check your position, your back, neck straight, eyes closed. So become aware of your breath for a few moments. Slow and deep breathing. Inhale deeply and exhale slowly. Breath awareness for slowing down the mind, slowing down of your breath. Just feel the sensation at the tip of the nose. When you inhale, cool air touching the walls of your nostrils. When you exhale, warm air coming out. Just feel it for a few moments. Inhale, feel the energy, fresh and cool air. Exhale, feel the warm air coming out, releasing all stresses, tension, tiredness. Body become lighter and lighter. Enjoy the lightness. Feel the warm relaxation all around. Now touch the tip of the tongue to the upper palate, heart palate, close your mouth. Then inhale, while exhaling humming sound. One more last round. Inhale. Now join your palms, rub your palms, make it warm. So give a nice massage to your facial muscles, neck muscles. With a few blinks, open your eyes. Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you, everyone. We hope that you enjoyed it. Mr. Malas Sinha will be available for one-on-one consultations throughout the day today up until 5:30 or 6 p.m. So please let us know whenever anybody would wish to consult him personally. All right. We can begin now with the inaugural.
Can you hear me? Great. So welcome everybody to Waipa's World Investment Conference 2022. I hope you've been enjoying all of the training sessions and master classes so far since Monday, the meditation sessions and the yoga consultations. Speaking of which, I hope you've already booked your little yoga consultation in the breaks. This year, the presidency is held by India, so do take advantage of that. Now, I have to say, it feels so refreshing not having to wear any masks and be able to see and meet your lovely faces in here. I know it's even more of a delight for Waipa organizers. They were telling me all about their vivid nightmares that were caused by the virtual and hybrid events not so long ago. So, for the sake of their sanity, thank you all for making your way into Geneva. Now, I would like to also thank our sponsors for bringing us together after 2 years apart. We have Invest India, DP World, Fitch Solutions, Bayer, and the International Solar Alliance. It's fair to say this year is special. After all, this is the largest Waipa World Investment Congress so far. Our previous record used to be 87 countries represented. Today, we have over 100 countries represented. So basically, you can now walk away saying you're a part of history. Now, today, investment promotion agencies, or IPAs, from all over the world will be exchanging experiences and insights about the future of FDIs. We will also have FDI policymakers, academics, economics, just to name a few. In short, there is no other event dedicated specifically to foreign direct investment. And if there is, just make sure not to mention it out loud. Now, talking about networking, you can start getting ahead of the game by downloading the Congress application. So if you have your smartphones right here, pull it out. And if you have iPhone, go to your App Store. If you have Androids, go to your Google Play and download the application EVENT. That is event and double E at the end, EVENT. And once you are in that application, you go into the search bar and click or type WIC 2022. And that is right there, WIC 2022, and that way you will be able to see all the details of the agenda today, the program, the list of speakers, their bios. You will be even able to connect and mingle with some of your attendees through that application. And most importantly, you will be even able to see the biggest highlights and news of the event as they happen. But what happens when this event is over? How do you retain the connections that you are building today? Now, we do have great news for you. Waipa has developed a new membership portal that we will join, gather the top entities in the global investment field. But I'll tell you all about that later, because we do have a lot in our plate. So be sure to pay attention, take a listen, because I will come back to that. Now, without further ado, let me please introduce you to our distinguished hosts. First is Mr. Deepak Bagla, the president of Waipa.
Thank you, guys. Morning. Thank you, Adrian, for getting us all together and introducing what is happening today. Sorry, we are all a bit buzzed after last night, most of us, so we're just trying to get ourselves back to life. But really feels good to have everyone here together. Just look at it. I mean, even if we had looked ourselves 60 days ago, could you ever think of a room without masks? It's been a very tough time. And the interesting thing of the tough time is you always want to forget it as soon as you can. But the more important thing is to learn what happened and see where we pick up from there. You notice we had a yoga session in the morning. And after every session, there is a break. The reason for the break is to get one of those learnings that your health is more important than anything else. And more importantly than the health is, if there was a break, you would all go back to your mobile phones to show that there is a world beyond it. Because think, when I came into this room earlier, everyone had a mobile phone, and you were all trying to go through those messages. The reason why this break is happening after every session is to remind you of that life is beyond that. And it was an extremely disrupted world. It is a world which took a lot away, but it was also a world which has left behind many lessons for us. But it's also the opportunity where we can create a new world together and a new order. And I think it is an imperative. We don't have a choice. It will happen. Either you're a part of it or you're not a part of it. And if you are a part of it, it'll help you just shape it in a manner you may want to do it. You know, this time, Waipa has 104 countries in person. 104 countries in person if we'll add it across various sessions. They're here. It's the world's largest platform devoted only to investment. These 104 countries directly represent 7.25 billion lives and individuals. 7.25 billion directly impacted by all of you in this room. Indirectly, the entire 7.75. And the reason why you're all here in person is because you all want to do something about it. This platform is just an enabler. And as we move into the new world, which is now getting around us, new trends which are seeing, one of the most important one for us is supply chain. You're going to be speaking about it, James. All of you are going to be discussing it. I think supply chains is a huge reorganization, not just of investments and reinvestments, but of lives. I personally think that this disruption has focused a huge point on what is growth per se. So if you look at some of the elements which we are discussing today, supply chains, which is core to all of you because it impacts your immediate business, and I completely agree with that one, that is something we need to re-look at. And now that we have a chance to reorganize it, to put it in a manner that we can see sustainability and we can see equity. Sustainability is, without a question, it's right out there for all of us. I'm sure we can do a lot more, but it has to be done with a lot less. And that, to my mind, is the core and the crux of the new world which is now being shaped going forward. I'll bring gender into that, I'll bring climate into that. All those are elements which are a part of it. But I do remember, again, health and equity remaining the top of it. Growth without equity is not growth. Think of what growth is in your mind today. And I think that is another thing which this platform needs to think of more seriously. Is it just a number on your GDP? And the other thing, growth is no longer a portrait. Growth is clearly and has to be a landscape. Until each one of us is a part of it, it's not growth. Until the last person on the planet does not have the virus is not gone. We still remain vulnerable. And that is the new element of growth which has come in. And that is what this platform wants to focus on. That growth with sustainability and growth with equity and growth with inclusion. And those are the sessions which you'll be seeing happening today. But now that we've talked about all this, there is also the opportunity and there are answers on how we can create solutions for these challenges. And I think the biggest one on that is the extreme level of innovation startups which is happening across the globe. It's disrupting the world completely. But they're showing us completely different answers. And I said, the ability to do more with less. For us in India, that is one of the biggest things which is happening. And with that is digitization. And to my mind, digitization is the absolute core of the new world order. Digitization is about transparency, digitization is about equity, digitization is about opportunity, digitization is about access to opportunity. Be it health, be it education, be it jobs. And this is central to what Waipa wants to do. And I look at it as the most important pillar for us as we move across into the next 36 to 48 months. Digitization. In fact, on Waipa itself, for all our members, we are creating digital platforms to come up with solutions and to create that connectivity right across. But I come from a country with 1.4 billion people. 11% of the world's population lives in my villages. And I have seen how digitization is changing the lives of each one of them. For the first time in my history of 5,000 years, do I have a country and a nation and a set of people and human resources where each individual can partake in the growth which takes place, participate in that growth, and work on the advantages of that growth. And the only reason why that is happening is by digitization. Our Prime Minister, and I'm sorry I'm talking a little about India, but I'm just giving you an example. Digital India was something which was launched in 2015, July, by our Honorable Prime Minister. We are what, 72 months down the line? On the 15th of July 2015, India's global position on per capita data consumption was 123. Do you want to take a guess what it was last year? It was number 1 in the world. India consumed more per capita data than China and the US put together. And the reason why I bring this to you is that digitization is a solution which does not only involve scale, but it also brings you pace and speed. It is an imperative. And this is what we want to work together as a family together, as Team Waipa, to bring that to each and every person, individual, and life across the globe. I also do want to take it on to the point of what is the changing role of IPAs of all of you. Because of the fast disruption, I think every government is facing the challenge of policy, of recreating that policy, of how it ought to happen. There are several new challenges which are happening and emerging, and the role of IPAs themselves need to be redefined. The role of IPAs need to get more focus. IPAs were initially looked at as the voice of the investor in the system. Today, all of you will have to be the voice of the government too. You will have to be the voice of the policymaker. You will also have to be the voice of each and every individual and life in your country, and the voice of all of us collectively. It has to be that voice of reason. It has to be that entity which joins the dots, not just to deliver the hopes and aspirations of yourself individually, your organization, or your country, but together, all of us together, for that 7.75 billion people on this planet. And frankly, this is not just a role of the IPA. Today, and from now on, it is your responsibility. And that responsibility is not just for today, but for a better tomorrow. So this is what we look forward to deliberate. And let me tell you, never again and never before has there been a more opportune moment or a bigger opportunity where each one of you can actually shape a new world. Thank you very much for the day's celebration. Thank you.
Now for the second opening remark, we have His Excellency Anurag Hain, Secretary DPIIT of the Government of India. This will be a recorded message. He unfortunately was not able to join us.
Namaste and greetings. I am delighted to speak to you on the occasion of the World Investment Conference of the World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies, Waipa. I wish I could be there with you, but constraints beyond my control, I have not been able to join you physically. We are meeting in challenging times, but there are reasons for us to drive confidence and draw inspiration from the fact that together the global investor community showed exemplary resilience in battling the COVID-19 pandemic. Global foreign direct investment flows returned to pre-pandemic levels in 2021, and today supply chains are being reconstructed in safer, more resilient ways. I have no doubts, my friends, that together we can face and overcome these troubled times and help move the world to a prosperous and most importantly sustainable future. During the pandemic, investment promotion agencies around the world collaborated efficiently to keep the wheels of business running wherever possible. Waipa members not only supported their own governments but also cooperated across borders to ensure vital materials were kept on the move and business continuity maintained. Invest India played a pioneering role in this process by creating a digital business immunity platform that set new standards of kind of work investment promotion agencies can do during a crisis. I am happy to share India's investment story. In spite of pandemic, each year saw a new record in FDI inflows. Perhaps there is no better platform as President Waipa than this World Investment Conference stage for us in India to thank the global investor community for the faith and trust that they have showed in us. Faith, trust, these are words more important than ever before for our community of investment facilitators and policymakers. It is often said that we live in a VUCA world, or a world full of volatility, uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity. Perhaps this has rarely been truer in our lifetimes than it is today. The role of investment promotion agencies has perhaps never been as critical as the world goes through a once in a 100 years energy and technology transformation. IPS must now not only serve information of the highest quality and reliability, but they must also become custodians of trust in the investment process. A volatile world is a world where trust is at a premium, especially after the lessons of pandemic, where what seemed like very strong supply chains collapsed rapidly. IPS used to be considered as the first port of call for investors for information on investable projects and proposals. Now they must be the first track of building confidence and trust among investors on the reliability of potential investment decisions. Rebuilding trust is the cornerstone of the digital disruption that the world is going through. Digital technology is so transforming our world that we now must worry not only our physical selves and assets but also our digital avatar and digital assets. These unprecedented levels of digitization and the quantum leap in technological advancements is also a moment of great opportunity for the world of investment. Organizations like World Economic Forum have launched programs to facilitate greater flow of digital FDI around the world, thus enabling countries and companies to invest, cooperate and co-create digitally even if it is difficult to do physically. The idea that countries that digitize effectively and invest in new and emerging technologies will receive greater volumes of foreign direct investment, and investment of a higher quality is growing. We in India are consistently seeing the benefits of our mass digitization program which has built some of the most democratic tools for public good. One of the pioneering initiatives which I was fortunate to lead is Jan-Dhan Yojana, which along with unique identification and mobile, the gem trinity, Jan-Dhan, Aadhaar, our unique identity, and mobile, have become the bedrock of financial inclusion for hundreds of millions of unbanked households. Unified payment interface, the technology-based system, also helped build what is now world's biggest digital payments network and largest direct benefit transfer system in India. During the pandemic, millions of people received urgent cash assistance directly into their bank accounts from the Government of India with a touch of a button enabled by this system. In 2021, India had the highest number of real-time digital payments in the world with 48 billion transactions. Unique identity number and mobile phone-based systems has also enabled and empowered our digital vaccine certification system, which has effectively served certificates for more than 2 billion doses almost instantaneously. Knowledge, innovation, and sustainability are going to be the pillars of global growth. Knowledge and innovation give rise to new and emerging technologies that provide solutions to the most complex problems. These fast-track growth, but growth alone is not enough. It must be sustainable. Growth that does not only enrich our present, but ensures the protection of our future. The three pillars provide the foundation of startup ecosystem, the growth driver in times to come. IPS need to give special attention to nurture a rich and vibrant startup ecosystem. By partnering with the latest technologies, new investment ideas must ask how they are working to accelerate wealth creation and prosperity to the most underprivileged, how they are supporting businesses and sectors that can give us a future when well-being for all is assured. Equity and inclusivity is crucial for sunshine of development to reach every region and strata of humanity. Mahatma Gandhi gave us the talisman to remember the face of the poorest person and the impact on her life and destiny before we take steps we contemplate. In this spirit, IPS must also consider explaining to their respective governments that the time has come to think of every region in different countries through the lens of potential investment destinations. While a lot of big investment opportunities are still centered around major cities, it is important to recognize that deeper digitization and startups facilitate the fruits of equity to travel deeper and impact more lives in a country. One of India's biggest tech firms today runs from a village in southern India. In a turbulent world as at present, opportunities could be found in the most unlikely places. The spirit of investment has always had an embedded idea of risk-taking, of guts and glory. We need that spirit more than ever before. It is this commitment to go where we have never gone before and to build trust where it may have suffered setbacks. We can build a world where every single individual can hope to fulfill their dreams. I am looking forward to meeting you in the World Conference in India next year. Thank you.
Wow, we really have mastered the technicalities of virtual speeches, right? Did you look at the lighting, the depth of field? That's like the blurry background in there. Top notch, I have to say. Now, the next speaker to come up here is Mr. Patrick Vermilinger. He's the head of investment promotion in Switzerland Global Enterprise and vice president of Waipa. Welcome.
Esteemed Excellencies, dear fellow investment promoters and partners around the world, ladies and gentlemen. Your presence here today, or for the ones which follow on live stream, shows the importance of foreign direct investment and the importance of investment promotion agencies. In our role as Waipa's Vice President and in my role as Chief Investment Promotion Officer of Switzerland Global Enterprise, the official Swiss organization for export promotion and investment promotion, I'm delighted to welcome you all here in Geneva to this vibrant business location in Switzerland. Waipa brings together the top national IPAs. We congratulate Waipa for this valuable platform that makes it possible for all of us to share our ideas, to share our learnings with the aim to help everyone to become more successful for your individual country. This is very much in the spirit of Switzerland and particularly the spirit of Geneva, which always aims and is committed to advance international cooperation and dialogue among nations. Therefore, of course, we are pleased that the World Investment Conference 2022 is taking place in Switzerland, and also that Waipa, as a strong and dedicated organization for our industry, has chosen Geneva for their headquarters. Switzerland's investment promotion strategy is based on creating partnerships and on cooperation, so that we can conduct a fruitful dialogue about investing in our country with the right partners, and Waipa is one of these very important partners. I'm convinced that today you have many inspiring discussions with your colleagues and the partners which are also exhibiting outside, that you will gain new insights on how to do your job from the time you leave Geneva, go home back and go again back to work, and that these ideas are sparkling and fruitfully in collaborations for your organization. With this in mind, I wish us all a successful World Investment Conference. Today it's all about cooperation and about that open mindset to partner up among each of us. But not only today. Deepak Bagla has presented as well the platform which will be online where we can connect and continue that dialogue. So please, it only adds value to all of us if everyone does that actively. And we are very much looking forward to that. Our nations and economies are counting on us. Thank you and enjoy the conference.
I would like now to invite our next speaker. That's Mr. Todd Green, the chair of the board of directors at the International Economic Development Council. Welcome.
Well, good morning. Good morning. Okay, all right, good. First off, I just want to thank all of the organizers of this event. Certainly, we could not be here today, but specifically, I'd like to thank the president, of course, Deepak, and Waipa's executive director. All of the staff members here at Waipa. It's been an incredible honor for myself and for the International Economic Development Council to be included in the opening of this amazing conference. Waipa, of course, is a leader in the world of investment protection agencies, providing opportunities for its members to network, learn about best practices in investment promotion, and connect them to resources that will improve the functioning and impacts of investment protection agencies. Organizations like IEDC and Waipa provide their members with leadership and influence on how the work of their members in industry can evolve in the coming years. So the work of IEDC and Waipa encourages a natural partnership. IEDC focuses on providing its members and economic developers with resources needed to create jobs and strengthen local economies and develop vibrant communities. The need to attract outside investment and create wealth, it's a major function for economic developers, meaning for this connected work with Waipa. And it directly relates to what we're working on at IEDC with multinational companies located in North American communities. it can be a critical factor when it comes to the success of local economies. Now, through its partnership, IEDC is hoping to provide its members with further resources with Waipa to help to respond to this. But because of how the World Economic Development and Investment Promotion are really interrelated, IEDC members are concerned with many of the issues Waipa is engaged in, including attracting and promoting FDI, the impacts of disasters like COVID, and how to create economic growth in middle-income communities. Now, one particular issue that we share in common that I know is the conversation here today is this disruption in supply chains. The pandemic highlighted and really exasperated the vulnerabilities of our supply chains, and COVID-19 identified that multinational companies were too reliant on certain supply chains that were not diversified or not resilient or sustainable. Of course, I don't have to tell you about what happens when supply chains are impacted and what that means to investment across the world. But of course, we know that there are hits with productivity, layoffs occur, and these bottlenecks can lead to short-term impacts like what we're seeing globally around inflation. I'm sure that each of you have taken these steps to really think about supply chain and how to resolve these issues. And in the United States and in North America, we've had a lot of investment recently about rethinking these supply chain issues. General Motors just invested upwards of $7 billion in a new electric vehicle and battery production plant in Michigan in hopes to build a more reliable supply chain. Toyota invested over $3 billion in North Carolina. Micron Technology, Samsung, and others have made these very historic investments to think about or rethink their supply chain and how it responds. But as we come out of the pandemic, studies have certainly shown that more companies are more willing to secure their supply chains through reshoring, and we've got to think about how we're responding to this. These trends offer North American communities greater opportunities to bring quality jobs back to their community. While these efforts, they will help to improve and secure supply chains, these efforts do not mean that this will lead to economic growth. If communities cannot supply the workforce that's needed to make these efforts a success. Now, there have been suggestions that robotics and other types of technology will be able to overcome some of the shortages that we've seen, or to mitigate against these issues to ameliorate supply chain challenges. But we've seen that just is not the case. So this workforce challenge that we have, we need to be working together to encourage FDI and workforce development and how we strengthen this. And we must start encouraging investment into programs that improve labor force participation rates. Now, it's within this context that I share how economic development efforts are shifting in the United States, and quite rapidly. And they're shifting to have a stronger focus on how we develop and produce key elements of how we grow our economy. And let me just put a pause in here to say that it's totally centered on the worker. Now more than ever, when companies are looking at prospective communities to relocate or to expand, one of their first factors is about the workforce needs and how we're responding to that. So to address U.S. and global workforce shortages that are greatly impacting these businesses' everyday activities, we must explore new strategies around workforce development. And I can share with you that we've had a lot of efforts around four-year degrees and other types of certifications. But in the U.S., we're really falling behind in being able to supply our companies with the workers that they need, and that actually hampers investment. So we've got to look at re-examining our policies to highlight good jobs. And I want to just share with you just a couple of ways that we're thinking about it, and then I'll conclude. First, we must better focus and align our efforts on anticipating employer needs and designing a workforce development approach that delivers workers to companies at the exact moment that they are needed. And these individuals must possess the exact skills that these employers need. Now, I know that's a difficult proposition, but we've got to get that right if we expect our supply chains and investments to flow. Second, we need more workers to make this economy work. So labor force participation rates have historically been falling for 2 decades, but we've got to figure out strategies about how to address this and remove some of the barriers like lack of childcare and transportation and other factors. And so the other part is we've got to think about getting more people who have been marginalized, whether these are women or people of color. We've got to look for opportunities to bring them into this. And then finally, we've got to reimagine the very nature of work itself. We've got to figure out a way to make work more compelling to more people. So there are numerous studies that have supported some of the expectations that workers now have in a modern economy, but beyond wages, what we're hearing and what the research reveals is that workers they also want to work in a safe environment, but they also want to work in one that's free of discrimination, one that provides them opportunities for advancement, but they also want to be treated with dignity. So all of these things do relate to how we manage and how we get our investments back in a place that feel very positive. So we would not have thought of this 5 or 10 years ago, that our work would have been so much focused on the worker. But I'll share with you that in North America now, economic development means workforce development, and those fields are inextricably linked. So IEDC, we firmly believe that a stronger workforce will produce a stronger and more interconnected global economy, and in turn, it'll strengthen individual regions and local economies. We believe that addressing these workforce challenges is one of the best strategies to lift people out of poverty and address the inequalities marginalized communities have faced historically. So on behalf of the 5,000 members of the International Economic Development Council worldwide, I look forward to engaging with you and to continue to develop strategies to elevate success across our continents. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Now, our next speaker is Mr. James Zahn, Senior Director of Investment and Enterprise at Ongt. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is really a great pleasure for me and for Ongt to be here with the investment promotion community. We have been with you all the time, but after this pandemic, it's the first time that we meet in person. So it's so warm to see all of you. For today's speech, my topic is global FDI outlook and the implications for investment promotion in the new era. I have 3 key messages I wish to convey. First is that global FDI experienced a strong recovery in 2021, but the prospect is turning gloomy in 2022. Second, challenges are daunting, but opportunities are plenty. The third is that we need new strategies in the new era of global economy for investment promotion. Let me quickly start with the first point, global FDI outlook. Here, as you are aware, the global FDI recovered sharply last year after it nosedived to the lowest level in 2020. FDI increased by 63%. It was a V-shaped recovery. And as such, a recovery was broad-based in almost all regions. However, the extent and the degree of recovery varies between regions. There are three major drivers for FDI recovery in 2021. First, it's driven by by M&A booms. And M&A were up by 43% in 2021. That was driven by corporate restructuring led by advanced countries. Second is project finance. It was basically infrastructure finance oriented type of investment that increased by 63%, that boosted by the stimulus package in major countries. The third driver is the reinvested earnings, and that was due to the fact that the replenishment of the capital stock by major multinationals after the disruption of the global supply chain, driven by strong aggregated demand. So these are the three major drivers for the V-shaped recovery in 2021. Prospects is turning gloomy. Here, I have highlighted the three sets of indicators or determinants that would define the global FDI prospects for this year and possibly the first half of 2023. First is the impact of multidimensional multiple crises. This I wish to summarize as 3 Fs and 2 Hs. Food, fuel, and the finance crises that we are experiencing, plus the health crisis, which is still continuing, and humanitarian crisis in some parts of the world, Eastern Europe, as well as large part of Africa, as you have witnessed. And the second indicators for the prospects relate to the macroeconomic factors, which I characterized as 3 highs and 3 lows. The high interest rates, the high inflation, and also the high level of debt. And the 3 lows relate to the low level of GDP growth we are going to have, low growth rate of trade, and low growth rate of gross fixed capital formation, which is the basis for foreign direct investment. And a part of this FDI is part of that. So these are the 3 highs and the 3 lows will impact on global FDI prospects. And the third indicator is the micro ones. Ongt has done a survey of 5,000 largest multinationals' profit forecasts, which shows a broad-based downward revision of corporate earnings across all sectors except for raw materials, primary inputs industries. So all these, the combination of the 3 sectors, 3 sets of indicators pointed to the downward trends. So we already started witnessing the kind of downward trajectory of global FDI flows. For example, for the first half of this year, we have already witnessed kind of decline of greenfield project numbers that was declined by 21%. And with regard to project financing deals, which is part of important cross-border investment flows, that was decreased by 4%. And bearing in mind, for the first quarter, the war only happened in the second half of February. So we'll see the trends to continue. There could be 3 scenarios. The best one is the global FDI for 2022 flatten out. The worst scenario is that it's nosedive towards the level of 2020, which was very low, as you have witnessed. This looks a very pessimistic picture, but I just wish to highlight some opportunities, and opportunities are plenty, as I said. 3 aspects, again, I wish to emphasize. First, sustainability-driven factors. That is, sustainable finance has been booming and increased significantly. That provides the basis for global FDI and for investment promotion agencies to target at. Just give you some numbers. According to our numbers, in the World Investment Report this year, sustainability-themed finance, I'm not talking about the numbers of this ESG due diligence related, I'm talking about funds and bonds designated to investing in sustainable development sectors. And such funds and bonds altogether reached $5.2 trillion last year, with the increase of 62% on top of 83% of increase in 2020. That consists of $2.7 trillion of equity funds and $1.5 trillion of green bonds, plus close to $500 billion of US dollars of social bonds, and the rest is the mixed sustainability finance. $5.2 trillion US dollars looking for pipeline bankable projects in your country. This is tremendous, but for the time being, they are domiciled in advanced countries, focusing mainly on renewables. There's still great potential. Just to take the equity funds, for example, the open-ended equity funds at global market is huge, and the current sustainability-themed equity funds count only 4% of the global total. Green bonds counts only less than 2% of the global bonds market. There's still great potential, and it's great mind and reservoir for us, investment promotion agencies, to tap into. This is the first part I wish to emphasize. And then I would say that we need to target at green and blue economies, and that's the great potential to work with the development strategies your countries are formulating, embedding investment promotion strategies into the sustainable development strategies of your countries, and embedding sustainable development strategies into investment promotion strategies. The double embedding we need to get into. And there's also great potential for infrastructure, which the full kind of still the continued stimulus package that we know that stimulus package is kind of for investment is lagging behind the kind of the trends. So those stimulus packages will still having some impact on actual investment on the ground, particularly in infrastructure areas. That creates opportunities for investors and for investment promotion. And third is the health, agribusiness, for food security, energy. These are the key sectors. Because of the crisis, government are now boosting investment, and that provides the opportunity to leverage with private sector. That's the third area for investment promotion agencies to target. The second broader aspect is the global value chain restructuring. That is resilience-driven, geopolitical rivalry-driven, but that creates the new regional hubs, that creates new sub-regional clusters that will create, through the investment diversification, nearshoring, reshoring, friendshoring, whichever it is, that diversification creates opportunities. The third set of opportunities relate to technology advancement. That relates to the replication through the 3D printing is coming up in a big way. And secondly, The service offshoring, particularly high value added, has continued to increase along the global value chain. The third is the servitization and servicification of manufacturing. All these create great opportunities for investment promotion agencies to look into, to targeting at. Now, this calls for a new strategy in a new era of investment. The new era is characterized by the growing VUCA, we call it volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. It's growing, that creates the challenges, but sustainability imperative will drive the investment to the sustainable development sectors, create new opportunities. Get ready with your pipeline projects, restructure your investment incentives because of the global corporate income tax reforms. It's coming, that will impact on the overwhelming majority of your investment promotion schemes, your incentive schemes, which is part of industrial policies. You need to redo that. I do not have the time to elaborate on that. Please read our World Investment Report, Chapter 3, that elaborate on the ways and the means to deal with global minimum corporate tax reforms, restructure your incentives schemes. And then to mainstream sustainable development in your investment promotion, I mentioned a double embedding. So just to paraphrase the president of Waipa that Deeply just mentioned a moment ago, I would see that investment promotion agencies need to shift your voice from the voice of investors to the voice of prosperity for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James, for such an enlightening speech. Now, our next speaker will be His Excellency, Mohammed Abdikadir Ali, Deputy Minister of Planning, Investment, and Economic Development in the Federal Republic of Somalia. You're welcome.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great privilege to convoy the regards of both the President of Somalia, Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, and His Excellency Prime Minister Hamza Abdi Barre, who sent the regards to the participants under the conference, both which is a gathering productive discussion as well as beneficial outcomes. On my part, it's an honor to lead the Somali delegation to attend this 26th edition of the World Investment Conference. A flagship event of the World Association events. The theme for this year, investment promotion agencies shaping the future of the foreign direct investment. It is important, and I'm glad to bring together government officials, investment institutions, researchers, and other stakeholders to take forward the global investment agenda at this critical time in economic history. In addition, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the organizers of this important conference, as the World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies has done a great job in connect the world APA and advanced networking. Thank you. I am very lucky and unlucky man at the same time. I was born after the civil war started in Somalia and had not been a properly functioning government most of my young years. I grew up, study, and work in a harsh and sometimes hectic environment as a result. However, as I said, I am also very lucky. I was one of the young Somali youth who had the privilege to study and improve myself, to the point of being in front of you today representing my government and my country. I was told that we used to Somali live in country which has a long seashore of 3,300 kilometers where to fish did not need instruments, and a country where you could farm, harvest, and export our product to the world. We have a country with 12 months of sunshine where create sustainable energy is possible, and a country which also the rich with a valuable asset as young, intelligent, and strong generation. It is the key of human resource. Unfortunately, I know that when Somalia is mentioning, people will still imagine members of our young generation throwing themselves into the sea to go to Europe. Through famine and conflict. Those are still true, but not to the same extent as before, and we have a potential desire to change that narrative. With our government economic reform and real opportunity for job creation and skills transfer though investment. In Somalia, we do not want to be give a fish, but we seek to assist how to learn how to fish and invest in capacity building of our young generation to elevate our population skills, capacity building, and resilient and sustainable economic ground around this. This regards investments and industrialization are the very important of our upcoming future work. In the last few years, Somalia took clear steps and formulated for the first post-conflict national investment strategy that outlines key investment priority sector incentive available and institutional framework to promote, attract, facilitate, and support foreign direct investment within Somalia. In this regard, we will continue to push investment climate reform in order to attract the necessary foreign direct investment to the benefit of both investors and our people. Also, we are working hard to promote diaspora and domestic investment, which will create more jobs, increase production and export to the international markets. I am very happy to state that diaspora investment in Somalia is increased, and there is a clear interest from others who want us to partake and diverse opportunity Somalia over at this time opportunity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am very proud that the Somali Investment Promotion Office, SOMINVEST, which is a mandate to promote and facilitate foreign direct investment, is a member of the World Association Investment Promotion Agencies after joining about 3 years ago. Since joining, we have been able to learn from and collaborate with many of our sisters organizations across the world, which has been very useful for us in steering their agenda for investment promotion and facilitation our own country. In this regard, Somalia will continue to build and expand FDI global collaborative networking, including the advancement of bilateral institution collaboration and multilateral networking in order to further enhance partnership with APA around the globe. No country can achieve a sustainable economic growth without support of others, because we now live in an interdependent world. We must work together to share information and promote the facilitate investment and across all our product and service sectors and markets. This is the best way to jointly recover from the difficult economic impact of the corona health crisis. Let me conclude by saying that Somalia will continue its effort to expand and partnership with world investment promotion agencies to ensure collaboration and synergy and creation collective of sustainable economic growth of seriousness neighboring and the world. I honestly again thank the organizers of this timely conference and wish all the participants will in their deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Now, our next speaker is His Excellency Indra Dharmawan, Deputy Minister for Investment Planning at the Ministry of Investment, BKPM, in Indonesia. Welcome.
Mr. President, Mr. Executive Director, distinguished participants of this Waipa 26 World Investment Conference 2022, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Thank you for having me in this wonderful occasion. I'm here to share Indonesia observation on some pressing issues that we are all currently facing in global investment within this uncertain global environment. I usually read the World Investment Report, but last week I read the Human Development Report, the recent one. I read the opening word of that report that says like this: we live in a world of worry. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic with its unpredictable variant spin-off, war in Ukraine and elsewhere that create more human suffering, record-breaking temperatures, fires, flood, storm, sound the alarm of planetary catastrophes. Together, they are fueling a grim outlook, painting a picture of uncertain times and unsettled life. I don't know whether our World Investment Report paint a rosier picture than that. A rebound, a recovery, an increase in number of M&A, for example. But I think like James from Ongt also already stated that investment also have its own challenges and problems. Back to that Human Development Index. For the first time ever, the global HDI value declined for 2 years straight. Our global living quality is in decline, and many countries experience ongoing declines in their HDI scores last year. Such grim outlook is certainly not an exaggeration of the current global conditions. We know that uncertainty is not new, but its dimension is taking ominous new forms today. In the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, as economy reopens, we also witness real problem in the supply chain started to emerge. Geopolitics focuses on the shifting balance and rising tensions among nations. Trade and investment map reflect far-reaching alteration in global supply and flow of commodities. This problem forced businesses to reconsider their strategies and diversify their production centers. Many are going back to the old wisdom of do not put all eggs in one basket, while others consider other forms for the sake of survival. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, at the center of it is the geopolitics. The recent survey from McKinsey stated that geopolitics is ranking #1 in what most business people have in mind, followed by inflation, global value chains, and then the COVID-19. Understanding what business people think is in the interest of any investment promotion agencies like us. We need to understand what is currently going on around us and why it has influenced our behavior. I mean, so much is unfamiliar about the current situation brought about by the pandemic that it hasn't been easy making sense of what is going on. Uncertainties linger everywhere. The Economist magazines once suggest that in 2020's era, we must welcome the era of predictable unpredictability. Such a confusing word. We are living in a world that is in danger of becoming more divided and polarized by the day. This is a world which has a sharper sense of us and them. The pandemic could have been used to intensify global cooperation. Surprisingly, that was not the case. The pandemic has not brought the world closer. More broadly, borders go up, nationalism and protectionism rise, and the generally free movement of people become less free. International and regional cooperation has not become easier, and in many cases, many states have developed a greater sense of distrust towards certain others. Fanaticism and dogmas have become more commonplace, and in many cases, to say even a good thing about the other side is a political taboo. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the kind of world we are living right now. It happens in almost every part of our daily life. Investment, the global investment climate, and their business practices are no exception. Geopolitics influence the flow of capital and factors of production, changing the way supply chains flow and interact. That is why the session or panel 3 later this afternoon that discuss the global value chains issues will be very interesting to watch. I believe that geopolitics have played one of a significant role in the movement of production factors among countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I remember on the sidelines of the recent IMF and World Bank spring meeting in Washington last spring, the issues of resiliency of global value chains catch a lot of attention, more than the issue of efficiencies or robustness. It was widely discussed that there is now a trend that most countries prefer to apply vertical integration, rearranging their supply chains to a more inward-looking manner. This situation reminds us one aspect of the game theory. For those of you who are economists, is familiar with this game theory, with one aspect of that, this is so-called the prisoner dilemma, where people is only interested in their self-interest. We are seeing, and we will discuss, a nearshoring trend. I mean, like American seems like they are tired to source electronics and perhaps just even yoga pants from a place far away as Vietnam. Germany and Europe suffer shortage in energy as a result of too dependence to Russian sources. Japan and other East Asian countries also just realized that even for masks, ventilators, and other simple health necessities, they are too dependent to other countries, leaving their domestic situation vulnerable. Indonesia, my country, is no exception. That's why we want to further invite a more value-additive investment leveraging on our natural resource endowment. And together with countries like Vietnam and Thailand, we have welcomed relocated production from China and have enjoyed the benefit of doing so. By offering sound and competitive policy environment, countries like this will continue to reap the benefit of any trade tension and the further rearrangement of global value chains as a result of the geopolitics taking place. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may conclude, in this important forum, it is imperative for us to discuss what to do next. What are the strategies that can help international investment decision-making process move forward? That's clearly a billion-dollar question. and nobody pretend to have all the answer. Even in Indonesia's position as a presidency of G20 this year, that will be a 3/4 of global GDP's question. But one thing is certain, that we need peace more than ever. We can't move forward with building resilience, global value chains, or robust investment climate without it. We also observe that the appetite of investors towards risk is low nowadays. They want to play safe. They ask and request more information and documentation. Previously, they asked, why should I invest in your country? Now they ask, why invest in your country and not in others? There's some elements of competitions and uneasiness in the mind of the investors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is all that I can share today. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And last and definitely not least, before we begin our first panel of the day, is Mr. Ismail Ershahan. He is the Executive Director and CEO of Waipa. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I should welcome you all to Waipa's 26th World Investment Conference on behalf of Waipa Permanent Secretariat. And since the establishment of Waipa in 1995, World Investment Conference has been one of the most important platforms for FDI, especially for IPAs. Actually, the journey had begun some 26 years ago in Geneva, few blocks away from here, with few IPAs. And since then, our association, our World Association, kept growing and has been, if I could say, the voice of IPAs from all around the world. And we are glad to host 104 countries today in this building at our home. And thank you so much for making this possible and being part of it. Excellencies and colleagues, it's such a proud for us to represent the world IPAs and to see what they have achieved over the years by becoming one of the most important institutions in FDI. IPAs have been promoting, facilitating, advocating investments in the most difficult times. During the pandemic, we have experienced that IPAs were the best friends of investors, not only while they were investing, but also after the investments took place. They have proven that their services are not only limited with investment promotion though, but they are there to create, at least to help to create, more business-friendly investment environments all over the world. And yet, we see that the opportunities that they offer are not noticed enough by investors. Maybe I should address to them, to the private sector and to the investors. IPAs are here to make your lives easier, to facilitate your operations, to support your SDG-friendly investments, and for creation of decent jobs. And IPAs have been called as the bridges between governments and investors. I believe it's not fair to them. They are no longer passive and inert bridges. They are the engines of FDI. And I would rather call them so, with their proactive approach, dedication, hard work, passion, and their vision. Dear fellows, dear IPAs, let this conference be an occasion to make our voices heard for more empowered IPAs, taking more active roles and shaping the future of FDI, and let's jointly build a better tomorrow for our world together. Excellencies, I would like to thank you all again for your participation. Your presence gives us strength to deliver more, and I also would like to thank to our sponsors, to DP World, to Fitch Solutions, Bayer, ISA. and especially our presidency, Invest India, for their invaluable support. I want to thank to all of our partners as well, to World Economic Forum, to EIF, to ISDB, UNIDO, ILO, Ongt, OECD, ICC, World Bank, UNWTO, IEDC, and many others. Without you, it wouldn't have been happening. Thank you so much for being here. Have a great conference.
Now, I see some of you with your phones in your hands, probably downloading the Congress application, am I right? Once again, the name of the application you should download is called Event, that is like event with double E at the end. Once you download that application, you will have a space in the search bar where you will type WIC22. That's that over there. In there, you will be able to see all the details of the programs of each session. You will be able to rate each panel and allocate them in your favorites in the sections. And you will be able to see all of the best highlights of the event as they happen. So I do encourage to download that application, because the reason why you have the phones or access to your smartphones is the reason why we are about to have the next session. Nowadays, 2/3 of the population have access to the internet. And out of that fraction, 92% access the web through their smartphones. This immense acceleration in digitalization was in big part brought by COVID-19. And hence, this is now affecting the foreign direct investments and the world of work. But numerous challenges still remain. We are yet to define which are the best strategies to attract more investment in digital FDI, as well as reap the benefits of this increased digitalization. Investment promotion agencies should be the ones spearheading this process in advising the respective governments how to use these digital tools. So this is exactly what we're about to discuss today. The policies and regulations that governments can implement to attract digital investments, how digital FDI can enable projects, what the role of IPA in this process can be, and lastly, how IPAs and companies together can embrace digital tools. So, without further ado, please let me introduce you to our distinguished panel of speakers. Speakers, as I call you, please do take your seats. The first one is Pilar Madrigal, the Director of Investment Advisory at CINDE, where she has worked for the past 24 years. She is a strategic-minded professional with experience planning and executing investment promotion and focusing on industry development to create sustainable economic growth. Our second panelist is Caroline King, the Global Head of Business Development and Government Affairs at SAP. Mauricio Tamagnini, Chairman of the Supervisory Board at ST Microelectronics NV. ST Microelectronics is a leading semiconductors manufacturer listed on the Milan, Paris, and New York stock exchanges with a market capitalization of approximately 30 billion euros. Bernardo Calzadilla Sarmiento, the Director at the Division of Fair Production, Sustainability Standards, and Trade at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Dr. Calzadilla has a well-rounded experience in investment promotion, funds, mobilization, and social responsibility, with more than 30 years of international experience in global development. And last, but definitely not least, please welcome the moderator of this session, Matthew Stevenson, the head of investment policy and practice at the World Economic Forum. At the WEF, he manages the Global Investment Policy and Practice Initiative, including the projects in 4 countries. He has helped develop the concept of digital FDI, the first toolkit on outward FDI, measures to increase sustainable investment, and leveraging technologies for sustainable development. Matthew, the floor is now yours.
Thank you so much, and warm greetings to everyone today. I thought the opening session was really energizing and set a beautiful tone. I hope we can continue that good energy. It's a pleasure to see all of you today. We at the World Economic Forum are really pleased to co-organize with Waipa this first session on digital FDI. So this term is a little bit new, digital FDI. And so what is it? What is digital FDI? Is it FDI in certain sectors? Specifically, digital-oriented sectors? Is it FDI in specific technologies? The answer is yes and yes, but it's a lot more. In the way we approach it, it can be FDI in any sector because of the rapid digital transformation that is taking place across almost all sectors and all activities. And digital FDI can bring with it not only capital, but also the knowledge and the technology to help with digital transformation that all economies are seeking to drive. At the same time that it can take place in any sector, there are some sectors that may be particularly important because they can be enablers for other sectors. And here we think of telecoms, we think of semiconductors that go into all sorts of manufacturing processes, we think of IT services, such as software, that help empower and enable other industries to grow. And so I think the secret to attracting digital FDI is to create what you could call digital-friendly investment climates. We all know we want to create investment-friendly investment climates, but now it has to be digital-friendly investment climates as well. And I think today we'll discuss how to do that and what that means in a bit more detail. We contend that you need certain enablers to create digital-friendly investment climates, and these enablers can take the form of policies, measures, regulations, infrastructure, and perhaps others that we'll discuss and identify today, speaking with experienced actors who are doing this every day. At the World Economic Forum, building on earlier Untitled work, we proposed a framework to help organize this effort that sees attracting and facilitating digital FDI in 3 pillars. The first would be digital FDI in startups and new businesses. And this has been a theme, I think, of this conference. And we all want to grow jobs through new business activities. And these new businesses may require specific enablers. Then second, attracting digital FDI could take place in existing businesses that are seeking to transform their ways of carrying out their operations. And these existing businesses may require different support, different enablers. And then finally, attracting digital FDI in infrastructure, which underpins the first 2. So today, I'm going to encourage our panel to identify what enablers they would like to convey to IPAs, that they would like to suggest IPAs and others adopt to precisely enable digital FDI in these 3 different areas. So over the next hour or so, before we open it up to questions, so please have your questions ready. I will open it up for the audience to ask whatever they wish of our panel. We're going to really think about this in 2 ways. First, how to create and support and enable the demand for digital FDI. Because investors are out there and they're looking to carry out these investments. They have the capital. We heard the capital is there. James said 5.3 trillion. So how to support and enable the demand? And that's by asking the question, what do investors need? What do investors need to invest in the digital economy? And then we'll talk about the supply. And this is what governments can do to meet the demand. What kind of ecosystems, what kind of regulatory frameworks can they provide that will be digital friendly? And then what can we all do together, IPAs and investors, to connect the supply and demand, to overcome maybe some information asymmetries, some coordination failures, some outdated regulations, sort of to be able to connect those dots, as we say. So that is what the panel will be invited to address today and to share their insights and experience on all of the above. And so with that preamble, I would like to ask my Waipa colleagues if our opening speaker, His Excellency Professor Isa Ali Ibrahim, Minister of Communications and the Digital Economy of Nigeria, is connected. And if he's not, we will go directly to our first panelist and bring him in whenever he's able to do so. But Professor Isa Ali Ibrahim, His Excellency the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy of Nigeria, has quite a few insights to share with us, so I'm looking forward to when he gets online. So let's turn first to Mauricio Tamagnini, who, as we heard from our overall moderator, is the chair of ST Microelectronics, a huge firm in this business, $30 billion capitalization. But he's not only the chair of a semiconductor firm, which we know how important semiconductors are today. We all know that. He's also the CEO and managing director of an investment firm that carries out investment himself, called FSI, which is one of the largest in Europe. It's capitalized by sovereign wealth funds around the world, also institutional investors, banks, family offices, and it's focused on Italian corporates. So, Mauricio, if I can turn to you first. You're doing this every day. You're in the field. So what are your thoughts? How to create digital-friendly investment climates, and what advice would you give the room?
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you to the World Economic Forum and to Waipa for inviting me here. Well, first, I would like to, as I met my friend here waiting for the start of the conference, I would like to spend 1 minute, maybe less, on what happens to the chip shortage in the last 2 to 3 years, which I think many people are worried. My wife says, look, we can't buy a new car, other people can't buy a washing machine, other people are waiting for a long time. Well, in simple words, 3 factors which happened simultaneously together. Chips are really the brick of every home, of every house. Everything we do now, even when we cook bread, we use electronics. So think of chips as really being the brick of everything related to our society. So we do produce a certain amount of those bricks because to produce them, you need fabs that cost billions of dollars, and then we'll get into digital FDIs. And therefore, you don't keep too much overcapacity when you have such a capital-intensive industry. So we got in 2020, when pandemics hit, with a fixed amount of capacity. And at that point, people didn't go to work, but they started using boxes called Zoom, Teams, WebEx, so on and so forth. So the amount of chips went from 100%, that's my guess estimate, to a multiple of that, possibly twice as much. First factor. Then second factor, at the same time, not because we went from work to Zoom, but because really certain industries hit a certain moment in their life, and I think my colleague here from SAP could witness much more than me with more competency, certain industries in automotive mostly, went from usage of 100% of the chips, in certain cases, automotive, to 1,000% of the chips. Certain cars used $100 to $150 per car of chips. Now they use $1,000 to $1,500 of chips. So these bricks needed were quite a bit. And then finally, what happened? With the pandemics, we broke the global logistics. So the global logistics is very important in many industries, but it's very important for chips that usually go in and out a shop more than 10 times before they get really delivered to the clients. So all those 3 things created a huge shortage that is being dealt with, that is going to go through 2023 still with some shortage, but it's definitely being very forcefully dealt. And it is the opportunity in terms of digital FDIs. If you simply pile up the various programs that the Europe CHIPS Act, around 40 to 45 billion, the US CHIPS Act, around 50 billion, the China program, which could be up to 100 billion. Then you had Japan, you had India. I saw several friends. India has a 10 billion program. And Korea, you are having a 250 billion estimate aggregated of potential pool of money, of state, of public money that wants to get to work and be associated with private money, mainly the money of the chip manufacturers around the globe, and they need to get together, they need to get into a marriage. It's a wonderful opportunity. It's at the same time a very challenging opportunity where you have to put skills and money together. I will just give you 2 or 3 examples on how this money can work together and get married, and then I will go back to our chairman question on what we need to get it worked, and not just to make a communication. By the way, I think it will get worked, and there will be a lot of concrete actions here, because people see how those little bricks are becoming even smaller. There is a law for the STEM people in the room, they will know it. It's called the Moore Law, where basically every a certain amount of period, you will inject more information, double the information in less of the space. Now, Moore Law doesn't work anymore. We're getting into the more of more, or more of more, which basically means that not only we're doing 2-dimensional chips, but we're doing 3-dimensional chips. We're putting stories into it, and smaller and smaller. So the opportunity to create digital infrastructure and attract them is humongous. The examples. Recently, our company announced a joint venture with Global Foundries. Global Foundries is a US manufacturer, fab manufacturer, with ownership, is publicly traded now, with ownership from Abu Dhabi, to form a next layer of a fab, of a plant in our Grenoble Center. It's a multi-billion investment. And that is a project where you have 2 chip makers, 2 different regional chip makers getting together to build critical mass and to therefore achieve synergies and get to the curve very quickly. Clearly, with the French state chipping in under the European Chips Act in a major way. Secondly, another example, Intel recently announced a mega fab in Arizona, where they've chosen, based on the reading that I've done on the materials available that has been released, they've chosen to partner with a large financial investor, Brooksfield. Very interesting. So you have in an industrial outfit to build a frontier chip plant, an investor that ties together under an arrangement. I think it's very interesting. India. Has been published that Foxconn, the large Taiwanese, the giant Taiwanese electronics manufacturer, tied up with a local player, is an industrial mining player called Vedanta, to produce in Gujarat a large plant. So India, which is a new country in the semiconductor industry, is also making its inroad, clearly again, with a very strong support of the Indian government under the Modi Go to India CHIPS Act. There, again, you have a different formula. You have a local incumbent manufacturer, or actually is a mining company, so it's a presence local that gets together with the sector participant. Finally, another interesting example has been published a few days ago, Wolfspeed, which is a US new generation chip manufacturer, which is silicon carbide, producing a new plant in North Carolina. That's another interesting reason why North Carolina. We will get to that later, because FDI and digital FDI are not only attractions and, if you wish, tension to attract among regions, countries, but also regions inside of a country. And what the two Carolinas have done in terms of attracting and building an environment which is very friendly to digital investment is something we could talk about it. I will finish, Mr. Chairman, with what we need to get those plants built, this production gone to the market, and therefore to serve the best the consumer. By the way, the industry has already done quite a bit and is doing on its own quite a bit. So, and the European chip makers industry is very strong. It is not true that Europe doesn't produce chips. Europe is very strong in producing the chips where the European industries are strong, automotive and industrials. We're less strong in producing chips, for instance, for iPhones, for phones, and for the consumer electronics. So that needs to be rectified in terms of narrative. What I think it would be unspeakable is for the governments and those CHIPS Act to be balanced in how they support the frontier investments, which are very important, i.e. providing grants and support for the new technologies, which is wonderful. At the same time, it's quite important to help producing plants for the current technologies, because what the society needs, what the clients and the consumers need for the next 10 years, for 95% of the demand, is the current technologies. So there's a gap to be built. And the US CHIPS Act is allowing 10 billion for the current technologies. For instance, Europe doesn't yet allow support for the current technologies, which the chip manufacturers that will produce in this region and globally will need. So just to finish up, to give you one concrete potential, very important support that the governments regionally and at the higher level at the EU could consider is to have a portion of those CHIPS Act dedicated to producing plants for the current technologies, which will go on for quite some time, decades, because the new technologies will only come in 10, 15, 20, 30 years, as this is a very long planned industry where you invest today to get the fruit of your investment several years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mauricio, if I may. And I think this is a really important sector. We know that it's only going to grow in the future. So there's space for all IPAs to really attract this kind of investment. I mean, from a multiple of 100, I think your estimate. So there'll need to be chip manufacturing plants everywhere. Then we heard about resiliency and how important it is, that they might be located in many different economies. So some of the thoughts I heard from you were lessons maybe for IPAs to think about in terms of when they approach investors are maybe to not forget frontier versus current technologies, to think of different configurations of how the capital and the deal can be made in different economies, and to also think about the subnational opportunities with the Carolinas and so forth and how they might create regional ecosystems. So it's just some thoughts that came out, but I think everybody's very, very interested in knowing how to attract this kind of high quality manufacturing, high-skilled investment in their own economies, so thank you. I'd like to turn now to Caroline King. I think her perspective will be very complementary because she works in the software industry, SAP in particular, where Caroline King is the global head of business development in the government affairs. And Caroline, I'd be very, very grateful for your insights, your company, which has over 100,000 employees around the world, so a global footprint, and an iconic name, SAP, known as being a leader in the field of software services. I'd like to ask you the same question I asked Mr. Tamagnini, namely, what your company would need to see to be keen and interested to invest in another jurisdiction, and what kind of advice you would give IPAs to create digital-friendly investment climates.
Thanks, Matthew. And thanks also for the opening comments from Mauricio. You lay the foundation. I talk a little bit about software, the house on top of the foundation. The investment climate is, of course, a bit different for a software company. It's not so much about tax incentives or IT parks. It's about open, robust, digital-friendly economies. It's about robust startup communities, the right digital skills, and certainly a regulatory environment that is open and liberal. And this is something I think we'll get to maybe a little later in our conversation, and of great concern. I've been working for SAP for over 20 years. It's a company that's just passed its 50th mark, which is astounding in this industry, astounding in Europe. We're still the world's leader in business software. We've seen a lot of change. We have to shift into growth markets continually. It's very interesting for me from a government affairs perspective to see how important politics has become for our board. I think I'm losing my mic at the back of my head. And my neck is very stiff, Maurizio. I'm not being impolite. It's just that I can't really look in your direction today. Yeah, and I can't do it for the mic as well, so I'll keep looking this way. But I am very interested to hear what you say, because we without the hardware, without the foundation, we can't develop the software on top. The other comment that I want to make is that yes, SAP is an LE. Often we're called the dinosaur on the market. It's a very unfair picture of where digital is headed these days. We can't do this innovation without co-innovation. We cannot keep track with the pace of change, technological change. I'm a dinosaur within the company. I have to engage in training all the time. SAP has to change its business model every couple of years. We can't keep pace and stay in that niche in the market without cooperation and support from SMEs, from startups. So in all of these countries where we expand, that base is key. We invested 5.9 billion euros in research and development 2021. We work with universities around the globe. We train people. I would have mentioned this to the Nigerian minister, but I think that we'll get that chance also in a little bit later. We need that ecosystem in order to innovate. Maybe if I may be permitted, just with regard to your second, I thought it was nice, Matthew, thank you for the opportunity around your pillars, because that helped sort my thoughts. There's a lot of material, and it's not always so easy to address. Digital transformation, and I think, Bernardo, we talked about this in prepping for this as well. It's not about a layer on top of organizations. It's really about cultural transformation. SAP is, the hardest part of the project is implementation. The ROI can be seen in about 2 years on average, but without good partners on the ground to do the implementation who know what they're doing, it's a painful process. And it's really as much about the organization itself and the culture and the processes within it as it is about the technology. And last but not least, to the regulatory side, but maybe we will have a chance to talk about this a little bit down the line. We're very concerned about digital sovereignty. We're supportive of it where we can be. We understand nations and countries' interests, and we understand what's happened also as a result of the pandemic, which did give a huge push to digital transformation finally, but created also a lot of nervousness. And now we're concerned about these increasing silos in many markets that are growth markets, China, India, Brazil, these huge, interesting markets, but are increasingly difficult to maneuver in. And the future of technology are cloud services, and if we don't allow those cross-border data flows, you won't see the growth in the digital economy overall.
Thank you, Caroline. I understand that the minister has joined us, so I didn't invite us to pull him up on the screen, but just to build on your last point of silos, data sovereignty, I think this is something we can get into. Maybe this is a message that IPAs need to hear when they carry out policy advocacy with their own governments, of course, there are policy trade-offs, competing policy goals, but hearing directly from the business community what they would need for effective ecosystems, as you put it, that would attract your investment, I think is a very much of a worthwhile discussion to have here today with this audience. And so after our two business speakers, very grateful for your operational real-life insights, which is what we really need. We're going to have two government voices, the minister from Nigeria, and then Pilar, and then we'll turn to Bernardo, who will provide sort of the overview of how the support that can help operationalize all of the above with technical assistance and capacity building. So I'd invite our Waipa colleagues to put the minister up, and if he's not there, which I thought he was, then I will continue.
I'm here, please.
Mr. Pantami, Your Excellency, I'm so happy to see you again.
Thank you.
This is Professor Isa Ali Ibrahim, His Excellency Minister of Communications and the Digital Economy of Nigeria. I had the pleasure of meeting him in person about 3 months ago in Davos, and it's so good to see you again, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
I know Nigeria is really playing a leadership role in the area of digital FDI. And you are the minister responsible for the digital economy. You've written a book on the datafication of society and the new opportunities it brings. Your Excellency, I'd welcome your thoughts as to what can be done in this area to grow digital FDI.
Thank you very much for having me, and accept my apologies for my inability to be with you physically due to other official engagements that took me outside my country. But I insisted that I must be here with you virtually to say a word or two because of how important the program is. Furthermore, permit me to begin by commending the effort of the World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies and the World Economic Forum for organizing this World Investment Conference. I think it's very apt, and it comes at the right time that we need to work hard to ensure that we attract more digital foreign direct investment into our countries towards achieving the global digitalization and also the digitalization of the global economy as well. As you earlier mentioned, in Davos on 23rd May 2022, we officially launched the Digital Foreign Direct Investment along with the President of our World Economic Forum and also the Secretary General of Digital Cooperation Organization. And after launching that, we had been working day in, day out to attract more investment into Nigeria. What actually motivated us to focus more on that is the opportunities in the world, particularly in the digital economy sector. For example, the World Economic Forum in its report of August 2022, just last month, predicted that by 2025, the value of digital economy globally will be up to 20.8 trillion USD. This is a huge amount of money, 20.8 trillion USD in the next 3 years. And furthermore, if you look at the opportunities, also according to data reportal, that so far the total number of people that are connected as of July 2022 in the whole world is just a little above 5 billion people. By implication, we have around 36% of unconnected people globally. So averagely, the percentage of connected people, we can say 2/3, while 1/3 are still unconnected. And furthermore, also, if you look at the report of the World Bank, they have also mentioned that if we can increase the level of connectivity to around 75, meaning if we can achieve more, at least 9% of connectivity, that will automatically increase the global gross domestic product by 2 trillion USD annually. So there are so many opportunities. It is because of this, we feel that digital economy and particularly digital foreign direct investment is something that will support the global economy, particularly in Nigeria, which is the most populous country in Africa, and also the largest economy in Africa, and also the largest digital economy in Africa, among many others. So we think with our population that is averagely 18.3 years old, and also with our geographical location, with our huge population, and also the largest economy in Africa, there are so many opportunities that Nigeria can attract from digital foreign direct investment. And this is just in summary to respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And it's exciting to see the energy behind, putting in place the ecosystems that we talked about, the enablers in Nigeria. And I am sure IPAs here gathered will want to do the same in their own economies through these digital FDI enabling projects. I understand if you at any point need to leave us because you're on the road. I think you're in your hotel room, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like a very nice room on the road. But if you are able to stay, you're welcome. But if you need to depart, we completely understand. It's at your discretion, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Thank you for understanding. You are invited to come and take over the hotel room, please.
Thank you. Pilar, I'd like to turn to you next as our second government representative working for CINDE, the Investment Promotion Agency of Costa Rica, where you've been for 24 years. You're the Director of Investment Advisory. So you play a key role in providing sort of the guidance, the counsel to the authorities to how to create the ecosystems. This is a word that is coming up again and again after Caroline used it, to attract digital FDI. Of course, Costa Rica is famous for having attracted Intel. This was already 20 years ago. So you were a pioneer in this space. We know that. 25. Yes. Armando Helbrion, also from Costa Rica, corrected me 25 years ago. So clearly you've done this before, and would love to hear your thoughts and your advice for others in terms of how to do this.
Yes, well, thank you. Thank you so much. I have to move a little further because I don't reach. So I'm going to move here a little further in the seat. So just for you and everybody to know, Armando here was my first boss at CINDE. Now he works at the World Bank. And we did start that kind of journey together when we brought Intel. It was very interesting to see that, Intel also started creating an ecosystem around it with a few of their suppliers coming in. And then what I have seen, and I think it's important for everybody to know, is that everybody reminds me how old I am every time they say that I've been here for 24 years. But the reality is that I've seen the drivers of the companies change through these years and through these decades. Way back then, when Intel was on its look for the operations, quite frankly, incentives were very. I can talk in this one, not in this one. Oh, okay. All right, so I'm going to take this one off because it's kind of uncomfortable. But anyways, it's going to stay right there. So the drivers, a lot of them were incentives, and they were very aggressively looking for incentives. And we remember being very fiercely providing as much as we could, for the company to consider, and we finally landed the company in Costa Rica. Then we moved into cost efficiencies, and then I remember the time in which everybody started looking to Asia because it was a clear scenario of where they would look. They were finding the best efficiencies, and China being a very big market. And that was also kind of a driver then. But taking into consideration what has been said by a number of us is right now, quite frankly, the number one driver is the skill set. We can talk all about the infrastructure, we can talk all about the need for these facilities to grow and these enablers to grow, but if there are not, the skills are not there, it's going to be very difficult for the industry to continue, and for the countries, quite frankly, to get involved in the knowledge service economy. We happen to be blessed because in our journey, we were able to attract everything that has to do today. We talk about smart manufacturing, then we talk about, includes, all the high tech. Then we have the knowledge service economy, which includes software and IT and other knowledge and shared services and so on and so forth. And also we have what we call the health and well-being, in which medtech plays a big role. And we have been able to close that cycle through the years, and we find convergence. Costa Rica is only 50,000 square kilometers. That's it. And we've attracted about 400 companies that form that and that are part of that convergence. So we have been very aggressive in trying to collaborate with the companies. In the sense of CINDE, we are actually an NGO. We've worked with 10 different governments. And we really are the translators. We sit down with them, we have working groups, and we talk to the HR managers, among other executives, on every 3 months. We sit with them, with the multinationals, with the HR managers that are there, and we say, what do you need? What are you gonna need in 6 months? What are you gonna need in 2 years? What are you gonna need in 5? And then we bring the academia. And we say, do you have this? Do you need to change the curricula? And we do that constantly. We also have been taking advantage of the digital economy as well to recently launch a platform that actually was done by ourselves at CINDE, in which, by using artificial intelligence, we have gathered data that is encompassing, it's 17 sectors, 320 abilities, and 320 even behavioral abilities. And with that, when the person actually gets in and uses the platform, it will automatically provide you with what is your route to achieve that skill. So not only you develop that, and it's quick, it's really fed on an everyday basis with data. But then once we've had that data, then we have also partnered with the academia. And so the academia is providing scholarships, it's providing, the country is allowing and subsidizing some of this to develop the skills. The companies, as we sit with them every day, they are also part of this. So at the end of the day, if we're talking about enablers, and I don't know if my colleagues agree with me, but I talk about, it sounds strange, but I talk about the raw material. The raw material for any of the digital economies of anybody is the skill sets. And if there is anything that I can tell the audience, is that it's your people that will enable the companies to go. There will be more incentives, and you'll give some incentives here, and tomorrow there are going to be more incentives in another country. There's going to be more efficiencies in other countries. The economy goes up and down. But the people, your people, and how they represent and how they actually enable the companies to grow, that's what you need to focus in.
Thank you very much, Pilar. It's very interesting, your journey from incentives to cost efficiencies to skills has been the main driver. We, in our survey of investors a few years ago, we asked them what was the single most important determinant to invest in the digital economy, and skills came out as the top, as the overall most. Of course, within specific pillars, there could be specific things such as startups, protection of IP and so forth. But overall, when you looked at the economy overall, it was skills, exactly as you found. May I just ask you to just say one more sentence on your platform, because it sounded so cool, the AI part. So I'm a young person and I want to get digital skills. I go on the platform, I put in my goals, and it tells me what I need to do, and then it feeds that information to the academic communities to provide the services?
Yes, it's actually called Future Up. As you know, they say by the 2025, we've lost 85 million jobs, but by 2025, we're going to create 97 million jobs. So the idea of this platform is that you put your abilities, your technical abilities, and your preferences, and it allows you to reskill. It gives you the path to say, okay, yes, if you want reskilling, this is where you have to go.
Perfect.
And yes, and then you match that with the rest of the educational system in your country.
Thank you. I tried to tease out a little bit the things that I think could be relevant to every IPA in every country, because everybody's trying to reskill, upskill. So, these kinds of tools. Thank you for sharing that. And I think that's a really nice transition to Bernardo.
Sorry, Bernardo. And you know what? I'm going to tell you the best thing about this. And talking about the CHIPS Act and the regional efforts, right? We've actually started working with the government of Colombia to show them how to also develop this type of synergies. And the reason being is because, yes, we're Costa Rica, but as long as everybody around us and around the world provides the right talent and the right tools, it's only in benefit of the industry and potentially the growth and potentially opportunities to bring some. So it's something that we're also sharing, and we'll be happy to share with anybody.
Well, thank you for sharing that widely. I'm sure some people may take you up on that in the coffee break or the lunch after this. You know where to find her, the lady in the blue dress. Bernardo, I think Pilar queued you up very, very beautifully, because she talked about skills and the need for skills. So Bernardo is Managing Director for Digitalization, Technology, and Agribusiness at UNIDO, as well as the Director for Digitalization, Technology, and Innovation. But even before this, he was Director of Technical Assistance and Training at ISO, the International Organization for Standardization. So essentially, Bernardo could correct me, but Bernardo is there to work with countries and companies to provide the right ecosystems, to provide the training, the capacity building for SMEs, for others, to have the right enablers to realize the opportunities in the digital economy, including through investment. And so when Pilar started to talk about the skills, the capacity, the training needed, I just thought it was a perfect segue to what you do, Bernardo, to sort of breathe life into this whole ecosystem. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you, colleagues. Let me just start by saying how delighted and honored I am to be here. We met on Friday, virtually. What a difference, yeah? What a difference to be here today with you, with all this wonderful audience. It makes a difference. Thank you, Waipa. Thank you, well, for inviting us to be part of this panel. And definitely, we are here to bring from UNIDO the perspective of developing countries. And even there, I see that Costa Rica is well ahead. But I started my experience also around the time, and I had the opportunity as a young professional to undertake a feasibility study in Central America to see where the Koreans would be best investing in Central America. It was about selecting the sectors, and obviously coming from Korea, you had electronics, you had textiles, and to remember just two, and to make the point, and there was a big difference, certainly in cost of labor. I mean, Costa Rica was like 5 times more expensive than Guatemala, but the conclusion was very simple. You have to invest in electronics in Costa Rica and go for textile to Guatemala. And this is where we can start what we see as UNIDO. But let me say, this digital transformation has been going on together with a very disruptive era, I would say, in which we are. Technological transformation has been going on, climate change has been going on, disruption of globalization has been going on. On the top we had COVID, on the top we had the energy crisis due to the war, but we have been going on in this space extremely difficult times, and this will continue. And we have been looking the last years on digital transformation, Industry 4.0, how to be ready to adapt the Internet of Things, the data-driven economy, blockchain, robotics, and so on. And we have established a list of priorities, and definitely the big challenge is there are too many inequalities. Yeah, and when you want to tackle inequalities, you have to focus on people. I could not agree more. And when you talk about people, in order to absorb these technologies from the basics, yeah, to the more sophisticated, yeah, you need skills. Yeah, you need skills, because if you don't have the human resources to help you to make the companies then to be ready to support, you can have access to finance, to technology, but you will not be able to transform digitally your enterprise. And what was said before, we need the innovation ecosystem. The innovation ecosystem, and maybe that's a message to the IPAs, they need to be a proactive member of the innovation ecosystem. Sometimes we see in some countries that they are not an integrated part of it, but they should be leaders of the innovation ecosystem. And it's fundamental, because probably this is when we look at investment, the investor will look at what else do we have there. In this framework we developed, we had also the partnerships, and the partnerships seems to be an abstract concept, but this is the only way that you bring the private sector on board. We have our ITPO network, Investment and Technology Promotion Offices Network, and we managed to work together with a company from Japan to bring geothermal energy through the Internet of Things to Kenya. But we could not have done it, yeah, without being this private company the lead. But we managed to get to the company because we had an office in Japan that identified the company. So I think that it is important to see that you need to have several elements. Last but not least is certainly the aspect of the regulatory framework, the governance. It's fundamental. And this goes in relation to addressing broader issues of sustainability, but maybe more concrete cybersecurity. Concrete technological threats are there, and this requires, I think, strong intervention from the government in cooperation with the private sector through other tools like standards, etc. But this is fundamental. One element to conclude and go back to the inequality in UNIDO, we found in our industrial development report, because it's part of what we do, is to look what is the concentration of the patents. Only 10% is 90% of the patents related to the digital production are in 10% of the economies, and the production is in 63% of the countries. This means developing countries are completely excluded. Yeah, there are exceptions, there may be some exceptions, but this has to be addressed. So I think that in order to move forward, you need to address, put people at the core, SMEs at the core, be gender responsible, and certainly sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernardo. And I really liked your initial example of Korea's investment, because it's real, and you've sort of seen this evolution, this journey of Korea targeting Central American market. There are one takeaway from your comments, and then I will, I think, build on a theme that I'm seeing here. But the takeaway is, would it be fair to say that there's a triangle emerging of collaboration, of partnership between investors or companies, IPAs, and IOs that can provide training and support, and sort of the three working together can maybe realize digital FDI opportunities, because the investors have the capital, the interest, the IPAs have the relationships, they're the government, policy advocates, but then the IOs can provide the training, the capacity building, to sort of plug any gaps that they see. What do you think of that triangle?
Well, I could only subscribe to that. And we have to define very clearly the roles. I think that the WEF, you are doing a wonderful job on digital transformation. We have to develop the tools. We have to develop the methodologies and pass it on as soon as possible to the local players, be it IPAs or other local institutions. Sometimes we tend to hang on too long to this, and then there is a distortion of roles. I think it is important to strengthen the national, regional ecosystem, and our role is to look forward, to have thought leadership, but bring it immediately to the countries so that they can be better prepared to bring the investors in.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, which I fully subscribe to. I think startups have become a theme here. And I think startups are a theme, SMEs and startups, because of the importance of jobs and development. And I know this is something that Mauricio has been thinking about, the role of startup ecosystems, especially in the European example and case, but I think this is something relevant to every IPA and every economy, how to foster investment in startups. So I'd like to go back to Mauricio and ask him for his thoughts in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just closing on the file of semiconductors, and just one word on how it is current for every country and every IPA. Those companies are really global investors, because building chips is not just to build one piece. There is the design, there is the basic R&D, there is the primary building, there is the back end, and there's the packaging. So in our case, for instance, we have fairly significant operations in countries such as the Philippines, Malaysia. We've been forever in Singapore, talking about the EDB, the Economic Development Board of Singapore, and NST had a relationship for the last 25, 30 years, and talking about how you can really forge and be proactive about it. But then we are in Morocco, we are in Malta, so on and so forth, and our peers are the same. So there is a unique opportunity really to provide equity in terms of social equity and bring up the digital bar. Back to your question, Mr. Chairman, on the ecosystems. Europe has started late. Europe is catching up. The United States have natural ecosystems around their block leading universities. And those are a case study that is very difficult for Europe to imitate and to possibly to follow. Europe has chosen a different route, which is also different, for instance, from China. China has got the fuel of this century, has got a lot of people, has got data. So China is actually grouping those data and building ecosystems vertically where they need to be in this very large critical mass provided by the number of people. And India, I've heard, is doing something similarly. Back into the questions about Europe, large countries such as Germany and France were at close to zero in terms of digitalization 5 years ago. Italy is still quite behind. Those two specific large countries have done, in different ways, significant steps. Let me just make one comment on France. France, thanks to a couple of large, very large events and programs, are really caught up quite well, and is today an example in Europe on building ecosystems, attracting FDIs, and the result, producing unicorns. There is a correlation. You build a system, you get the FDIs in, and here you get the unicorns, which can be then communicated, people get enthusiastic, and things get working and really there is momentum. I would comment on one specific program that really France excelled. It's a private program that has been sponsored massively and enthusiastically by the government and the institutions. It's called Station F. Station F is a large real estate, is a station, not far from Bercy, if you go down on the Seine, in front of the Ministry of Treasury. And it's a large outfit of around 100,000 square meters, of which half of it, probably 40,000 square meters, are dedicated to a fully integrated house for startups. You have capacity for around 5,000 to 6,000 people, and is a system of in and up or out. You can stay in for up to 12 months, and if you don't produce the idea, you're out. It's a fascinating place for people who happen to go to Paris. I strongly recommend to go and visit. 3 blocks. The first and very important, food. There is a large food court. You would say, why do you talk about food court? Extremely important. You're not going to have success unless you create traffic, critical mass. Youngsters from everywhere in the world, they like to be, open, flexible, casual. They don't need to buy food, but if they like to buy food, they need to sit down. Large food court. Second block, there is the startup block, where you can plug in at very cheap rates, and you have everything. You can set up a company in less than a day. You can send everything you want around the globe. You got the best connectivity, so on and so forth. So the institutions there have been providing the best infrastructure. And then the third block, very important into the triangle that the colleagues were mentioning before, there are 40 corporate venture programs, i.e. companies such as LVMH or Google, I don't know if SAP is there. They are there, and they do produce a program that has a digital content for what they do, but they have access to those 2,000 to 2,500 startups that can actually absorb what the company does in a very synergistic way. So you get traffic, critical mass, infrastructure, simplicity, no bureaucracy, flat. That's what is needed. Here are the results. That program, together with France Vivatech, which is a digital enthusiastic program, which I will not mention for sake of time, produced in France a number of unicorns that go from 1 to 27. So they went from 1 to 27 in the last 5 years. So that is the result. And it is important, the venture capital community as a critical attraction to be there inside of those ecosystems. France was very starting 5 years ago, thanks to this initiative, really went very, very far, very quickly. And now they got virtual venture capitalists coming from France, but at the same time, the population in that ecosystem is 40% coming from outside of France. Here is again the concept, here I finish on this example, of digital FDI. And one last point, very important, you cannot be everything in every subject in digital. There they chose light tech, it's mainly software. For instance, on a study that we're doing in Milan, we probably would be going for deep tech or verticals of deep tech, because the university that we got where we're focusing in has got those kind of deep structures such as semiconductor, optics, so on and so forth. But there again, it's important as you build your place, your house, and you attract people from around the globe, as a population of innovators and startuppers, that you got the right ingredients at the beginning, because then if you get the right people as startuppers, venture capitals will come, and eventually large corporates will join, and that is the blend of success. More to come on other countries, if so you desire, and there is interest.
Thank you so much. I think you just gave us the playbook for France's success. I hope France doesn't mind that you've revealed their secret strategy to develop their unicorns. No, in all seriousness, it sounds like a formula that could be relevant for any country represented by IPAs here today. So thank you very much for that.
And if you, in honor of Caroline, if there is time, I will tell something very positive about Germany.
Please go ahead. Did you want to follow up with something? A comment? No.
Germany has followed a very interesting model that I don't think is so well known. I mean, the Berlin success, everybody knows. But there is another interesting feature. If you look at, there are the large German industrial groups. If you take the top 20 in different sectors, what they did, those are all family owned. Each of them picked, and I don't have evidence, but I think there is a consultation. They pick their core business, which is old-fashioned, and they decided to put a humongous amount of money in digital startups. Here are the results. Out of the top 20, there are 8 large groups that have more than 5 billion each invested in digital startups and growing startups in their core business. There are 5 that have between 1 to 5 billion invested in their own core groups, digital new startups. And there are 5 that are in 5 billion plus in businesses that are related but not core. Only 2 have invested in financial startups. What does it mean? You can invest in startup in an ecosystem, but you need to decide if you want to invest in where you're already good or you have a diversification. Germany, together with the university, has decided to double up for the long-term future on what they, I think quite properly, think they're good.
Thank you for that other example. Caroline, please, you want to jump in? And before I give you the floor, if I may just remind everyone to prepare a question, because I was told I could go over a little bit, because we started a little bit late, but not by too much. So we'll open it up for a question after Caroline. Please, Caroline.
Yeah, let me just tap onto that, because of course I had to look it up as to whether we are engaged. And not only we're engaged, but we acquired the Parisian chatbot from Microsoft's AI factory out of the Station F. But we had our own accelerator in France, and that's probably the more important point, already in 2018 for 50 startups. And that's a model that we replicate in all of the growth markets where we're engaged, because, as I said at the outset, our future also depends on the integration, acquisition, different models of startup support that we provide, similar to what Mauricio described for France, around the globe. The second point that I just wanted to make, because Matthew, there's so much in this session. How many days have we got? Industry 4.0 is essentially, I need to defend Germany. I'm Canadian, but I'm essentially, I've been in Germany so long. Industry 4.0 is essentially a German concept, more or less invented by my last, one of our CEOs in SAP history, Mr. Henning Kagermann. The Germans are very good at industrial automation. And this next generation, machine learning, AI-driven industrial automation is essentially a German concept, and something now with Gaia X that's become a European concept. We still have this much advantage over others globally, and really need to keep pushing this. We don't have a chance to go in depth into that conversation here, but it's something that we must remember for the future of digital transformation. That industrial progress that's taken a huge leap forward in recent years, regardless of COVID and financial crisis issues, is really a big advantage in the European market.
Thank you. So it's a real-world example where we've seen that SAP has been able to benefit from this very approach, an approach that could be relevant to other economies than France and Germany. I saw a gentleman put his hand up. I'd like to maybe take any 2 or 3 questions if there are, and then open it up to the panelists to see who might want to react. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Patrick Bench from Boston, Massachusetts. I'm the former director of FDI development in Massachusetts and now lead government affairs and consultancy firm in Boston. Thank you all for speaking really inspiring and humbling this morning. My question, I've been listening to all of you, is this. We're in a rapidly emerging opportunities for digital FDI, not only at the national level, subnational and municipal level. To talk that talk and meet those opportunities, the investment promotion agencies, their teams need to be ready to meet those opportunities. Would go to you, Mr. Chairman, for the panel, but how do you see how IPAs can both attract, build a culture that's ready for these emerging industries, but also most notably developing the skill sets to be able to talk the talk, in other words, being ready for those venture-backed opportunities and in a highly competitive atmosphere. Thank you all.
Thank you for the question. Do we have any more questions? If not, I would invite perhaps Pilar or Bernardo, if they have any thoughts, to react to the question.
I'll jump in. Nice to meet you, and thank you for the question. So the first thing of how we talk the walk, or walk the talk, is the role of the IPA is our clients are the companies. That's it. Nobody else. You bring a company, they become your client, you help them through the process, you grow with them, you visit with them, you visit headquarters, you look at all their financials, at all their earnings, and the private ones, where are they growing, how are they growing? Those are your clients, and you look after your clients. And so you learn to speak their language, and then you're the translator to whatever organization or whatever other ministry is. So you need to be ingrained. You have to have this, you're part of their team. You advocate for them, you form groups, you invite them. I'll tell you, how does Costa Rica, how have we done it? Last year, it's a record number of projects, 101 new, projects in Costa Rica. 70 of them were reinvestment projects. That is because we are next to them, exactly doing what you're thinking. We're talking, we're understanding, what are we doing? What are you doing? How am I going to be of relevance to you? So in our case, that's what we do. Our clients are first and foremost.
Maybe to add, we undertook a survey on digitalization of IPAs. And definitely, I think many of the responses are to be found there, because if you want to talk, to follow a narrative of digitalization, you have to yourself make the effort. And what we have seen in the survey is that there was a lot of awareness raising in the context of COVID. The awareness of the need of digitalization is there. There have been some efforts on smaller bits of the investment facilitation process to be digitalized, but there is no systematic and systemic way that IPAs are addressing the issue. I think only 21% had a strategy how to move their digitalization forward. And I think this is the key message, to walk the talk, to move from awareness to action. Yeah, and this has not yet happened. I think we are in the midst of it, but from our perspective, the IPAs need support for that. There is a need for jointly, I think it's a joint effort we have to do, is to provide the tools, the methodologies, so that this process becomes reality. But you cannot be conversant on digitalization without making the effort yourself. Just maybe to finalize that loop is also there is little awareness of the challenges that go with it. You're talking about data that you have that you are the custodian. Yeah, so you have to be extremely cautious how you handle this data. So cybersecurity is fundamental. We saw that there is not even awareness of minimum standards that help you to manage properly your management system of information security. So there is a lot of homework to be done. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bernardo. And I think I'm going to bring this panel to a close because I can sense that people have lunch appointments and they want to network and so forth. So I just want to say a couple closing words. First of all, please take up Bernardo on his offer to help with the digital transformation of IPAs. Digital FDI is about also digital capacity in the IPAs themselves. I want to thank this panel for the incredible insights and operational experience. I think that's what we really need in these conversations, is people who've done it and who can share their experience. I'm going to leave you with 7 S's, to take away and see if they're useful in your own IPA work. Attracting investment in semiconductors, not forgetting about digital skills, not leaving SMEs behind, focusing on startups, including Station H, and avoiding silos, which can really fragment economies, and how to integrate all this in perhaps a digital FDI strategy. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. And let me congratulate my panelists.
To whom?
Happy lunch, everybody.
Before you leave, there are a few presents for you for such a wonderful talk, for such an insightful and wonderful discussion in here about the acceleration of digitalization, how we can use it in FDIs. Now let's all make use of this accelerated connectivity by retaining the networks that we're all building today. I know that probably some of you will want to ask further questions to our wonderful speakers here at lunch. And I just want to remind you that there is a new platform that Waipa has developed. That portal is basically like a social media platform, but only curated with the top entities in the global investment field. You can hear all about how you can register for that in the booths outside. And I won't keep you any longer because I can hear from here some of your stomachs growling a bit. So I'll let you stretch your legs, have a good lunch, and see you in a bit. digitalization. And now we're going to see how it has accelerated sustainable finance. The value of sustainability-themed investment products increased by 80%, reaching $3.2 trillion in 2020. This is one of the reasons why development goals and their promotion have become increasingly important for IPAs. FDI, on the other hand, fell dramatically by 35% globally in 2020 as lockdowns slow down existing investment projects. How do we navigate this then? How can we enhance the impact of FDI as we work towards SDG goals? This panel will explore how IPAs can measure the impacts of sustainable investment, the positive and negative impacts of FDI, and why the sustainable factor will become more vital in the future. Let me now introduce you to the leader of this discussion, Nitin Jaiswal, the head of Asia Pacific at Bloomberg. Nitin works with government, regulators, business leaders, and think tanks to help advance capital market development in emerging and developed markets. Nitin, the floor is now yours.
Thanks a lot, and very good afternoon to all. As I said, my name is Nitin Jaiswal with Bloomberg, and I'm based out of Singapore. And I took a 23 hours flight from 3 different transit airports to reach here. So I'm very glad that I managed to come and manage my jet lag quite well. So I'll be your host and moderator for next 1.5 hours, which I can guarantee you is going to be very interesting and very important to you. Interesting because in the first part, we'll see the launch of a platform called SICA, S-I-C-A, Social Impact Challenge for Accessibility, which I'm very confident will play a very important role in the concept of diversity and inclusion by supporting and broadening its scope itself beyond gender. And the second part is important because we are going to have a panel which is going to discuss one thing which you care the most about, which is FDI, investment, and money. So before I talk about the platform and invite the stakeholders, I would like to take a quick 1 minute and share with you a message from my boss, Michael Bloomberg, who you all know is one of the important champion for climate crisis, solving the climate crisis, and making the world a healthy place. So can I just request to play a message by Michael Bloomberg?
To all the members of the World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies, welcome. We're all here today because the climate crisis is only getting more urgent and the need for bold action is growing by the day. Everyone in this room plays a critical part in making sure that foreign direct investment supports sustainable projects. To win the battle against climate change, we need to marshal the power of the private sector, and all of you can help do it. Here at Bloomberg LP, through the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, we're using the power of data to help investors identify climate-related risks and opportunities. Together, we can accelerate progress around the world. And as we see in the news every day, the stakes could not be any higher. So thanks for coming, and all the best.
Yeah, that was Michael Bloomberg, so one champion. So let me invite another champion, Deepak Bagla. He's one of the biggest champion of India growth story as the CEO of Invest India. And last evening, I also realized when Deepak is not busy convincing people to invest in India or supporting innovative ideas like SICA, he's encouraging everyone to have the Indian dessert kheer. So next year, when he hosts you all in India, make sure that you ask him what are the best recommendations of the places to go and eat. And I'm pretty confident he knows the place and he's happy to share. And also, I would like to invite a very smart lady on stage, Paroma Bhatt. She is the public policy manager at Process Group. And yes, when she is not advising on public policy, last evening I realized she can hold a very interesting conversation on Indian democracy, why it works, and how it works at the grassroots level. Deepak and Paroma, welcome on the stage. Now, we would like to play the video, and after that, you can actually share your thoughts on the initiative itself. Can you please play the video?
We'd like to paint a picture of where we are at in numbers. According to the World Health Organization, 15% of the world's population lives with some or the other form of disabilities. In India alone, this figure translates to 27 million people. Assistive technologies can enable people living with disabilities access the same or similar opportunities that people living in temporarily abled bodies have. Clearly, the need is there, and to address this, Process, in partnership with Startup India, Invest India, and Social Alpha, launched the Process Social Impact Challenge for Accessibility, or Process SICA, in 2020.
The Startup India initiative has always enabled entrepreneurs to make a mark in the digital world. And I think this challenge gives the time where we can take Digital India to make it accessible India. And from India, next is to take it to the world. The social impact and the investing challenge where startups with the most innovative solutions from hearing to mobility to providing assistance in every other aspect to bring in inclusion. And the solutions they've been bringing have been very encouraging and have been of huge impact.
It is really heartening to see that entrepreneurs with assistive technology solutions are bringing user-friendly, affordable devices to the market. Entrepreneurs have a large global opportunity.
Through SICA, it's inspiring to support entrepreneurs who are passionate about using technology to provide great, inclusive customer experiences and products, and not only to those who are able-bodied. Looking at assistive technology as a business opportunity is smart business, in addition to being the right thing to do. We're proud to see the positive impact of SICA on assistive technology.
The winning startups are inducted into the Process SICA Mentorship Program, where Process, through its global pool of experts, helps these startups take their solutions from minimum viable products to self-sustaining businesses. If we look back over the accomplishments of everyone involved in the past 3 years, we all can be very proud.
SICA came in at a time where we were at a tipping point. Like you need that little extra help, and then a lot of these things, all these requirements could be met. SICA is a fantastic platform, and I think anybody who is in the AP space must and should apply for it. The focus is very specific on AP.
We had asked very specifically that we want supply chain help. SICA has supported us immensely across the team.
I mean, there are two aspects, right? Knowledge and delivery. So I think that's where this program stands or stood out for us.
I would definitely say recommend SICA to other startups.
When a player like Process or Naspers enters in, there's definitely an element of financial sustainability that is expected. SICA has been more of a bespoke program for us. Some of the challenges that we were facing were around sales, were around marketing, and I urge all the assistive tech startups to apply for SICA.
As a startup, there are challenges in terms of marketing, etc. A lot of people will give you grants. Where the SICA is different is that they will support you, they will guide you. I would say they are absolutely, more than any kind of money or grant that, one could have got.
If the last 3 years have shown us anything, it is the confidence that entrepreneurs, when backed with the right resources, can solve the world's most complex social problems. And assistive technology is no different. SICA has proven to have an impact, and we're committed to putting assistive technologies on the forefront in India and the world. So who should apply for SICA? Well, if you're a startup, less than 10 years of age, already have a minimum viable product, and are registered with your country's investment promotion agency, we encourage you to apply. For more details, you can visit our website that is there in the QR link at the end of this video.
Deepak, when I look at all the 17 SDG goals and different initiatives being played out, according to me, this is one of the most innovative and much needed initiative which you guys have taken. I'm very happy to see that it's getting launched at this point of time. So now floor is to you and to Paroma to share your thoughts about the initiative so that the other stakeholders can get some insight when they go back to their respective countries. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Nitin. And you'd realize those 23 hours were really worth it for this launch, and I can assure you that. You know, I must tell you, we did the first launch, and Paroma has been leading it. This was about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. The first one had a huge response, the second one again. This one is truly close to my heart. 1.2 billion people require assisted support in some form or the other. You want to make an impact, there can be never anything more than this one. This is direct. You guys are blessed. And when you see this, it makes you realize how blessed you are and how important it is for you to give. 1.2 billion is not a small number, and often we don't realize it. It's not just about inclusion. It's not just about equitable opportunity and everything. I think it is an imperative, and I think it is not a choice, but for each one of us to get involved in this movement. What Paroma has done from Process, Astha and the entire Startup India team are sitting here, and the Social Alpha team is here, all of you, is exceptional. And in the morning I mentioned that the biggest things in the world today are finding a solution. The biggest challenges we ever had. So that is the encouraging part, that these solutions are now coming, and they're coming at price points which are actually scalable and can reach down to each and every individual where it is required. So we need to work on it on two aspects. One is to get more and more of these coming, and this is where really thank you for your entire team to partner and to give us the opportunity to partner with it. The first two ones have been excellent. They've been assistant technologies on hearing, on walking, on multiple other ways which have been much of use. And we decided this one, Nitin, we have to make it global. It has to be everyone's responsibility. And I think this is something I can't see in this room anyone saying no to taking it on. It's important. So I really want to congratulate and thank Social Alpha, Process, and Astha, you and your entire startup team at Invest India, to work together to make this change happen. And now this challenge is open, and the challenge now for all of you is not just to find new ideas and thoughts to make it happen, but each one of you join hands and make it happen together. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to bring Sika from India to the world. Thank you, Mr. Bagla, for your very kind words and your support to Process Sika. We are one of the world's leading technology investors, and we have seen what happens when entrepreneurs are given the latitude to just innovate and the kind of problems that they solve in society when they are just backed with the right resources. And assistive technology should not be any different. We all tend to forget that we live in temporarily abled bodies. With an aging population and prevalence of non-communicable diseases, the World Health Organization estimates that by 2050, 3.5 billion people in this world would require some or the other form of assistive technology. That's half the world population today. Imagine that 1 in every 2 persons sitting in this room would require assistive technology in the next 25 years. Clearly, there is an addressable market that we all have potential to tap. And clearly, philanthropy and charity is not going to be enough anymore. So when we conceptualized Sika in 2020, we envisioned it as an initiative with 2 objectives. First, that impact investing, or rather investing when aligned with the country's SDGs, can also be commercially viable. And second, we wanted to create a program for the global AT community, test it in India, and bring it to the world. Sika's startups are its real success stories. In the last 2 years, we have really seen some startups blossom after graduating from this program. From raising equity on Shark Tank to taking their products across the world, the startups have outdone themselves. And we believe that that is an opportunity that can be replicated in every market of the world. So it is our great privilege and our great pleasure to be standing here at Waipa and announcing Sika for the world. So we encourage you to go back to your countries and look at the assistive tech startups that you have in your countries and ask them to apply to Sika, because we are in it for the long term. It's not just about unconditional grants for us. We believe that strategic mentorship can help take their products from minimum viable stages to self-sustaining businesses. We'd like to thank our partners in helping us take Sika to where it is, Startup India, Invest India, Social Alpha, and all the technical assistance we have received from the World Health Organization. Before I hand the stage back to Nitin, I just want to share with you that, we throw around this word of assistive technologies, but it isn't new. A few hundred years ago, people who wear specs would have been considered disabled. Imagine not having the opportunities that you have right now only because you did not have spectacles. And that is the true beauty of assistive technologies. And Sika would be successful and this space would be successful when we have many, many more solutions that become as ubiquitous as your humble eyeglass. With that, thank you for this opportunity once again. Sika is now open, the application is live, so we encourage you and your startups to apply, and we look forward to revolutionizing the space like we have consumer internet startups. And with that, Nitin, the stage is all yours. Yeah. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much for those extraordinary speeches. And now we will begin with our second panel of this Congress. So without further ado, let me please introduce our distinguished panel of speakers. First, we have Sarah Singh. She is a former financial services and management consulting professional, and she currently develops and leads NASPERS and process policy, strategic, and government initiatives across a full range of areas that impact NASPER process and technology in the region. Is Sarah here? Just making sure that we have our speakers here with us.
Yeah, they're there. You go ahead.
So as I name you, just please take your seat. The second speaker is Geeta Rollins, the head of unit of the Multinational Enterprises and Enterprise Engagement Unit at the International Labour Organization. Her current position concentrates on providing policy advice and technical assistance to firms, governments, and workers with a strong focus on corporate social responsibility and the SDGs. Joshua Wycliffe, the Chief Operating Officer at the International Solar Alliance. Joshua also holds a position as a permanent secretary at the government of Fiji. He is responsible for a wide array of projects in areas such as the environment, housing, urban development, and local governance.
Well done.
Joshua, if you're here, please do join us on stage.
Yeah, you can take this.
Our fourth speaker is Cécile Pilot, the head of unit of the Microeconomic Analysis, Investment, Climate, Private Sector, and Trade and Employment at the European Commission. Cécile has been working for the European Commission for more than 15 years and has a well-rounded expertise in areas of health, economy, trade, and climate. Welcome, Cécile. Natasha Santos, the Vice President and Head of Global Stakeholders Affairs and Strategic Partnerships at Bayer Crop Science. Natasha's team develops engagement policies grounded on transparency and integrity, aiming to achieve measurable environmental and social positive impact at scale. Nitin, I think you have a full house of women here. I leave the microphone to you.
Jenny.
Oh, yeah. We have
Jenny Chase.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't
Sorry,
think I
this
have
is Jenny
her here.
Chase, my colleague from Bloomberg New Energy Finance. So she is an expert on solar industry. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so as you can see, that the Sustainable Development Goal number 5 of gender equality, we managed to crack it today. So we have 4 and 2 on the stage. So genuinely, we have a true representation of men on the, the main stage. So I'm very happy about that. So in the spirit, gents first this time, because we have only one from that gender. So I think the way we are going to actually look at it, I'm just going to set some context in terms of numbers of what's happening around the world, and then we will take the conversation forward. So let me set the context. When we look at that, certain numbers I would like to share. So we are in the year 2022, and exactly the halfway mark in the decade of action to meet the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, 2030, and we are like almost 8 years into that. With just 4 years into the project, 2 major events occurred back to back, and we all know that. And the world, which was already struggling with patchy progress in meeting some of the Sustainable Development Goals, saw the progress either slowed down, in some cases halted, and the world has, in many cases, has experienced a pullback in some of the critical gains we have made in the first 4 years itself. So to share some numbers, which I picked up from the UN, 225 million full-time jobs were lost due to pandemic. Women have been affected by employment losses to greater extent than men. Human Development Index, critical indicator, declined for the first time since its introduction in last 2-3 years. Extreme poverty estimates had to be revised upward after a long time. FDI fell by 42%, with Europe and North America recording the steepest decline in goals. Relevant sector is of particular concern in developing and least developing countries. And the UN estimate, when in 2015, when we launched the initiative, the funding was to the extent of $2.25 trillion to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. And when we look around with the global economy, especially in the developed world, where we are looking at some kind of a possible slowdown and recession, and which is also a main source of FDI to the world, we are going to see not only increase in the SDG funding requirement of 4.5 trillion, but also slow down in terms of what the money will be available on the table from the developed world because of the economic crisis we see everywhere. So given this context, I thought it will be a good time for us to take a pause to understand what each one of us from a different background and institution we represent, what we are doing with special focus to the initiatives the investment agencies care about. And then we look at assessing what has worked, what can be done better, so that we can actually look forward in terms of accelerating the progress, because we have very short time left. And after losses, there's a much more urgency to accelerate the process. So the discussion will revolve around 3 parts. So we'll take a pause to understand what's happening, and we will assess what has worked and what is need to improve. And then how can we accelerate largely from the funding side, so that without money, we will not be able to much progress. So the third part will focus on the funding to accelerate the process. So that will be the quick background on that. So Joshua, let me start with you, and then we can go from our left side. Is with your opening remarks, International Solar Alliance as being playing a key role in terms of SDG 7 and 13 in the clean energy and environment. So we would like to hear from you as to what your firm is doing, which can be linked back to the work the investment professional agencies care about. So over to you.
Thank you, Nitin. At the outset, let me thank and extend my gratitude for inviting me to this session on impact FDI and sustainability, enhancing the impact of FDI and linking projects with SDGs. That's exactly what we stand for. And as a part of Waipa's World Investment Conference 2022, it is a great privilege and an honor to be here to provide my opening remarks. In this day and age where energy transitions for fighting against climate change is seen also in the light of adoption towards solar and solarizing, the world is presently witnessing a major transition in the energy sector with dynamic changes on both the supply side as well as the demand side. And the dynamics, although in this transition have different, take a different dimension in different countries, what we are witnessing, both externally and within the International Solar Alliance, is the impact of certain commonalities, or common factors, which include the need to drive economic growth. And we just heard you, Nitin, say the number of jobs that were lost due to the pandemic, and further driving the economic growth, especially within small island development states, and also least developing countries. And so the need to drive growth, the need to move away from traditional income generating industries and segments, and also the need to meet the demand of growth in population, and also the trend in urbanization, and also the recent interest in protecting environment, and the awareness of environment protection. All of these are common threads across various countries in their quest for transitioning to within the energy sector. And like you said, the past decade has set a strong initial momentum to transform the energy systems for the decades ahead. So the energy transition towards net zero economy and the ambitions that globally countries are putting forward, and the International Solar Alliance's commitment to be part of supporting its member states in being able to achieve their ambitions. These have all been hot topics of discussion both within ISA and in our actions and our action plans, working with the various nations that we work with. And of course, adoption of solar energy systems by these countries has been recently of prime importance. And like I said, in this scenario, solar power continues to be one of the lowest costs and the most economic solutions for adding generation capacities to cater both for on-grid and off-grid demand. The solar sector enjoyed in 2021 alone as another record year, nearly 191 gigawatts of new solar capacity additions. And the recent growth has been driven to a large extent by policies, laws, regulations that encourage investments in the sector. A recent exemplar has been in the Pacific, 2 banks investing into jobs for nature, in being able to provide jobs and provide investments towards having nature-based solutions through solarizing some of the issues that they have within remote island states as well. While all this is happening, the world has seen a 27% increase in energy transition investment across various technologies in 2020-2021, with global investments reaching a record high of $755 billion. However, what ISA finds is that the mobilization of investments earmarked for energy transition has been skewed towards developing nations. And this also holds for investments, especially for the investments earmarked for solar adoption across the world. Despite the benefits and the pressing need for accelerated adoption of solar systems, there has not been a uniform deployment of solar technologies across the globe. And this is evident from the fact, for example, Africa has installed 0.9 gigawatts only in the year 2021. That would represent more like a 0.5% of the new global installed capacity. So Africa accounts for only 1.3% of the global installed capacity, despite having nearly 600 million people in population within the population that do not have access to electricity. This ISA finds as a result, the refuting the notion that countries with high technical potential for RE adoption shall be a benefit to the most and lead in the race of renewable adoption as a whole. This is supported by the historical trend of solar energy investments, which have been disproportionately low when it has come to Africa, with the continent receiving only 4% of global power sector investment. And this is for the year 2020, despite having some of the richest solar resources in the world that we see today. So that ISA finds and works towards a need for a revised approach for mobilizing investments towards solar adoption.
Yeah.
With the expansion of PV applications to mini-grids, standalone systems, solar home systems, and various other off-grid applications, like solar desalination, there's a huge untapped potential for solar expansion while ensuring electricity access and helping in the transformation of developing and undeveloped nations, including smaller and development states. A clear exemplar I'd like to point out that ISA is involved is providing sustainable agriculture in smaller and development states that traditionally have always wanted or depended upon tourism, some of these coastal, smaller and development states, to wean them out of that as a depending business, but to move away towards agriculture.
Yeah.
So ISA is involved in some of these areas where they're able to solarize agriculture.
Joshua,
I wasn't sure how long you had for me to speak.
Yeah, I think on the funding side, we will come back because that is my third part of the conversation. So if you don't mind, we will revisit that on the third part. And I think I will, go ahead with the panelists to get their works and their views on the work which they are doing. I think the labor market has been severely impacted with the pandemic and all the crisis. And I think that must have actually taken a lot of gains which we have made in first 3-4 years back. So please share the works which ILO is doing, which links back to the IPAs and the Sustainable Development Goals.
Yes, well, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting, again, the International Labour Organization to participate in this discussion, specifically on impact investment. And I think this is really the topic of this session. And you may know the International Labour Organization is a specialized agency of the United Nations. We have 187 member states across the world. And of course, our mandate is really the promotion of decent work, and decent work as an important means to achieve social justice. And when you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, decent work is a very specific Sustainable Development Goal, namely Sustainable Development Goal 8, and that is combined with inclusive economic growth. And as you pointed out, over the past years, I mean, since the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals, the world has changed tremendously through a number of changes, including in the labor market. You mentioned, of course, the loss of employment, how women have been specifically impacted. But also we see a rise in child labor, we see a rise in forced labor. We just came out this week with a report on forced labor, the increase. So it's clearly that inequalities in the world have been on the rise over the past years due to several crises. You know, of course, there is the pandemic, but there are other crises ongoing. And in a way, what COVID has done is, in a way, exacerbated existing inequalities in the world. And I think that's why it's even more important to really focus on impact investment. For the ILO, investment and trade is a very important vehicle to contribute to decent work and to inclusive economic growth. And we've adopted a number of specific tools, I would say, to work together with governments, employers, workers, specifically enterprises also, in stimulating the positive contribution that business can bring to decent work, including, inclusive economic growth, you know, through their own operations, through their supply chains, because we've seen that, of course, this link or the positive or the benefits from investment for inclusive economic growth are not automatic. They require certain policies from the government, but also responsible business practices from investors. And that really, the way we work on the SDGs, the way we work on investment was also the basis for our partnership with Waipa. And I do want to highlight the very close collaboration we have with Waipa and a very successful collaboration we've had with Waipa since 2016, because we really found each other in the context of the SDGs, I should say, because Waipa, with its members, IPAs, was clearly seeing how the SDGs, in a way, were a different way of looking at investment. and of course wanted to partner also with the ILO specifically on SDG 8. And as you mentioned, reflection on what we've been doing before we then start talking about, what are some of the challenges and how we need to scale up. I think over the past year, since 2016, we've been working with IPAs, doing capacity building on how to better incorporate SDG 8 into investment attraction, investment facilitation, to closer link precisely the investment attraction to national development priorities, the SDG priorities in the country, but then specifically decent work priorities, more and better jobs, linkages with national enterprises. We've been facilitating exchanges of experiences. And more recently, we've conducted also a survey with Waipa among IPAs on what is needed to accelerate action in this area. And I think I will keep, some of the outcomes of this survey for the second part in our discussion.
Yeah, and also I encourage everybody to actually have a deep dive into the report, because it's quite an interesting report, the survey report they have come up with. So in preparation, it really helped me when I actually looked at that. So now let me move to Cecil. From your perspective, I think the inclusion is something which you are looking very closely at, and because that is a very big challenge which we saw earlier also. So why don't you share the works which your organization is doing, which link back to some of the SDG goals and also the work which the IPAs are doing?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. I think this is very important now that we are here. I'm coming from the European Union, the European Commission, and the department in charge of development cooperation, which is called now International Partnership. And it's not because we wanted to change the name, but because it's something very meaningful in the way we want to also deploy our support to partner country and our official development aid in a way that is working really with private sector and along investment. So very important to talk today to the IPAs, because it is really with the investment and fostering and supporting the investment that we will see many of the SDG being, Hita was talking about decent work, but also, of course, the green dimension. The Green Deal is very, very important for us in the EU, but also a digitalization and so on that comes together if we have investment which are sustainable, and we try to support this increase of investment in our partner country. What do we have as a tool to do that? We have been already deploying some tools like blending and guarantees. It's really to sort of leverage private investment and to work really closely with DFI, so Development Financial Institution. We have already new program, and we will accelerate that. We are accelerating that already, and we will in the next futures. We have a specific tool which is called EFSD Plus. It's a special fund for sustainable development investment. And along, we just before the summer issued a call for proposal to all the DFIs, and it is really along 5 windows, but really the sectors of energy, very important, agriculture, digital, health, and also sustainable finance, and SMEs. So it's 6, sorry, I forgot one. So also SMEs, because there is really a lot of growth that we can get also from the SMEs. But basically, this is with tools like this, which we think we can really sort of accompany the public-private investment and make it really make it more feasible in our partner country. We do also that, and I think this is important, we want to do that also in a way that is more impactful. So going back to the title of this session, but also so focused on certain key priority and certain key projects, much more than we've been doing in the past. So rather than deploying everywhere, but just focusing on some project, and together also with our EU member states, working really together strongly in a Team Europe spirit. So that's what we're trying to do also on the methodology of working, and also with major sort of investments that we have in mind along the communication we issued earlier on Global Gateway. So really starting with really from strategic investment and trying to support those in the sectors I said. So that's what I can say to start with, really sort of shifting also quite a lot of our focus towards supporting investment.
Yeah, thank you. Now let me move to Natasha. So you represent the private sector. And I was just reading some of the work which you guys are doing in the space of agriculture, which is also a very key element of one of the 17 SDG goals. So why don't you share what your organization is focusing on to solve one of the challenges which IPS are facing to, achieve the SDG targets?
Thank you, moderator. Yes, so first of all, thank you for having us. I think it's really exciting to be in a panel with so much diversity from an expertise and sectorial point of view. So hopefully we can showcase different perspectives on the topic. So let me take the responsibility maybe of representing the private sector. I think a few things I wanted on this opening remarks. First of all, maybe I'll structure quickly when opportunities and challenges without going much into the challenge details. But I think we need to remember, at least from a private sector, I think the SDGs was really a critical moment in the international landscape because the SDGs are in itself transformational. And from a private sector point of view, they are transformation because they help us with the direction. They help us the challenges we know in terms of interlinkage, but from a sustainability strategy point of view, even from a ESG strategy point of view, the SDGs are directional for us. So as representing my organization, Bayer, when we announced our commitments in 2019, our public commitments, that is a result of many years of discussions, we have aligned the vision and the North Star with the SDGs. As an example, and I will focus on the agriculture division, which I represent, but as an example, we have 3 transformational public commitments, one on accelerating climate-smart agriculture, and we strongly believe that commitment is linked with SDG 13, with SDG 17. For example, of course, this is on top of our own operations and our carbon commitments. We really want to enable our farmer customers to reduce GHG emissions and to capture carbon, for example. And we have a direct connection here with the SDGs on top of scientific valid methodologies. A second area is around environmental impact, food system agriculture. We have talked a lot about trade-offs and the environmental aspects of that. We strongly believe that that's connected, for example, with SDG 13 and 15, and that was part of the discussion and part of the North Star. Again, using public developed scientific methodologies by UNEP, for example, when we think on international standards, or the University of Denmark and very important universities consortium, where we actually measure our portfolio and we make portfolio decisions, for example, based on that commitment and scientific valid methodologies. And then maybe the one that I will focus most on this dialogue is around empowering 100 million smallholders by 2030, which we strongly believe, and is part of our reports, that is connected with the SDG 1 and 2. And that's really about tailoring services, driving partnerships where we can tailor service to smallholder farmers in low and middle income countries, thinking about them being more profitable, them being more, them generating business and reducing their risks, and really having access to technology and finance. So it gives a North Star. So I know we have a lot of challenges that were exacerbated by the health crisis that we manage as a society and economic crisis that we have been through, but this is from a private sector. This is a really important North Star that guides those ESG strategies that are a demand from stakeholders, of course, from not only a business, from a reputational point of view, and our shareholders even. So that's very important from a private sector. There's no way back. We have to go forward in that direction, making the reports transparently and measured. And then maybe quickly before I pause, I think the challenge for us is, of course, as I mentioned, we need to measure, we need to do it transparently, but I guess the SDGs were conceptually driven to guide policy, right, and to guide policy impact. So some of the challenges that we have when we actually talk about measurement and indicators is from a private sector, where do we fit when things are too much interlinked, public-private and third-party validation on where the impact really is happening from a societal point of view, from a livelihoods point of view. How can I measure if a technology really improves livelihoods, right? So we need the third-party validation. We need to actually better, let's say, develop that from a private sector point of view, and I think that's something we can do in collaboration with non-private organizations and even public sector. And then maybe finally, I guess, important things in terms of methodology, there is still a challenge in credibility when particularly private sector reports impact indicators. For example, we have reported our TCFD, so the climate finance piece reports. We have, of course, as many of those organizations joined the SBTI. We follow their targets when we think about our own operations, but then when we go on nature, on water, biodiversity, there's a lot of challenges on how we actually, create those measurement methods, make it credible, make it third-party valid. And then I think those are the challenges that we have, and I think this should not hinder us. This should just foster more collaboration and foster more, innovative thinking, so we can make sure that we are responding to societal demands and requests and expectations as needed from a private sector point of view.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll come back to some of the ways we can get more private sector involved in that. So Jenny, so you're an author. So she wrote a book, Solar
Power Finance Without the Jargon.
Without jargon, yes. So it's quite interesting because, the energy is a very key focus along with equality and poverty in the Sustainable Development Goals. And we heard from Joshua, some of the work with International Solar Alliance is doing. So from where you sit in the space of research and you look at the entire world and deal with different stakeholders, what is the work which you guys are doing, which you have observed, which people in the room will find it useful?
So we're incredibly lucky at Bloomberg. Our job is to provide information to the governments, to the financiers, to the big corporates who are making investments. So we get to sit and obsess all day about data, about how much things cost and how much things are worth and how much is being invested. And for a certain sort of person, that's a great job, which I am that sort of person. And it was really good after hearing Nitin's list of things that have gone worse this year to think, well, clean energy transition investment actually went up 27% from 2020 to 2021. And it was also up in 2020. I forget exactly how much. But investment in clean energy and the energy transition has almost always been a record for the 17 years I've been tracking this sector. And one very specific piece of good news for you. Joshua complained that most of the investment last year went into the developed countries, which is true, of course. I'm afraid that's always true. And in general, that doesn't hold back investment in developing countries, though. There was one specific way that it has this year, though. There's been a shortage of solar panels this year because the total amount of polysilicon production in the world is constrained by capacity. And meanwhile, demand has gone absolutely nuts. Demand for solar installations has risen from about 182 gigawatts last year to about 251 gigawatts worldwide. And very particularly in Europe, because our energy crisis is particularly extreme here. And most of this is not subsidy, it's not policy, it's just people looking at their energy bills and going, I think we better do something about this before winter hits. And also in some countries that are not Europe. Lebanon, for example, seems to have bought 50 times as much solar as the year before. Because they're having a massive crisis, which is not good, but they are buying it and it will help. And next year, there is a lot more capacity to make solar panels coming online. There should be roughly double the quantity made as was installed this year. And so we should have plenty of modules able to go to these developing countries. So if you're trying to develop energy projects, microgrids, or anything that relies on solar in developing countries, next year might be a good year for it to actually happen.
Yeah, thank you. So for the second part of the conversation, I want each one of you to be part of it. I may get one or two people to share their ideas, because what we are going to discuss in the second part is, what has worked in terms of the execution of the SDGs, is there a need for us to really recalibrate either the goals or the subheadings, or maybe the execution itself, which we need to relook at? Because, as I said, after pause, that is what we need to see. Otherwise, there is no way for us to accelerate that. And then I have a few follow-up questions. So please raise your hand if you want to contribute according to your perspective, if we need to recalibrate the way we are approaching execution on the SDG side. So, from the last part, I think quickly, I just wanted to check with you on the capacity building, Geeta, is in terms of the technology is becoming such a big, factor. And we talk about the inclusion and having more women and, people into the workforce. Not everybody has access to technology. And the world is evolving faster where you do not have access to technology, you may be left behind. So do you think that technology is a very, is an enabler or is a disruptor in achieving the sustainable goal for inclusion as far as the inequalities and employment?
Right, so that is a very big question. And honestly, it's a question, in the ILO, we have a lot of discussions on the future of work, what will the future of work look like? And when I was talking about all of these disruptions, in the labor markets, there have been quite a number of them, and you can call them crises, like the pandemic, which actually has generated a lot of innovations in terms of teleworking, but at the same time raising more, I would say, challenges in relation to work-life balance. So there are all of these disruptions happening in the labor market. And when we are talking about impact investment, and I do want to bring it back to the role of the IPAs. I don't think we are here to discuss, whether the SDGs are still valid or not. I mean, they are an international consensus, that were agreed between all of the member states of the UN. We keep them as a goal, as very clear goals for 2030. Of course, they are aspirational goals, but they are very, very important. And I think specifically now that we are going through these different kinds of crises, it actually helps us reflect, what is it that we should be doing different to achieve them. And I think that is precisely also why the IPAs, are at a critical moment of reflecting, what it is that we've been doing in the past, investment attraction into our countries, but has this really led to changes in terms of making progress on the SDGs? And that is at a critical moment because we have no time to lose, whether we're talking about the environment, whether we're talking about more and better jobs, whether we are talking about a lot of other important developments at the moment, renewable energies. I think, it's a very important one at the moment. We see the impact happening every day. So we should be doing things in a different way. And I think within the ILO, there has been, many calls on building back better, and then it was, is it really about building back better, No, it's building forward better, So what is it that we should be doing in a different way? And as I said, when we did the survey, with the IPAs in relation, as part of our partnership with Waipa, you mentioned it's on the website of Waipa, and we really want to thank all of the IPAs who sent back the questionnaires, because we know they are heavily surveyed. Yesterday we had another survey, I think, by our sister agency, UNIDO. So we are really pleased. We had 68 responses from the investment promotion agencies. And it's clearly for them that more and better jobs is extremely important when you talk about investment facilitation, investment attraction. But there are a number of challenges also that the IPAs are facing. It has to do with getting the right data in place, convincing their own, I would say, governments that these kind of linkages really need to be made with national development priorities. There's also the whole development, I think, in relation to responsible business conduct, and I'm very pleased to see that we have a representative of the private sector here. We see that the whole responsible business conduct agenda is becoming increasingly important. So how are the IPAs actually using also this agenda to stimulate more responsible investment, investment that really contributes to or real delivers benefits for the host country where this is happening. And again, we're bringing it back to SDG 8 on inclusive economic growth and decent work for all. So how is it happening? Is it really creating the jobs? Is it helping skilling, including skilling for the future of work? Multinationals can play a really important role in upgrading the local economy, in providing all of these opportunities, in giving indications to the governments on the kind of skills that are needed for the future, for the country to really be part of the global economy and provide all of these opportunities. And I think, there's one quote actually from the survey we did that I think is actually really telling, and it said, there is a clear desire from the IPAs to strengthen their negotiation position with investors by adopting tools and processes that can help them to objectively assess the role of FDI in promoting and contributing to decent work in line with the SDGs, and including through a set of KPIs that clearly make the link to the SDGs. And that is something that we hear, in our conversations with the IPAs, that very often the KPIs do not yet take this fully into account. And I think that is also the role of an organization like the ILO to really help the IPAs in moving into that direction and get the full support of the government in doing that. Because we see a lot of, and I'm just speaking, from my own experience working in many different countries around the world on decent work, is that we often see there is a lack of this policy coherence, right? So we have one left, or we have one side of the government working on certain priorities, and we have another one, part of the government working on other priorities, and some of them are engaging with the private sector themselves, depending on in which country they are investing, have or may have different behaviors, So there's a lot of coherence that is actually needed to come to this collective action and accelerated action to achieve the SDGs.
Yeah. So I think it's a very fair point you made. I think, the goals are set. We need to look at the approach to solve it rather than to discuss about the goal itself.
Yeah.
So I think that's what we will actually focus because we have next 20 minutes and, we have this part and then the funding part to come back to. So before Cecil, I come back to you, I just wanted to find out from the audience, is there any good experience, the IPAs you have come across, where the execution to achieve the SDG goals was very successful? Because the other people may find it useful. Anybody would like to share? Okay, fine. So in case if you feel like, just raise your hand, I'll visit you guys to do that. So I think if we can keep it like, in next 10 minutes, if we are able to cover this, then we'll come back to funding, which people actually, the investing, which, people care about also. I think, Cecil, from your perspective, in terms of the execution of our approach to meet the SDG goals, do you think we need to recalibrate? If yes, how do you think we can actually do that? What are some of the lessons which IPS can take from that conversation?
Thank you. Maybe a couple of points and building on what Kita was saying on the responsible corporate also behavior. This is also something which we are speeding up or gearing up a little bit our approach as the EU. We have published a proposal this year on corporate sustainable due diligence. So because due diligence has been done voluntary so far and the proposal aims to do it mandatory. But of course you can see it as saying it's a burden, but it's not. We do believe it's not, and it can be turned into an opportunity. And that's also very important for the IPAs here, because it's like when you look at what kind of company and so on from the start, making sure that they have a process in place to look at sustainable aspect being decent work, Gita talked about, but also the environment, and it's incorporated in the way that you are building your corporate operations basically. And it's not, and then due diligence is something that should be embedded and there are enough guidance and experience so far also the OECD to guide and to make it practicable, implementable by business. Of course, for the smallest business, it may be more of a challenge, and that's where also we are developing program also and support tool to help them in our partner country so that they could put that in place in their operation and then be able to trade and to do also business properly. But I think here it's really on working on the private sector also so that they play their part, increasingly their part in the SDG. So I think this is something that will come up, but we have already the proposal now, it will have to be implemented. Something else, just to react, also wanted to what I was mentioning before, of course, this sort of investing together private sector with public money, the guarantees, the blending that we have, that is starting. It's still some work to be done, and we see still the investment gap is huge, as you were saying before. If we take one example in Africa for infrastructure, we see that 10% of the fundings it's by the private sector, done by private sector. So we still put a lot of money there where we can get much more and leverage much more in terms of what could be done, because the infrastructure, it's something that is sometimes very basic but needs to be in place for many other things. So that's an area where I think we can still continue and work together. We have the ambition with our new global gateway strategy and the FSD Plus to mobilize up to 300 billion euro by 2027, so before 2030. This is ambitious, but we have the means there to try to get into that, and we hope we can work with FDIs and the private sector to do that.
Yeah, thank you. So just let me check if Joshua is there, if you can join us. Joshua, you're there? I think we'll revisit once we get the connection back with him. So Natasha, I just want to change the track with you for this question. How can IPAs improve the collaboration, or the corporates improve the collaboration with each other so that there is an efficiency in terms of execution to meet the SDG goals? What are one or two ideas on the table?
Thank you. So I think we alluded a little bit on the comments here. I think the role of IPAs is, and a very important role, is really being the catalyzer where we can attract investments, being the catalyzer of attracting investments where profit, as a private sector representative, profits can be gained by focusing or by identifying opportunities on social and environmental outcomes on top, of course, of the economics, right? And then maybe I'll give a practical example and travel from Geneva to India, because not only I'm very passionate about our work in India, but it's really significant for us from an ESG strategy point of view and from a sustainability point of view. India is one of our key countries from a smallholder's point of view, as everybody could imagine, from an agricultural sector perspective. So not only we've been in India for 125 years, so think about long term, that's one of the challenges as well, balancing short and long-term investments and outcomes from a private sector point of view. But an example I wanted to bring here to the audience as well is in India, not only ours actually is a platform with other partners, but the Sustainable Rice Project. I guess rice for Asia, I hope I think we know that this crop is critical from a food security point of view, of course. But what we are trying to do there with other partners, again, is to switch, and I'll be technical for a second, just to get very concrete because of your question. We want to switch from transplanting rice to directed seed rice, to alternative wetting, drying, to conservation tillage. And I'm using those technical terms because that means that we want to engage farmers to change practices. And why to change practices? Because we believe those practices have, and from the pilots and from the data that we have been gathering for the past decade or so, those practices will have a direct environmental outcome. As an example, a reduction of 2 or 3 tons of methane per hectare, 30–40% of water use reduction per hectare. So those are clear environmental outcomes that then could link back to SDGs and could link back what we expect actually to create additional revenues and additional value proposition to those farmers, not only thinking about how they manage risks on changing practices and do they have the technology available, is that technology tailored for that crop in their country? For example, startups, we are looking to work with startups that tailor machinery, focus on a specific crop and machinery for that country that maybe it's not today on focus. But if you create the system and you think about those systemic challenges and bring the partners on board, we can create the systemic solution that is needed to accelerate projects like that. So thinking about that environmental outcome and then hoping that that environmental outcome will create additional value and economic value, and I mean additional cash for farmers first, and then that will generate value in the system, in the end-to-end through the value chain. So I think this is an example where green investments and where shareholders expect as well, and then I think IPAs can be a catalyzer of that and then help us to measure from a national point of view, from a national priority point of view. Think again about India. Water is a critical issue. So if that has a high value, so IPAs can really be the catalyzer and the facilitator, getting private and public sector who is interested on getting this to scale, because scale is the main point for us to be transformational. So get this to scale and then attract investors that really want to contribute, and then do the transparent third-party validated measurements, and then really contribute to the policy goals that that country has. So I think IPAs, as we all know, have a critical and continue to have a critical role on accelerating this type of investments.
Yeah. Thank you. So that's a good input on the private-public partnership. So Jenny, let me come to you on the finance side. Let's quickly go through that in the spirit of time, because I thought we will have enough time to conclude, but the topic is so intense. We have a lot of points to cover. So I think on the finance side, the FDI is something which people in the room actually care about also, and that's one area of your interest. So what can we do to accelerate the flow of funds in the developing and emerging markets in the clean space? There's one or two ideas, then we just move across in the individual areas where we focus on what can we do and help IPAs in terms of attracting investment. So let's start with you.
Provide good information about where can be invested in the country, which will, and what returns can reasonably be expected, and what the risks are there. I have a lot of financial clients who their job is to make these investments. They want to find them, but they can't invest if it's going to all go south. And their main criterion for is it not going to work is what they want to know is, will it generate electricity? Will they get paid for the electricity? Will the electricity get to people? And I think IPAs do a fantastic job. Sometimes, from the financial perspective, they don't necessarily provide that information as a priority.
Yeah. So Joshua, you're there? I think we so kind of unable to connect with him. So Natasha, from your perspective, what can we do to get private sector to provide more capital and work with IPAs to move the needle?
I gave an example. I think let's think about mechanisms, right? One example that when we identify a project that meets, as we are talking about the transformation, those environmental, social outcomes with where profits and transformation can be made, I think identifying those projects, for example, use of, and I'm here from an industry point of view, right? So a technology provider. So IPAs, which already happen, and we have great benchmark around the world, but IPAs that could help us to identify, or the use of blended finance, for example, or guarantee schemes, for example, that combine with our technical expertise, with our technical know-how, our funding in terms of investment as well, and then how to meet that to development finance organizations. So being that facilitator can really unlock a different type of investment and really create the strategic partnerships that we need to fill the gap from a technology point of view, from an expertise, from a know-how, but as well from a finance and from a risk management point of view, which is so important. So I think that's a concrete example that the IPA is the facilitator, the catalyzer in the countries for private investments.
Yeah, Cecil, so I think a lot of money coming to the clean energy. We need to really figure out how we can get the similar kind of money into the work which you and Geeta are doing. If we can quickly share that.
Yes, you're talking about energy, right? The question?
So basically, how do we get more capital coming into the different spheres of SDG goals?
I think I was very happy to hear what Natasha was saying and the link with IPA playing a role also to link with the DFIs. Because we hear from the EU, we give the money to the DFIs. The DFI are the one on the market which are talking to the local banks, to the pipeline, building the pipeline. We can help, of course, and I think that's what we are also trying to do in the future, to help, to support for building the pipeline. Sometimes the DFI do not see, especially if you talk about SME support. They don't have the links and they don't know which project to support. And here the IPA could play a very good role because you have the connection with actors, private sector coming to you, wanted maybe to be interested, maybe they don't have enough funds and so on. And you have the DFI on the other side who have the means because we help them with guarantees. So you can make a very good interface between the two. So I very much agree with what Natasha was saying. So on our side, working more on the pipeline or technical building, capacity building and getting this project, which are sometimes they're maturing a little bit more so that they are ready to get the access to finance and so on. That we are putting also quite a lot of focus, especially for SMEs, because then they're very, very small and they need to mature and so on. So we need to support, to have that before it can be brought into blending and guarantee mechanism. And I think also what I wanted to say as the last thing is something where I think the IPA is also very important because we talk more and more about value chain approach also. If you look at a country like Africa, to develop really regional, continental value chains, but really put the value addition also in the country, starting there with the raw material and then processing and blah, blah, maybe in another country. And then IPA are very well placed to kind of support and see where the value chains elements can come in, where you can get the different interests and the different business and building, helping us to build really this process on the ground and making it a reality.
Yeah, thank you. Geeta?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the question is anymore, but honestly, I think the IPAs play a really critical role in driving, finding, of course, the partnerships with the private sector because they are basically the investors, but making sure that it really brings the benefits for the host country also of these investments. And it's about this partnership, right? But it's then, steering also that investment in a way that indeed it generates those benefits for the host country. And it is, by looking for what are the vulnerable groups that actually should be, steered towards employment opportunities, certain regions, that need to be further developed as part of inclusive economic development, stimulating the linkages with the local enterprises so that more also happens from that side. And I think there, as I said, it's an important opportunity to really reflect by the IPAs, in how far it is happening, what are the kind of methodologies they are maybe missing to really start measuring, what are the current benefits of a lot of the FDI projects that are coming into our country. Are they really aligned with the national development priorities? What are the kind of outreach also the IPAs need to do, maybe to other ministries, to have this kind of national dialogues on is the FDI flows, are they coming to our countries? Are they going into the right? With the existing investors in the country, how can we scale up? I think, Natasha, again, your example of being in India for such a long time, you must be a really trusted partner. So how can you further stimulate those collaborations I think that is a very, very important role of the IPAs. And just in our own work of the ILO, you know, we normally work with ministries of labor, we work with employers, organizations with the trade unions, and we are reaching more and more out also to the IPAs. And you know, we have our specific instrument, which is this Declaration on Multinational Enterprises and Social Policy, really to stimulate the positive contribution of multinationals to decent work. And we have systems of national focal points in the countries. And I just want, I don't know whether the Ghana is here in the room, but actually among the focal points for the promotion of this instrument, we don't only have the Ministry of Labor, the Employers Organization, the Trade Union, but also the Ghana Investment Promotion Center as a focal point. And that shows how, in a way, this coherence at the national level and the linkages between FDI, more and better jobs, and how this really should work together. Again, this is from the ILO perspective, of course, you know, there are the other, you know, the environment, but this is really, really critical in moving forward on the SDGs.
Yeah. No, I think it's quite, if I can summarize the conversation, what we had so far, I think the time is short in terms of achieving the goal. The execution is very complex and difficult. And the only way we can actually achieve this, and the word which you use is the collaboration. So I think all the stakeholders have to come together, share, learn, and then figure out how to move forward. And I think also what is more important for us to really broaden the horizon of that money is not going into only one or two areas because of, you know, returns, good returns, but we have to look beyond that and ensure that all the 17 SDGs are getting enough attention and capital from all the stakeholders for us to really truly move the needle when we get into 2030. So we are running short of time, so I have to apologize that we are unable to take questions and also some of the other things which we wanted to discuss. But I think we got some very good thoughts as to how to move forward, and that was a goal. And we will continue the conversation as we move out into the coffee area, so feel free to reach out to them to take the conversation forward. But at this point of time, I would like to thank Joshua and my four panelists present over here for giving a deep insight into how to move the needle to achieve the goal by 2030. Thank you, and thank you to the audience as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitin. Thank you to our speakers for such insightful answers in here. Really a pleasure to be hearing you all here. And if you have any further questions for them, please do take advantage of this half-hour networking break. And before you go, actually, we have some gifts for you. So please do not move just yet. A token of appreciation for taking the time to come. And for those of you who were not here in the last panel session, I just want to remind you, if you are a member, Waipa has developed a new membership portal through their website, and you can now register. All the details to register are outside in one of the booths, and basically the importance of joining this portal is that you will have access to the top entities of the foreign investment field. So it's basically like a social media platform, but curated with all the networks that you're building today. It's the best way to be retaining the connections that you're meeting today. So I encourage you to register in that. Thank you.
some yoga for a few minutes. Please settle down, please. Eyes closed. Just sit straight. Slow deep breathing continuously. So I'll give some relaxation technique. So you can do in your chair also. So first one I'll give is IRT, instant relaxation technique. So 20-minute tightening, 20-second tightening of the whole body, followed by 40-second relaxation. So instant relaxation technique. How we can get relaxation in 1 minute? Just sit straight on the seat. You can stretch your legs. Lean back on your chair. Sit in comfortable position, eyes closed. You can stretch your both the legs. Keep your legs together. Just follow the instruction. 20-second tightening of the whole body from toes to head. Then 40-second relaxation. Now bring your awareness to your toes. Stretch your toes. Tighten your toes. Tighten your ankles. Tighten your calf muscles. Pull the kneecaps. Tighten your thigh muscles. Squeeze and compress your buttocks. Exhale fully, suck in your stomach. Now make fist. Hold the chair, tighten your fist. Then inhale and expand your chest. Squeeze and compress your neck muscles, facial muscles. Tighten your whole body from toes to head. Tighten, tighten, tighten. Now release. Loosen your whole body, relax your hands. Loosen your legs, each and every muscles of your body. Just relax, 40-second relaxation. Lean on the chair, relax. Eyes closed. Enjoy the relaxation. Feel the warm relaxation all around. After the stimulation, tightening of the whole body, you can feel nice relaxation. So this relaxation technique we can use anywhere, in sitting in chair also, in lying down position also. So next relaxation I will give just instruction I can give. Quick relaxation technique, 2 to 3 minutes relaxation. Just you have to close your eyes, just listen the instruction. Eyes closed, normal breathing, slow and deep breathing. Now bring your awareness to your abdomen. Feel the movement of your abdomen. Your abdomen is moving up with inhalation and exhalation. Feel the natural rhythm of your breath. Abdomen rises up as you inhale. Abdomen sinking down as you exhale. Just watch it. Try not to disturb the natural movement of the abdomen. Only watch out. Now synchronization of breathing with the movements of your abdomen. Inhale slowly and continuously, bulge out your tummy like a balloon. Then exhale slowly and continuously, collapse your abdominal muscles. Relax your abdominal muscles. Inhale slowly and continuously, tummy rises up. Then exhale slowly and continuously, tummy sinking down, abdominal muscles sinking down, collapsing down. Now third phase of the QRT, quick relaxation technique, breathing with feelings. Inhale, feel your whole body getting energized, fresh and cool air, fresh oxygen throughout the nostril entering your body. As you exhale, feel your nostrils, warm air coming out, releasing all stresses, tension, tiredness of the whole day program. Inhale, feel the fresh air, energizing your whole body. Exhale, feel the warm air coming out. Your abdominal muscle relaxing down, collapsing down. Enjoy the feeling of warm relaxation all around. Now stay in deep silence. Feel the silence all around. Be in silence for a few moments. Silence is the source of our real nature. Silence is the creativity. Silence is the bliss. Greater the power of silence, greater your energy, your creativity, your freedom. From deep silence, let us chant one Omkara. Inhale. Now rub your palms, join your palms together, then rub your palms. Make it warm. Give a nice massage to your eyes, facial muscles, neck muscles. Thank you all.
Yeah?
1, 2. So we are about to start in a couple minutes. So hang in there. Don't leave. And if you have colleagues outside that you can text and tell them to come, feel free to do so. This event, we've gone from digitalization to sustainable finance and now to global value chains. Yes, this is yet another aspect gravely disrupted by the pandemic. And that is still affecting the economy, of course. Although global value chains are a strong driver for growth and job creation, particularly in developing countries, the pandemic has forced investors to lean more on nearshoring options to mitigate the risks. But what implications will this rethinking of location, footprints, and regionalization mean for the world of work of IPAs in particular? This reshuffling of global value chains and its impacts on investment is exactly what we're about to explore. Allow me to introduce our next panel of speakers. Escipión Joaquín Oliveira Gomez, Assistant Secretary General at the Structural Economic Transformation and Trade at the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. Mr. Oliveira is a national of the Dominican Republic with 30 years of experience in drafting, managing, supervising, and evaluating multi-donor programs and projects for the creation and strengthening of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises and business support organizations at national and regional levels. Welcome. We have John, Vice President at Intero's Resilience Lab, There, he leads generating data-driven insights, research, and analysis on supply chain disruptions, topical issues, and best practices for supply chain risk management. Welcome. We have Armando Elbron, Investment Promotion Workstream Leader at the World Bank Group. He is currently a Senior Investment Policy Officer with much of his current work centering on FDI and investment promotion. Welcome. And last but not least, I don't know if Mohammed is here. Mohammed Al-Mualim, Executive Vice President at DP World. With more than 3 decades of experience in port and terminal operations and management, Mr. Al-Mualim has led the growth and development of the region's most important port through a period of major expansions, defining and driving its strategic vision. Welcome, Mohammed. And last but definitely not least, please welcome the leader of this discussion, moderator Anna-Marie Baisden, Head of Autos and Infrastructure, Country Risk and Industry Research at Fitch Solutions. She has headed Fitch Solutions' automotive research team since 2005, extensively covering the global autos market since late 2021. She has been focusing her team's research on the electrification of vehicles and the associated infrastructure. Welcome, Anna-Marie. The microphone is yours.
Thank you so much, Ariane. Thank you. And as Ariane said, I'm head of one of the research teams at Fitch Solutions. And before we start, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Waipa for allowing us to be one of the sponsors of this fantastic event, because it's really touching on so many of the issues that are important to economies and to investors and to the flow of investment at the moment. And as Ariane was saying, the supply chain is one of the top issues in mind at the moment. And so I'm hoping that we're going to have a really enlightening discussion on this today. We have a fantastic panel. And I'd just like to start by asking each of you just to give a line or two on your role and how you relate to this topic. If we start with Mohammed.
Mohammed Al-Mualim from DP World, Executive Vice President in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Our company mainly is involved in what we call transportation. In terms of cargo, supply chain, which basically connects all dots around the world to make sure that cargo flows on time. And we have different verticals where we are in ports, economic zones, free zones, logistic parks, logistic companies, shipping line, and in some countries, railways as well. So if you, the way you can see it, it's a full complementary verticals which really serves as a one service provider from end to end.
Thank you. Garant?
Yeah, so hello everyone. Garant John, I'm a Vice President at Interos. We're a supply chain risk and operational resilience software company. Our headquarters is in Washington, DC, although I'm based in London. My role is to head up our resilience lab. So rather than kind of focusing on software development, I spend my time doing supply chain research, looking at major sources of disruption that impact our customer base, and working on kind of thematic research primarily for procurement and supply chain leaders, although we also cover information security as well. I joined the company in January. My previous 10 years has been spent as a senior supply chain research analyst, most recently with Gartner. And so supply chain risk, digital transformation, those kind of topics are ones I've been covering for, well, quite a few years now. But anyway, great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. And Armando?
Thank you. Very impressive. I'm really excited to be here with all you all sharing this panel. And my name is Armando Heilbron. I work for the World Bank Group based in DC. I'm also based there. And I oversee investment promotion globally for the World Bank Group. That means from Fiji all the way to Haiti and Central America. We manage about 77 projects actively. And that means technical advice and financial support to the countries that request this support. This is typically part of a bigger picture in which countries want to foster private sector involvement in the economy, including SDGs, global value chain accession or participation, FDI, etc. And I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last but not least,
Thanks a lot. I work for the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States under the leadership of His Excellency Mr. George Rebelo Pinto Chicote, who is our Secretary General from Angola. The OECBS is an institution created in 1975, and in which 79 countries from Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific, myself being from the Caribbean, work together to transform the world in a better place. We try to promote the sustainable development of our countries and the gradual integration of our economies in the world economy, seeking to reduce and eventually eradicate poverty. That is our mantra. In this regard, we're implementing a private sector strategy based on macro support, meso support, micro, helping fund also all of this, so a specific pillar on funding. And at the macro level, what we do is to help change policy, and we work with the World Bank and with other institutions and governments to have a business-friendly environment that will allow the private sector to flourish. At the meso level, we support private sector organizations in our countries to be more efficient, because a lot of the private sector organizations in our countries, I often say, it's like a snake that bites its tail. Given that you don't offer services, nobody pays fees. And given that nobody pays fees, you don't offer services. So we're really trying to transform the private sector organizations to really deliver that service. At the micro level, we help specific companies, mainly SMEs, with direct support. For example, we have a specific support with the Tony Elumelu Foundation in Nigeria, helping women in Africa insert themselves in global value chains. And for that, we give grants from $10,000 as an initial seed capital, and then we can go up to $50,000. But these people, we accompany them technically. We cannot do that for every SME or every country, so what we do, we manage around 20 programs with the European Union, which is our partner for the longest time, and we manage a portfolio around 600 million euros of investment. But in every program, we select different countries, and we work through the exchange of best practices. So our role is through collaboration. We work together with partners. We work a lot with the United Nations. I personally worked a little bit with the biports, because you have the port of Caucedo in my country, and you have a logistics center that, in fact, I have taken the whole Caribbean to see as the way to go, the logistics center that you have in Caucedo. So we really try to establish partnerships in search for a better world, and that's what we try to do.
Great, thank you very much, everyone. So in terms of the discussion, I think we'll start at the beginning with why value chains are such an important part of the economies, particularly for developing countries. Ariana referenced it at the beginning. We also heard about it in the opening remarks this morning for the whole event. It's a thread that's going throughout the day's talks. So Armando, given that you deal with so many different countries, what is the link that you see between FDI and the value chain?
Yes, thank you very much. No doubt that there is a strong link, and it's not new. It comes from even the 70s, when investment promotion started to get a sense in most of the developing nations. Since then, we were talking about sectors, and still today, we talk about sectors. What are the sectors in which your agency focuses on? Manufacturing, agriculture, services. But since those times, the best agencies were focusing on segments within sectors, or go all the way to a particular activity. So let me just mention an example that many people know about, semiconductors. We talked about it this morning. So it's not about attracting Intel as a company, or Taiwan Semiconductors, or Samsung as a company to a country. You're attracting a link of a value chain of that company that you can aspire at because of your competitiveness in the country, matches what the company needs for that particular value link in the global value chain. So you see, it's like a piece of a piece of a piece that you are now able to, because of fragmentation of production processes, you are able to bring this to your country. So there is a strong link when you analyze these value chains and you go beyond manufacturing all the way to apparel and textile, you can see that in Haiti, there is a very good opportunity to bring some pieces of the global value chain of apparel. But you have to be very specific as an agency so that you can talk to the right companies and convince them about your value proposition. Thus, FDI happens.
Thank you. And Mohammed, you're one of the companies that have been attracted. You're expanding in emerging markets. So what has been your experience in that emerging market expansion?
I think when a crisis like COVID happened, it has really brought to light and to surface that supply chain has become the most important one because of the interruption which has happened. And not only that, and I think also it's reliance of the countries in terms of, especially those countries that we saw that either they are into exporting commodities like food, or countries which are importing food, beside all other stuff. But of course, in a crisis time, you tend to focus on what is priority. And in that sense, we in DP World, of course, moved in terms of a strategy to create that kind of resilience that was spoken earlier, is that how do you create a resilience in a well-designed supply chain network, which has all these verticals inside that I mentioned earlier, to make sure that really, even though there's disruptions that are happening, that you're able to move things from one end to another, especially when you have, from where we come in DP World, that everything comes under your one control. And that's where really we started to look at. Of course, every area and every continent has a different environment, different circumstances. There are continents which are very weak in their transportation infrastructure. They're weak in terms of really, basis of how to deal with these things. There are countries which are good and there are countries which... So we are really everywhere in the world to make sure that we are able to enhance and bring and make sure that we are able to be resilient and sustainable and able to move things whenever it's needed. So there are factories might be working, funds might be there, goods are there, but if you don't have a good, strong network of supply chain with all the components of logistics in it, then the rest really doesn't bring you any benefit.
Yes, and you made a very good point there about different situations in different countries, different continents, especially on you're dealing with a number of different regions and countries. And you said that you're actually supporting, working in partnership with those countries. So would you say it's enough to say, here's investment in the country, or are there more responsibilities that come with it?
Well, attracting investment is important, but keeping it is better. So the idea that we really need to create, and we work in partnership, I wouldn't say that I work in partnership for the countries, I work for them, in fact. Our institution is organized through which our board are the ministers of the countries. For example, we organize yearly meetings of trade ministers to discuss WTO issues, value chain issues, and we have programs through that. So the idea that we really try to work with them is, first of all, to show them that your competitor is not the country next door. If we really want, and we're really trying to promote the African continental free trade area, or the Caribbean single market economy and the integration of all Central and Caribbean through, in fact, hubs like Dubai Port, I said that we have in that region, you have Guadeloupe in the Caribbean, you have Dominican Republic, you have Curacao, you have Panama. So why don't we work together through prosperity? Because for us, especially I worked a lot with IPAs, and in fact, in the Caribbean Association of International Promotion Agencies that was recently created, or created some time ago, I was one of the persons that launched it, or relaunched it. We talked to the people, please, don't start competing with each other on advantages, because you're going to sell poverty. And what we're really trying is to sell development. So there has to be a trust between the public and private sector. There has to be trust between neighboring countries, and that is what we help to build with, like I said, along with the things we do it with the African Union, the Caribbean, the Caribbean CARICOM, CARIFORUM, the Pacific Island Forum, and also with donors like the European Union. We work with the United Nations and the different countries. So I think that the best thing for promoting value chains is have a good business environment and creating trust between partners, also creating trust between the consumer and the companies. And I would say also telling people that they can make it. A lot of the smaller companies see joining a global value chain like an impossible job. And it's like if you like to go a marathon, if you want to do a marathon, you don't go the first day and try to run 42 kilometers. So today I'm going to do 100 meters. I'll do the 100 meters with you. Tomorrow we'll do 1K. The next day, 10K. So this is what we do, accompany people in a group towards that. I hope I responded to your question.
You did indeed, thank you. But that also raises a good point, that once these companies are in the value chain, do you think this shifting of the value chain can create opportunities for them to start to move up?
Oh, definitely. You have to start little by little. One of the things, for example, our countries, we take West Africa, between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, they produce, 90% of all the cocoa in the world, but they produce very little chocolate. So rather than to sell raw beans, now we're working with them to sell maybe paste, and then you have also very good chocolates being developed. You don't necessarily have to compete with Nestlé, but you can also change the consumer habits. In some of these countries, local people don't drink chocolate, they just sell it, so create a habit. I come from a tourism country, I come from Dominican Republic. So if we can say we have 10 million tourists a year, that every morning a tourist in Dominican Republic will wake up with a chocolate in its pillow, that's already a good industry. You could have already a lot of SMEs selling that little chocolate, and you start there. That person will come back to its country, and they'll say, I like Dominican chocolate. Let me take the Haitian chocolate now. And well, because I like rum, I like touring the Caribbean through rum. So you don't necessarily need to compete with each other. Sell the chocolate of the ACP together, have different tasting. You can do the same with rum. And the link, it seems kind of a disconnect in our countries that we want directly to sell to the European Union and we don't sell to the local tourist market. So one of the things what you're doing is, if you can already sell to a hotel, especially international chains, you already have the quality, the necessary quantity. That is a big test. You don't necessarily have to go directly, I'm going to sell it in a supermarket in Germany. So it's a process, and a process that needs trust, and it needs also an infrastructure. You need quality infrastructure in the country, people to certify. You need transport infrastructure. You need a cold chain. In many of our countries, you don't have the necessary cold chain to be able to ensure that the products arrive even from the country to the supermarket. One thing that I was involved in the past, in my own country, if you look at before in the past, we sell tomatoes. We produce tomatoes. So what they do, they put tomatoes in a truck. So the first 3 feet of tomato is tomato paste by the time it arrives to the factory, because it's all compressed by the size of the tomatoes. We told them, no, buy plastic boxes, and then the weight of the tomato won't be. That's simple, but it changes the productivity humongously. And we told the processing companies, you buy the cases, you give it to your producers, you ensure that they're clean, and that directly, simple, but a productivity enhancement of incredible. So I am not into rocket science. I am into little things that change people's lives. And that enhancement in productivity hopefully is transferred to the farmer. We want a world in which tomorrow farming in our countries is not synonymous with extreme poverty. And that is unfortunately where we are today. So we work with what they call the living income differential, created by Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire for the cocoa industry, that we want to expand to have a minimum resources for the people.
Same question that a lot of people will be interested in. Armando, maybe you could start with this, is how do countries optimize their participation in the global value chain?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. It's not a secret that we have had a more frequent series of crises that are being compounded, and this is increased issues in the global value chains. That has led to increased cost, which nobody likes. Inflation is at the 10% in most countries that we are tracking. And of course, this is not something that consumers or companies like. So they're desperate at looking for options. And this, they are strategizing about increasing resilience, and you guys can talk more about that, increasing resilience, which is not putting all the eggs in one basket that is going to disrupt them and being unable to sell the product or service because of one supplier not being able. Our data shows the following 3 statistics. Companies are looking for ways. One is supply management change, or SMC, supply management technologies. 80% of the companies that we surveyed are looking for such a technology to relieve them from this situation. Second, 70% is to increase with the suppliers they have, one more. So you've heard of, I had one supplier for this screw, now I'm going to have 2 or 3. And with the 60%, companies saying they are looking for nearshoring, if not already moved into nearshoring. So how agencies can position themselves in this decision-making of companies? This is exactly what research does. IPAs must have a very strong research department looking for these type of opportunities. Maybe geopolitical, maybe it's China +1, as we have seen from our stats, that companies are deciding to cut down in China, then move somewhere else. And so countries in Asia should be looking, because it's not that the companies are shutting down, let's say in China, and then moving to Dominican Republic. Not necessarily. It depends on the sector. It depends on the global value chain. It depends on their market, on their strategy. So basically, agencies should be researching and then re-strategizing what segments they're going to be trying to pull attention from investors.
Thank you. And Mohammed, as one of these companies that has been expanding, what do you think companies should be considering while looking for perhaps alternative options?
I think, as what you said, is really the companies should, I mean, again, from COVID, it has been learned that dealing just from one area or sourcing from one area could be very risky, especially in a situation where you have crisis. So there are many companies now looking at really relocating in terms of being nearshoring or an area where they have, better accesses to things. So it's because it's not only disruption to the consumers, but it's disruption to the countries' economies themselves, where that has a negative effect on them. So that's where we really come in terms of what we found out, that it's very important collaboration with governments, in terms of working with the governments and making sure that come up with kind of synergy together to make sure that we are able to build capabilities in those areas. For example, in India, we are looking, because of our investment in India and because of our network in India, and because India being a major country in terms of exports, that we are working with the Indian government of Made in India, in terms of working with them to help them to work together in terms of increasing export to the destinations where it is needed. And also in countries like in Africa, for example. I mean, we are there in Rwanda, in Kigali, where we have created a similar situation. We have been able to connect them. So during these pandemic times and during even post-pandemics, that we need to now create this, what we call the platform for those companies which are able to locate themselves near to those areas where they really need to supply or buy from. So then it really benefits the whole world rather than just that particular area. So this is really where we are going.
Thank you. Geraint, did you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I think the good news for many of you in this room is, as you've both rightly said, is there is a big move, certainly from a supply chain strategy and network design perspective, to diversify operations to different countries, whether that be manufacturing, whether it be sourcing, whether it be distribution. So I think that's the good news. You mentioned China. Many of our clients, many of the companies I've been working with over the last few years are gradually beginning to move some of those activities to other countries, whether in Asia, Southeast Asia, South America, or elsewhere. So I think that. I'm new to the foreign direct investment promotion world, but it would seem to me that that ought to be good news. Having said that, I think the bar, if you like, is constantly being raised in terms of the requirements that you need to fulfill as a country, as a region, and as an operations base in order to attract companies that are going through this diversification. So all the familiar things have already been mentioned in terms of transport infrastructure, in terms of labor pool, skills and education, all of the things that I'm sure many of you here in the room know far better than I do. But I would say there are, to that list are being added things like, a more of a focus on country risk. What are to the previous session, what are the environmental and social risks or opportunities that are present? Those are going to be evaluated much more rigorously by many companies than they would have been done in the past. I also think we've seen the drought here in Europe, in China, in parts of America, in South America and elsewhere in the world over the last few months. I think climate change and the risk of extreme weather, whether it be drought, floods, wildfires, etc. Those things, again, most companies I work with, most companies we survey are not doing much assessment on those things at the moment, but that's going to become a much bigger focus going forward, I think. Okay. So I think, as I say, there are lots of opportunities for you all, but also the bar being constantly raised higher.
Yes, Mohammed?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think one thing is also very, very important which has come out of all this, I think, is technology. It has pushed us very hard in terms of really investing in technology to make sure that in terms of time, in terms of data, in terms of knowing. So you do your decisions on a smart way, so then you can really achieve the maximum benefit of it in that sense to be able to reduce the cost, to be able to reduce the time, deliveries and all that. So I think that's one thing which has come about of this as well, is really the technology. And I think that's a path that we will continue to move, go forward with that.
Sure.
Yes, I want to jump in. What my colleague said, I strongly believe that the need really to invest in all of these things. I would say environment for the companies, social justice, and all of this. But what we're also discussing is that these rules have to be developed together. What we are afraid at our level is that new rules are being developed into the global value chain, where I'm participating very closely with the textile value chain. We're talking about DNA marking for cotton, very complex things. They can easily transform in non-tariff barriers to trade and exclude the same people that we wanted to help. So what we're really trying to work together with our colleagues from the north is let's develop these rules together. Let's sit down and see, can we actually do blockchain technology when in the farm you don't have electricity or a computer, or nobody can actually use that? So, and I always say, we love our environment. I grew up in an island, and I am a person that likes sailing, swimming, and we love our children as well. But a person has to eat every day. There has to be a balance. When you work in these global value chains, you have to ensure that these rules are worked together and also apply the necessary technical and financial resources for people to be able to comply. I always say, let's use the carrot, not the stick. And that is part of the things that we're doing together with our partners, is this discussion has to be global. And definitely is the way to go. But if you put rules that are unattainable, people will always find the trick of circumventing them, and that is not what we want. So I just wanted to have this little thing on that part, but I think that, and this is why we work together with partners. Let's discuss, let's sit down. One of the things that, again, because I know Dubai Port in Dominican Republic quite well, they have a cold storage facility in the port, which was something new for everybody. That helped a lot. Simple discussion. What do we need? Okay, we put it, and that helps everybody. That helps the business, that helps the companies. Little things. Again, I am not a rocket scientist. We just have to discuss and develop rules together and put the necessary infrastructure through also PPPs, the roads, etc. You need a road. How can we sit down to bring, if you want to insert the global value chain, but it's impossible to bring, I don't know, the cotton from in the middle of the desert to the port? We work together. We do a port, we do a highway, we do a concession. That is the things. But of course, in order to be there must be trust. And this is where the environment, the business environment is the most important. Trust among partners and being able to say directly to the person, I don't agree. It's not because you don't agree with somebody that you're against him. But let's find solutions together.
Thank you. And I think in talking about extra requirements that countries are trying to meet, Mohammed raised a good point about technology, which I think is something else we should cover because, you know, the industries that are using the supply chain are increasing technology in their industries. The supply chain itself is increasing technology. It's throughout the supply chain. And Geraint, I know this is very much in your wheelhouse. How do you see companies using technology to mitigate their risks in the supply chain?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a number of different elements to this. On the one hand, obviously, we see developments in areas like 3D printing, for example, in robotics. All of those kind of developments are helping companies to be, particularly manufacturing companies, to be much more efficient, much more productive, but also to inject greater flexibility into their operations so that they can maybe customize products for a local market, for an individual customer, consumer, move the production and capacity around, particularly when there are kind of disruptive events. So I think that's kind of one element. I think automation is another big factor, again in terms of efficiency and productivity, but also when we're talking about something like reshoring or nearshoring, the reality is that many countries or companies that over time have outsourced and offshored a lot of their activities are, if they want to bring those back, well, guess what? They don't have the labor pool, they don't have enough people with the right skills to actually perform those jobs. And so, automation has to be, if you're going to do that, then you have to have, more machines, more robots in order to make that possible, and also to bridge the cost gap, which is another factor. I think, technology, you mentioned risk. I mean, my own company is very much in the space of trying to help our customers to kind of think ahead, get ahead of potential sources of disruption, whether that be environmental, whether that be weather-related, whether it be logistics-related, whether it be geopolitical, cyber events, and also, ESG and sustainability. So I think, technology or modern technology has a role to play in helping to bring relevant data and information, to equip people with the kind of insights that they need to make better, faster decisions. That's important if we're looking at where we need to set up our operations or where we need to shift or diversify our operations. It's also important in terms of what kind of things going on in the world and in our extended supply chain do we need to be aware of? What kind of risk factors do we need to analyze? Where are our highest sources of risk and dependence, across that extended network? So that's where my own company is very active. We're trying to encourage companies to be much more proactive about how they model and plan and sort of think about these things further ahead rather than just constantly reacting and responding in the moment. That will always have its place, but it's only one half of the equation. And if you want to be kind of truly resilient, as I think Armando and Mohammed have mentioned, then certainly you need to be much more proactive. You need to invest up front. You need to plan ahead.
Certainly, and as someone who covers the automotive industry, I know one of the problems they've had is that it's based very much on a just-in-time model. Yeah, and so now the thinking is, what is the future for that model? And so bringing the supply chain nearer perhaps can help with that. But I'd just like to pick up on the automation point, because another area we've looked at in our research is automation in ports. So Mohammed, do you have experience of increased technology in ports and in your expansion?
Absolutely. I mean, it's all driven at the end of the day by efficiency, speed, and productivity. And therefore, then you pass on the savings to your clients and customers, and therefore it's a chain. In automation, of course, depends where the automation can be taken place. That we are doing it. For example, we have equipments without any more operators or human beings on them. So therefore, now the machines are being done from a control room, or from a control room where you have a joystick and basically done by a system. And then also we're using robotics in certain areas where it's a very dangerous kind of operation. So then, you don't have the human element there, so you remove the human element, and basically you have the robotics doing that kind of job. We have all the systems in place where basically everything is done with AI, in that sense that it's really predicting and forecasting for you. Where when you're using the AI and your systems, then your error is kind of zero. You don't lose any of the containers. Imagine among millions of containers that you have, suddenly if you have few containers which have been missed or lost, it's an impossible task and basically lots of time and efforts. So definitely in our industry, I think automation is taking in every aspect of it to make sure that we are really using it for our own benefit, and then that benefit can be passed on to the industry as we go forward.
Yeah, and I'm sure in the cost environment we're in at the moment, that's greatly appreciated by all parties.
Absolutely.
But we've kind of touched a little bit on nearshoring, and I think throughout the day, nearshoring, reshoring, onshoring, all these strategies have been mentioned quite a lot. Armando, I think I'm going to put the million-dollar question to you. From your data and the work you've been doing, is it happening?
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, I was thinking about that and providing some examples. The survey we did with more than 1,000 multinationals across the world is showing some interesting data in terms of whether they have the intention or not. And I mentioned a few things, which is about 60% of these companies are using this mitigation measure to increase their business continuity. We call it resilience, but for them is business continuity. I need to continue my business, otherwise I go out of business. In that context, 60% are saying, I will need to consider some sort of nearshoring, onshoring, friendshoring initiative. And what we know, it varies by sector and it varies by regional location. So in terms of some sectors, automotive, close to your heart, what we know is that definitely they need to be closer to their markets, because having one component being made too far away with the logistics situation, it's hurting them, it's hurting their profits. So what we have noticed is their intention very high on nearshoring. Their actions, what we're starting to see, Tunisia, Serbia, North Macedonia benefiting tremendously from this. We are already starting to see some projects, these are countries we help, in which they have, after being prepared with their good value propositions, because this is not overnight, they have done some research, they were ready for these sectors, they have been trying to get the attention of investors, and they have gotten some good level of success. But all of a sudden, this is the wind that they are needing to push their sail. And in this case, they are getting the results because of this sort of being in the right place at the right moment. Automotive. Semiconductors. Okay, so there's a debate whether it's nearshoring, friendshoring, or something else, and Pilar can tell us because she's been a lot more working with this sector than I have. But what I know is these are very high-cost little things that can be shipped from the moon if it was necessary one day. So they don't really care about the logistics in terms of the cost because they're not moving heavy stuff. The value to cost of logistics is minimal. So they really worry about the best location to produce one thing and then ship it to the next thing, and next location does another value-added process, ships to the next one, and it goes on and off. At the moment, because we know chips are missing in many of the products, they're looking for increasing like twin capacity. Somewhere else, they need the capacity. And I don't know what the conversation of the US delegation was in Taiwan, but most likely we can all guess they really want to have some dual manufacturing capacity somewhere in the US or every country is looking to create this capacity again. So semiconductors is rethinking how to deal with this. It's very expensive to have a fab, which is the front end of the semiconductors value chain, but then you also need the back end of it, which is assembly and test. And these are the things that Dominican Republic wanted to do some time ago, and Costa Rica is already doing it, and Mexico is doing it, and then Vietnam and China and the others are already tapping into this opportunity, and it's happening as we speak. They need to duplicate this capacity. As a matter of fact, Intel announced going back to Costa Rica for assembly of this about 2 years ago, precisely when COVID hit. So the company most likely had been thinking about it, and now this was the time to do it. Then move to food and beverages, or food in general. It's more of, being close to market. So some of the countries in the Eastern Europe have been benefiting of this situation. But look at this. I learned yesterday, and sorry for this, but Holland, because of SDGs and their national determined commitment to the Paris Agreement, they have to move farmers away. They need to divest of their very core business of agribusiness. Do they know their stuff? They do. So I would be running right now to meet with these Holland, Dutch investors to bring them to my location because I got the right thing to offer. They would be actually in the move, but not necessarily for nearshoring. It would be a little bit of the opposite, but for a good reason. The last but not least, textiles and apparel. And so this is also a very mobile value chain, especially the apparel, the sewing. You pick up the sewing machine from one place to another very easily, and many countries have experienced this over the years. So this is my last example. Being close to the US market, which is still the largest market for apparel and textile in the world, is very important to companies. So very recently I learned that a Korean company decided to reconsider their footprint, FDI footprint, in the region, and they had made an investment in DR. They also are reconsidering Haiti. They do have. They're also reinforcing Guatemala. And last but not least, they put a thread manufacturing facility in Costa Rica. So this is exactly bringing closer to market many of the things they have in Asia. So very fascinating. Back to you.
Yes, please.
I wanted to jump in what Armando said, and also, again, this is investment promotion agencies getting together. What can the investment promotion agency do to help really to people to insert the value chain? Is to know what are the needs, understand really, like you said. If you're going to do semiconductors, you want to promote that. Do you have enough engineers in the country?
Okay.
Is there a link with the universities? In many developed countries, and also I must say that India is an example to follow. India, South Africa, Brazil, you do have a very close relationship between universities and research centers and the private sector that you don't have in other countries. Of course, the US, Europe, they have. So we have to promote this. You must understand what sector you're promoting. What are your advantages? In my own country, we benefit tremendously from tourism to export fresh fruit. You don't see why. Why? Because a tourist going to the beach takes a small bag and sandals, and the belly of the airplane is empty. So we just filled it with fruit. We filled it with plants. We filled it with melones. How you say melones?
Watermelon.
Melons, yeah. We filled it with melons. And it's also understand your niche. What are my strong points? And there I also want, what another role the IPs can do is a mentality change that has to happen. And you have to work strongly with customs. You have to change the mentality from a custom official, from a person that is just going to tax somebody and people feel aggressed sometimes by the tax authority. You have to change that mentality. He has to produce a service, and that is a trade facilitation service. And that trade facilitation service, you will pay for it. So it's a whole change in mentality. Also understanding, something that we also have been in this environment, and you talked about Haiti and Dominican Republic. We trade under different rules. Haiti trades to the European Union under everything but arms, and anything but arms. We trade under the IPA. You cannot accumulate rules of origin between both countries. And that has hampered joint investment in textiles that was working and stopped it. So we're really trying to work with the African Union in that sense. What are the rules that would allow accumulation of rules of origin to have a whole product in the region and allow true continental value chains in Africa, and hopefully facilitate the work between Haiti and Dominican Republic if they want to do global value chains, if that is the thing. But the IPA must work to understand, I would think, the expectations of the investors, what they need, and even a step further, create some of the needs. Okay, this is why you should invest in my country, because I can offer you this that they never thought. So I think, like Armando said, it would be foolish to promote semiconductors if you don't have in the country the necessary environment to promote it, because you will be wasting your time. So I just wanted to jump on that one.
No, 100% on this. Absolutely. This research that I meant, I put it like high level. It needs to be very specific to the sector. You need to understand how the investor feels and the needs for the particular project in this value chain, because electronics for automotive is very different from making a muffler. Very different site selection factors. So the agency needs to understand, am I trying to get muffler production in this context in which mufflers are going to go away, or electric motors, or something of, say, the navigation system of the automotive? Where am I? What exactly does the investor in producing the screen needs? Do I have what they need? If not, then do I work with the partners in the country to bring it up, to get the skills, to get the infrastructure, the ports, the logistics? Yeah. Back to you.
Thank you. No, I was just thinking, so this is for any of you, because it's a thought I just had. If we see what's being demanded of countries changing, does it need to start moving beyond just industry and into education so that countries have the workforce that's needed for these different industries?
It depends on the industry, but most likely, yes. The answer is yes to most of the sectors.
What I would say, anything that you invest for your people is not lost. Investing in education, investing in knowledge, investing in everything, even if the person leaves the country and goes work to the States, what happens a lot in our countries, they actually come back and invest in the country or help. So investing in your people is always a good investment, and education is a must.
Yeah, thank you. Just to go back to the nearshoring, because if we are bringing the supply chain closer to the end user, Mohammed, what does that mean for the transport sector, for logistics, in your experience of the post-pandemic? Well, if we are past the pandemic, since we've started seeing this shift in supply chain, what does it mean for logistics?
I think it's at the end. You need to really go to your end user to see what is really they need in that sense, and basically you design around it. But already the network exists, the capabilities exist. It's just we need to fine-tune it. And as I said, at the end, nearshoring itself is something is going to happen, no doubt. But it's not as easy as said. I mean, there's lots of studies, lots of discussion need to take place within that. But I think from the logistic point of view, we are already, everywhere in the sense of making sure that we are able to meet. But it's really the end user at the end what he needs. And then to design across that then becomes a very, I won't say easy, but it's something that manageable and can be done very quickly.
And I guess if we start considering some of the different strategies, nearshoring, reshoring, Garen, what do you think some of the challenges are in these different strategies?
Yeah, I think we are seeing some movement in terms of activity operation shifting, as Armando and Mohammed just said. Look, I think we certainly developed economy, multinational companies are still, despite all of our talk about resilience and risk and everything else, disruption, they are still very cost focused. So I think, one of the, obviously, cost differentials, whether it's in terms of labor or other factors, have long been a big barrier to kind of reshoring or in some cases nearshoring. So I think that's not going away. Obviously, we see wage rates, labor costs in places like China and elsewhere kind of rising, which maybe is narrowing the gap. But that is going to remain a big challenge. I think that's certainly a lot of our US clients find Mexico an extremely attractive location. Why? Well, because it's on their on their border, literally. There's interesting or good clusters in automotive, in electronics and other sectors there. But there's also a much lower cost labor pool, and so that is I think while that's being sort of chipped away at a little bit, I still think that's going to remain a major factor for the next few years. Other challenges, as I mentioned earlier, just the availability of the right kind of talent, the right kind of skills, people actually wanting to do the jobs, including things like long-distance lorry driving. That's another major challenge, and I think, as I said, that's why we see a lot of focus on automation. It's partly to try and close the labor cost differential, but it's also to try and bridge the talent gap or the lack of the right kind of labor pool. I also think another major challenge or barrier is, if we're thinking about China and sort of decoupling from China in some cases, great, you can bring a factory back to kind of Mexico or the US or Eastern Europe, but where's your supply base? And we know, and as you've rightly said, Armando, there are many different layers in many of these very complex supply chains. And if the reality is, you may bring finished production or assembly back to a near shore or onshore location, but where are the component suppliers? Where are the raw material suppliers? Where are the semi-finished module suppliers, and where are the services suppliers? And if they're all still in China or elsewhere in Asia, let's say, then you're still going to have long lead times, you're still going to have the potential threat of disruption, you're still going to have all the other challenges associated with that. So I think this points to the need for building up, strengthening local supply bases, local kind of clusters to support those different industries. Now, that's something that many industries around the world have long had because of the nature of the products that they produce. But I think certainly from companies I talk to, they're very conscious of the need for both, skilled labor for their own operations or for their direct suppliers, but also they need those kind of indirect suppliers in all the different tiers and layers around that to support the whole kind of ecosystem. And you need that to be near shore or onshore in some situations, and that's not something you do overnight.
Yes,
Yes, please.
No, I agree entirely with what you're just saying, and also to say that we have also best examples. Rwanda is a very good example of a country that is inserting itself to the supply chain, and they started really working on the train that comes from Mombasa directly to Rwanda. So you have to work with your neighboring countries as well and facilitate, like you say, transfer, because sometimes you don't have that link. It's difficult, really, to insert yourself in global value chains if you're not working with your neighbor country. Rwanda being a landlocked country, it is inserted quite well in global value chains because they did work with their neighboring countries, and they have the train that goes directly, I think, from Mombasa to Kigali. And if you look at other places in the Caribbean, Barbados is more or less an industrial country. They produce some industrial juices and things like that, but they have to import the raw materials from elsewhere because Barbados doesn't produce fruit. You can actually, if you're a very good swimmer, you could swim between Dominica and, but you have to be really, really good, okay? Between Dominica, at least sail, between Dominica and Barbados. In Dominica, the fruit rots because they don't know what to do with it because there's no transport to take that fruit from Dominica to Barbados. You could actually, you have to import it maybe from Miami and other suppliers. So if you're really trying to have that common market working together, you really need to establish those links. And also, do your best. For example, I went once to Fiji, and I was so surprised that in Fiji you don't have a coconut ice cream. They just have chocolate and vanilla. Fiji doesn't produce nor vanilla nor chocolate. They produce coconut that they don't know what to do with it. So also understanding what are your strengths and say, okay, why should I really try to do locally ice cream out of cocoa that I have to import or vanilla that comes from Madagascar or whatever? Know your strengths and use those strengths and work with your colleagues and your neighbors. So this is one of the things, just jumping on what Gerard was saying.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you very much for the tip on Fiji, because I'm on mission to the Pacific on that. Okay, two things. One, it's on fundamentals, and the second thing on challenges. You were talking a lot about the fundamentals, and you represent here a lot of that. This market is very important to companies. If you don't have the customers, you are not selling, you are out of business. Suppliers, very important to have a good level of suppliers and some redundancy. Now, you also need the skills. We talked about that. We need infrastructure that is working well and consistently, not just having too many containers or even ships in Los Angeles because there's no people to drive the trucks. So all this is very important to investors. And utilities and the cost of utilities and reliability. We're working with most of these countries in the world to improve the ecosystem that investors need to flourish. The next point, so that was fundamentals. The next point is that agencies have a role in working with investors to improve the ecosystem. This is aftercare. It's well called as aftercare or post-establishment services that the agencies do. But guess what? Not many agencies are doing it. Most of the agencies were thinking that promotion is going to events and sort of meet with investors. And that's a very good role to attract the attention of new investment. What about the existing investors, the established investors? Pilar just mentioned that 70% of their pipeline of confirmed investments last year came from established investors, 70%. So that's very significant. And we know from our statistics, using Ongt data and our own IMF data, that 50% globally comes from reinvestment of earnings, which is the companies are not necessarily interested in taking the money away. If they could continue expanding because of the consumers want their products and their services, they would continue to do so. And the agency is in the best place, talking to investors, talking to their stakeholders and government to improve the conditions so that that company continues to expand. And when crisis comes, you talked about challenges, with this reconfiguration of the global value chains, then follows FDI decisions. All right, do I need to cut down in China a little bit and moving those machines to somewhere in Asia? Vietnam, for instance, it has happened a lot. That means Vietnam wins, China loses, but I'm sure if they could work together, for instance, Laos could also get a little bit of the piece, and in the end, everybody wins a little bit of this reconfiguration.
Thank you. And I guess while we're on the subject of challenges, we'll broaden this beyond nearshoring to challenges to the supply chain in general, and particularly for small and medium enterprises that you work with, Especion, in developing countries. This may be interesting for a lot of our attendees. What are some of the challenges? You mentioned regulation and having to meet those regulations. Are there any other challenges that SMEs are facing?
Yes, from our discussion and research, the main problem for MSMEs in developing countries is finance. It's really access to affordable finance. Yesterday we were talking with Armando and also how can women, which is the bulk of the MSMEs in all of our countries, can have access to finance in some countries in which customary law will not allow them to possess land. So how can you actually go to a bank and get a loan to enhance your business when you don't have any collateral? Another thing that I think is very important is also to train our banks to understand and value intellectual property. If you go with an idea, if you go with a copyright or a patent in the US, you can get a loan very easily. If you go in our countries with a patent or a copyright, they will tell you, oh, that's great. Please give me the lease of your mom's house, and then the land of your father, the kind of your uncle, because they need that. So
collateral.
The collateral. You have to have that discussion. So you really have to enhance the financial system, because money is available, but I'm talking about affordable funds, especially in agriculture, long-term loans, because a lot of the loans you have to pay back in 2 or 3 years. If you really go into agriculture, it takes some time for the plants to grow, to have fruit. You need a grace period, you need some support, and also you need the technical infrastructure in the country. If you want to insert yourself in, I would say, in the meat industry, you have to have a local lab that can certify the meat. You have to have a local lab that will certify that your products are compliant, that they don't have no heavy metals, etc. So you need the infrastructure. You cannot launch yourself to try to reach a global value chain without understanding what is the ecosystem that you need. Because if not, basically, you are going to failure. So for me, it's that dialogue that has to happen between the small and medium-sized enterprises, that they can get the funds that they need, that they can also get the technical assistance that they need, and the necessary collaboration. And again, for me, there are 3 important things. It's dialogue, dialogue, and dialogue to really find solutions that we can go forward.
Thank you. And Armando, you work mostly with multinationals. Are the challenges different, the same?
Oh, absolutely. They're quite different. When we ask about the key challenges companies are facing by size, small, medium, and large, their answers vary a lot. Most of the financial needs come from the smaller companies, so we have a solution for that. Multinationals typically come with their own funding because they have their own sources and they're connected, or their own earnings from one place, they move to another to continue growing. So multinational companies don't necessarily need funding from the bank in Cameroon or the bank in Brazil. They still request in Brazil because they continue doing, but BNDES. The thing is, multinational companies are typically coming with their own funding, and this is what countries really want, is this fresh capital that comes in together with some assets that are like bringing up or upgrading the capital and the skills in the country. And so their needs are totally different in that aspect of the financial. Now, what are the solutions we bring in? Let me just bring 2, and maybe it sounds like a little bit of advertisement. World Bank works with every country with what we call SME funding mechanisms. What this means is the money that the government of X country requests goes to a funding that is well managed, professionally managed, and then micro companies owned by a woman that does perhaps a fantastic bread that is sourced to the restaurant in the hotel that you're talking about, gets $5,000, and then she starts, cranking, and then she gets additional funding. So this is like very, very micro, and this is one of the key products that we have in the bank, is this SME finance. And SME toolkit is one of the things we also have within our unit, which is how to help SMEs also understand business, because they may have a great idea, but they don't know how to put it together. They don't know how to put a business plan together. So this is SME world. On the other extreme, there is the multinationals, and multinationals, they don't need any training. They don't need financing. They need good fundamentals, and the countries can aspire at preparing this ecosystem. It takes some time, but with determination, you can get it. And I can tell you stories, but here's one. With my country, Costa Rica, we weren't ready for semiconductors. And this is why Harvard wrote the case study, is how come Costa Rica was able to attract it. We talked to the company for 12 months. And each of these meetings was relevant in understanding what the company needed in human resources, in logistics, in telecom, in power generation, et cetera, et cetera. So we had an understanding, a direct dialogue with the company and with the stakeholders in the country to make the ecosystem work for semiconductor companies, not just for Intel, for any other company in the electronics industry. And that's what we call advanced manufacturing in the country. The same thing is true when we work with other countries. So we understand the sector, we see if the country has what it takes for this investment to happen, and if it's not, then you build up to the requirements of the sector, because we call it aspirational sector when the country wants it, and it would be good for the country and the SDGs, but the country's not ready. So the agency has an advocacy role to improve these conditions and eventually go out and promote proactively.
Yes, can I add something? No, in the promotion side, because I want to say, with the European Union, we have put in place a lot of financial systems. We have a guarantee scheme called EURIS for MSMEs that we're implementing. We have several funds run by the European Development Finance Institutions, EDFI, which is like Agri5 for agriculture, give long-term loans. We're giving loans to cooperatives in West Africa with a fund called ABC Capital Fund, and we're looking to have blending facilities that help. But one of the main criticisms that we get is that the funds arrive to the local enterprise or cooperative at a high interest rate. Because it's very difficult to compete. If a multinational can get a 1 or 2% interest rate, how can I pay him 15 or 16%? And this is a question that we often face, but what we say is that our funds are not there to compete with your financial system. So if your central bank is giving certain interest for the local currency, you cannot come in and give loans under that, because then you will be really cheating the financial system and creating a disturbance. So when we talk about financing for SMEs, there's also a work that has to be done locally. We at the ACP level, with the European Union, with the United Nations Development Capital Fund, we can come and help. But it can never be coming to compete with the local market, is something on top. So when they talk about interest rate in our country, yes, once you get down your interest rate locally, we will match it, but we cannot come. And this has been an eternal discussion. What happens is, because sometimes we work a lot with the European Investment Bank, maybe they can source the funds at 2%, but they lend it at 16%. What they do is that the difference is just reinserted to help other people. It's not that nobody is getting rich with that money, because we are working in development. But we cannot come in to, what I would say, disturb the local financial system, because it has a consequence that is very negative for the country. So it has to be, like I said, dialogue and understand each other.
Thank you. So it's clear there are plenty of challenges. So I guess if we look further ahead, what would be the ideal is to make the supply chain a whole lot more resilient in future, that we don't start facing a lot of these challenges again. So Geraint, what would be your view on how companies can go about this?
Yeah, I think there was a really interesting speech by Christine Lagarde of the European Central Bank in Washington a few months ago. And I like the way she kind of characterized really the kind of shifts in the international trading environment, because I think it's very relevant to the topic of supply chain resilience. And she talked about moving from a situation of dependence to one of diversification. We've talked about that already. She talked about moving from efficiency, particularly with a focus on cost efficiency, which has really driven globalization over the last 30 plus years, to more of an emphasis on security. And I think that's where Amanda was talking earlier about friendshoring. That's where that comes in. Also, we see massive injection of billions of dollars in the US, for example, to try and build up a domestic supply chain and production capacity for semiconductors, for lithium-ion batteries, for active pharmaceutical ingredients, and a whole range of other things. I think there are some dangers there, but I think that's that's the way with the geopolitical situation as it is, that move to security and sort of maybe sort of dialing back a little bit on cost efficiency as another aspect. And then the final one is moving away from a more, a very globalized trading environment to a more regionalized one. And I think, everybody in this room is here to attract that kind of investment to their country, to their region. So I think, supply chain leaders, organizations, strategists are, they're kind of doing all of these things in different forms and at different times, depending on the kind of businesses they're in. But I think, rebalancing some of the, where operations are based, how many alternatives we have, how we manage through different disruptions and crises as they come up. These are all kind of considerations that are, have been very much to the fore over the last 4 to 5 years, I would say, and I don't see that changing over the next 4 or 5 years. So there's a number of different elements. A lot of it requires investment. It requires rebalancing the operating models that they've been accustomed to. And you mentioned, obviously, just in time in the automotive sector. We see examples of where that's being reconfigured a little bit, maybe not dramatically, but to some extent. So I think there's a lot to work on, but I certainly think companies need to be much more resilient, much more operationally resilient than they have been up until now, if they want to be able to respond to and to take opportunities rather than just constantly being hit by disruptions, crises, and risks.
Thank you. And I think you made an important point there that a lot of people here will be the people looking to win some of that investment. So does anyone here have a question for the panel? I believe you press the button in front of the microphone if you have a question. Sure.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Mustafa from Nigeria. My question will go to Mr. Gomez as the OASPS Secretary. I just want to ask, what are you doing in OAPS in terms of inter-trade relations? I just realized that Nigeria is a member of OACPS, and I haven't seen anything in the charter of the IPS. And I said, okay, let's look at it. What are you doing in terms of data collection for this chain, global chain, and so on, or inter-trade, so to speak?
I am a little bit deaf, but I think I understand.
Okay, let me rephrase the question again, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, what is OACPS doing in terms of inter-trade between member countries?
Okay. Yes. We're trying to support the African Continental Free Trade Area and the African Union. And we're working with our partners, creating an environment. For example, one of the programs that we have is with the World Bank, which is a competitive innovation program that is working in many, many countries. In fact, if you look at what we do, we help in every single country through the World Bank, through the UNCDF, through UNIDO, UNCTAD, ITC, etc. But we get little credit for it. I always say that we are the best kept secret in the development world. But in many of the programs that you would have in Nigeria, you will have the imprint of the OECPS. For example, in your specific country, with the Tony Elumelu Foundation, we have supported from the funds negotiated with the European Union, hundreds of women to help them insert themselves in value chains within Nigeria. In fact, we're working with ladies selling directly now in Europe through Amazon and things like that, people that were helped. So the way that we work at a policy dialogue through the ambassadors in Brussels that discuss with the European Parliament, for example, in these new trade rules, how can we ensure? Right now you have several rules, I think deforestation rule, that is coming to the European Union. You have one in due diligence and others. I think a win that we had, and that was led by Ambassador Dosso from Ivory Coast, Ambassador in Brussels, is that when we started negotiating the deforestation rule of the European Union, basically, they would say, they started as the year zero, I think it was 2010. What does that mean? That would say that they would take a satellite map from Nigeria, and they would say, this area in 2010 was a forest. Nothing that is produced in that area can be exported to the European Union. And we told them, come on, but that was like 12 years ago. Things have changed. you have to start, the base year should be when you start the new regulation. So we were able to move that date from 2010 to 2020 today. And we would have hoped that it was 2022 when the regulation will start. So that's something that seems like far away, but has a humongous difference, because we cannot tell the European Union, no, that land, we're going to put all back the trees and nobody, that's impossible. So that type of discussion is at a political level. At a meso level, we work a lot with the African continental free trade area regarding what I mentioned, rules of origin. A lot of the countries in Western Africa, some are trading under everything but arms, others under IPA. You cannot accumulate between them. That means that you cannot have a global value chain. So we're discussing with the European Parliament to flexibilize those rules. And then we have projects in all these countries helping directly MSMEs in quality. We helped a lot the African Regional Standards Organization to upgrade ARSO, to allow them to service the public sector. And we are very much engaged with the Federation of West African Chambers of Commerce, promoting public-private sector dialogue and collaboration. I'm a very good friend of its executive director, Mr. Aminou Akadiri, that lives in Laos. So yes, I can spend a lot of time, but we have around 20 programs working all over the place with partners. But at the end of the day, we don't necessarily have to be known. We work for our countries, and that is what we need. For you guys for the private sector and the public sector to discuss and put in place systems. And maybe because I think that will be the last time I'll speak, what you said concerning having servicing locally, I agree with that in a way, as long as it does not become a barrier to trade. Because with this mantra of buy locally, I agree, and we have to create that regional market in our own countries, but it cannot be used in developed countries to exclude developing countries from global value chains. So I really want to work. We are not against anybody, we are for everybody.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. Please, in the green jacket.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank all the panelists for all this information that you have shared with us. And my question is more for the people, for the gentleman from the World Bank. I think you talk about a program that focus on financing for small company and with a tool, everything. So I'm from Haiti, and one of the biggest issue that different size of company are facing is access to finance. And everyone know that companies that are led by women, they have like multiple impact when they can grow, and finance is definitely a challenge. So how can maybe we have access, more information about this program, how this program can fit also the situation of Haiti, because I know there are standards that have to be respected, but in the same time, the size of economic of a country make a huge difference regarding how we can implement a program. So I know World Bank, it's a big institution, but in the same time, how we can fit all those information, all those tools that exist, and to see how we can leverage Haiti, how we can do something positive. I don't know if you might.
Absolutely, thank you. And your name is?
My name is Daphne Florial. I'm from CFI, Centre de Facilitation des Investissements.
Super. Bon. In Haiti, we're working with CFI, as a matter of fact, and thank you very much for the question. 3 answers to perhaps expanded question. SME development, the World Bank put together a fund of $20 million. I know it's not much money, but it was $20 million to have micro, small, medium enterprises come and request this money with a grant for matching funds. So the way it works, for you to know, we put this in many countries, especially Africa, South Asia, and some countries in Latin America. And this is an instrument in which we foster participation from especially micro businesses, mostly women-owned, and they submit this proposal, a business plan, which we help with technical advice, provided for free by this program. And once this business plan makes sense, because most likely they haven't thought of all these ideas. Where do I source my flour? Who is my customer? And all these things we help with. Once the proposal is sound, then we give this grant. They actually have to get a matching fund for it to work. Because we believed, and we know from empirical evidence, many years doing this, that if you don't have blood on the table, on the paper, it will not work. You have to have some level of risk yourself as an entrepreneur so that you don't take this money for free and run away. So this is one thing. And as a matter of fact, we have been helping in Haiti for the last 4 years with avocado, so production of avocados to the US market, just in time. This is the best price you can get for an avocado from Haiti into the US. Avocados. Vetiver, which I don't know the translation, but...
Vetiver.
Vetiver. Okay, merci. Vetiver is very, very interesting, and many perfume companies and others like this. Haiti produces vetiver. Actually, fantastic avocados too, right?
Yeah, yes.
And right. And then coffee. So this is 3 value chains. I'm not extending into the other things we were helping with, but those 3 in which we were helping investors, micro and small, to learn about the markets and be able to get this money and then export to markets, US, for instance. In the middle, we have IFC. IFC is la Corporación Financiera Internacional. International Finance Corporation is part of the World Bank Group, and they lend to the private sector in the developing world. We're the biggest investment bank for the developing world. Nobody else is bigger. And we have money just ready for these very good business plans from middle-level companies. They are not new. They are not startups, so don't come up with, here's a business plan for a startup. They're businesses that have been growing for some time, and they need capital to expand. Typically, they are domestic businesses, but we're also investing in ventures, joint ventures. Last but not least is the multinationals. And we were the ones who brought SAEA to the north. We're the ones who brought Hansea, Korean companies, to the Parc Industriel and Metropolitan, and we're helping with industrial parks to have more capacity to absorb all these foreign direct investment. So just to give you a sense of what we're doing in Haiti.
Thank you. Gentleman behind Daphne.
Hi, my name is Jude Ziko from Nigeria. I work for an IPA in Nigeria. My question concerns the GVC. We've talked about and we heard you expatiate on challenges that IPAs and countries will face in keying to the global value chain. But listening to Mr. Amanda, the World Bank man yesterday, he did mention that most of your programs now concentrate on the North African side. So my question is, if considering the challenges that you've enumerated, there are cost issues, there are capacity issues that exist especially in the West African side at this moment, how would people from that region be able to take advantage of the opportunities that the global value chain exposes? You also talked about the IPAs, the responsibilities, the facilitation role that they can play in order to activate some of the programs you enumerated. Unfortunately, cost and budget issues are still there. Is there any provision, or can you make a provision, especially in your policy decisions, to extend, if you like, some support to IPAs so that they can facilitate, they can create more capacity, they can create linkages to involve all people who are supposed to be involved in order to extend the opportunities to rural areas, to people without capacity and build the platforms that will progress the programs for people to key into GVCs, the onshores, and nearshores, and so on and so forth. So, question. Thank you.
I think the question is to me. What's your name again?
Jude.
Jude.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Look, I think if there is a region, and please forgive me, if there is a region that the World Bank is most attached to, is Sub-Saharan Africa. This is where the biggest chunk of our portfolio, and I could say easily 60% of the funds, I'm talking as a bank, the lending, the grants, the credits that we give to client countries, 60% goes to Sub-Saharan Africa, which is huge. Most of my time is in Sub-Saharan Africa. And this is the case for most of my colleagues within the bank who work in infrastructure, ports, roads, airports, electricity, water, telecom, education, health, hospitals. I mean, the World Bank covers so many other aspects. Africa has been the focus of the attention, I would say, of the last 10 years, and it's going to continue being there because we strongly believe in this continent. Now, there is the North, which we call the North Africa and Middle East because of the affinity with the Arab world. We have a different tailoring to these countries. And then Sub-Saharan Africa, we have another sort of package. But every country, when they request it through their Ministry of Finance to us, we tailor the package, the needs. So we talked a lot about Haiti, and I can talk a lot about each of the countries in Sub-Saharan Africa. But just to mention, what are we doing in West Africa? Okay, dearest to my heart, Mali, because that was my first country in international development. Mali. You know the challenges in Mali. We actually had a fantastic investor event to bring in the attention to Mali, and then there is the terrorist attacks and the situation there, which makes it very impossible, I would say, for any foreign investors to go, unless you are in some risk-taker type of segments or sectors. Mining is one of those. I think Mali is just one example, but then there is Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire is in a different level. Senegal is in a different level. Cape Verde, detached and has a different set of conditions. Each of these countries. Then Nigeria, we just are signing a loan to Nigeria about $1.3 billion. And this loan is focused on subnational development in Nigeria. And it has several things. Actually, it's a fantastic instrument. I'm sorry, but basically, this instrument is giving the money to the Nigerians, and then they decide how they achieve the goals of this program. You are in the driver's seat. And so this is a fantastic program, and not every country can aspire to this because it requires a level of maturity in terms of managing the money. And I'm very happy. This is all West Africa that we're talking about. Very different countries, different languages, different cultures, different religions, different needs, and we're tailoring the packages to each of these countries. And if you want to talk more, I can do it because I think we're almost out of time.
We are, but Especion, you wanted to quickly add?
The question that you asked the gentleman from Nigeria, I would say that I don't think that in Africa I feel African, but the last time I said this Senegal, everybody laughed. So I don't say that much anymore. You shouldn't see the Mediterranean African countries as something separate from the continent. In fact, there was recently they launched the African Business Forum, which is led by an Egyptian lady, Madame Mansour, very competent, and her vice president is from FEWASI, based in Lagos. So I think that one of the things that we should try to do is to collaborate, government and private sector together. To do that linked, Egypt should be also helping develop its neighboring and have value chains that cross whole Africa. That would be the continental free trade, the African continental free trade area. It's not limited to sub-Saharan Africa. It's Africa as a whole. And in that sense, we recently created the Business Forum from Central Africa because every region had one except Central Africa. So we're helping in that dialogue. So maybe we can sit down, I can give you the contacts of the African Business Forum and how it's related to West African Business Forum, which is based in Lagos. And that, I would say, don't see it separate. African Continental Free Trade Area is a dream that has to happen together between the continent. That would be my advice. I'm not African, but I feel very much African, yes.
It's the biggest opportunity, and we're many international organizations helping.
I was simply responding to the response given yesterday. It was a comment made by one of the presenters that you're concentrating on Northern Africa. So I wasn't really attacking, but simply clarification I was seeking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have to wrap up. It's time for a networking break. I'm sure we can carry on the conversation in the exhibition area if anyone wants to do so. But before we go, I'd just like to thank all of our panelists, Mohamed, Geraint, Armando, Escipion, and thank all of you for attending. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to our moderator and to our speakers. We have here, of course, our token of gratitude for this invigorating discussion. We thank you all for coming. Now, don't move from your seats because the next panel is going to come right now, and it's probably the most interesting panel of the day, so you don't want to miss it. We will just allow a couple of minutes to switch the microphones to the next panels, but please do not go because we will talk about the investment gap. Trillions of dollars are needed to close it, and one of the ways to do it would be by attracting private finance. And to attract private finance, investment pipelines must be of high quality, standardized and conceptualized in a way to make them investable. We'll be analyzing shortly the solutions for that panel. Yes. Another panel right here. In a couple of minutes, we just have to switch microphones. The next panel of speakers, if you're here, please do join us to switch the microphones in here and quickly place yourself in the seat. Hi, great. Should I be already sitting there when you introduce me, or do we come up? I can investment gap. As I was saying before, there are trillions of dollars that are needed to close it. And one of the ways to do it would be by attracting private finance. However, to attract private finance, investment pipelines must be of high quality, standardized, and conceptualized in a way to make them investable. International partnerships can be one solution. International partnerships can ensure technical cooperation and mutual support to prepare model project proposals and can be helpful by giving advice on project financing, incentives, and risk management. This session aims to explore 3 things. The first one, how international partnerships can support institutions to create and craft investable projects. How IPAs can then be an even more critical partner to investors, and how to measure the benefits of the project. These will be 3 key items that we will be discussing today. This panel will be a bit shorter than the previous ones, but we will go straight to the point and be concise because it will be moderated by the wonderful Courtney Fingar, the editor-in-chief of Investment Monitor. She is also a widely known commentator on international investment trends. Her 20-year career in business journalism includes running the Financial Times magazine and serving as head of content for its associate data division, Intelligence, the FDI Intelligence. Now, she has covered business stories in more than 80 countries, and she's a popular moderator and keynote speaker at economic and investment events worldwide. Please give her a round of applause. Now, for our speakers in this panel, we have Aji Veres, the director of the UNDP Representation Office in Geneva. Ms. Veres is responsible for UNDP's external relations and advocacy, as well as UNDP's Geneva-based policy and program work. We have Dr. Ajay Mathur, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance. Now at ISA, he focuses on enhancing solarization of the world and convincing leaders of the world that solar is the energy supply of choice of preference. We have George Campanelis, the Regional Director for Eastern Europe at Waipa Steering Committee and the CEO of Invest Cyprus. The remaining speakers can please go ahead and be mic'd up right to the right side of the stage. Those speakers that I have already called, please feel free to walk in and take a seat. We have also James Zahn, the Director of Investment and Enterprise at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, a position he has served since 2009. Mohammed Youssef Mullah Yaqub, I hope I'm pronouncing that well, the Assistant Director General for Business Development in Kuwait Direct Investment Promotion Authority, and he is the Regional Director for MENA at Waipa Steering Committee. I think we have everybody now. So Courtney, the microphone is now yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the kind introduction and for the opportunity to lead this panel. It's a little tricky one. It's the graveyard shift, obviously, and you've heard a lot of speeches and talks already. So our challenge is to give you something that you've not heard yet and obviously send you on the road back to your jobs and desk and locations with something useful. I think that we can do that, can't we? We will also promise to leave you time for questions. The session will not be an hour and a half. We'll try to be efficient, keep it at an hour, and give you a chance to ask questions. That's the deal that we'll make with you in exchange for your rapt attention and participation in the session. Now you've heard the explanation and introduction of the session, so I won't spend too much time on that, but really the idea here is to solve a little bit the conundrum of supply and demand. So of course there is demand in that investors are searching the world for opportunities, and actually there is some liquidity, some money looking for good places to go. There is not always the supply in the right places of the right type to meet that demand. So we want to try to solve how do we match those two things, and we will hear firsthand from some investment promotion agencies on how they're solving this riddle and trying to provide an adequate pipeline of investable projects, and ideally, of course, projects that also help meet development goals, because that's the real icing on the cake. And we will also hear from experts working in international development as to how they see that gap and how it can be filled. But first, we have a real treat, and that is we can hear firsthand from an entity that will be very well known, I assume, to all of you. DP World is, of course, a global logistics operator based in Dubai that specializes in cargo, logistics, port terminal operations, maritime services, and free trade zones. In some of your locations, you may well have DP World present, or maybe you would like to, but we have here someone who can help tell us how a DP World sees the world and how you look for opportunities as you scan the horizon. So please give a warm welcome to Rizwan Sumar, the Managing Director of DP World. And we will have a fireside chat with no fire, but I'll just pick his brain for a little bit as to how he views opportunities and what some of the challenges are, which again, I hope you might find as useful advice. And then we are going to have a video message from AJ Mather, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, who sadly could not join us but would like to give a statement to you all. Then we have an MOU, and then we will have a brief panel discussion. That's our agenda. So let's get to it, because I'm extremely keen to hear from Rizwan. So as a global logistics operator, you have a presence in geographies all around the world. How crucial is it to create and craft investable projects at the ground level in the places where you're working or looking to work?
Thank you very much, Courtney, and it's a pleasure to be here and to interact with the audience. DP World is a logistics service provider, end-to-end logistics service provider, present in more than 50 countries, and we have a big ambition to actually be in many more going forward. And therefore, being present in this esteemed conference gives us a chance to interact with the investment promotion agencies. More importantly, to actually understand their expectations in terms of what the specific country needs. But also in terms of aligning our interest in terms of investing in that specific country. So I think here it is really about dialogue, a constant dialogue to understand and align expectations, and to actually continually give feedback in terms of what interests us in that country, and the country itself would actually give us feedback in terms of what they need in terms of both infrastructure, but also in terms of the logistics supply chain. So I think aligning expectations, constant communication and dialogue is really the key to identifying investable projects. I think the presentation of investable projects is also very important. So pitching the right project to the right investor requires the investment promotion agencies to really reach out to the potential investors, and not just I would say carpet bomb as such, but do their homework in terms of which investors would be actually more interested in specific projects, and then actually align with them in their expectations of that country. So I think this is really the key, and the motivator is really FDI, right? There is a huge importance of FDI both in developed as well as developing economies. For every $100, and I think there is an IMF research to that point, that for every $100 that comes in as FDI, almost $80 corresponding to that goes in increasing the domestic investment. So FDI also spurs domestic investment in that country per se, right? And almost 30%, I would say, and again, there is research out there from IMF and World Bank that FDI has a direct correlation with increasing the GDP of developing economies to almost to the tune of 30%. right? So obviously the huge motivator is FDI. We also know that developing economies actually benefit a lot more from FDI than developed economies. So I think here also resource allocation from companies like us, but also in terms of developing economies to actually reach out to private investors like us help a lot. So I think there is a very strong motivator, least of all where FDI is concerned.
Yes, well, the motivation is clearly there. The benefits are obvious, but let's talk a little bit about what goes wrong sometimes. What are the pain points that you think investors are experiencing, and what are some of the mistakes that IPAs might make?
So IPA is, the way I see it, is a one-stop solution for us. The first agency or entity that we actually reach out to is really the IPA. And we've got really, really excellent experiences so far in terms of, them fulfilling the one-stop solution role as such. They have a direct, because of their influence in the country, right, that they represent, they have a direct influence in terms of policy advocacy, for example, direct influence where domestic governance is concerned and the policies thereof. And so therefore, that influence should be fully leveraged by private investors like us. So this is the real value that they actually bring to the table to private investors like us. So I think that's clearly the big value that they bring to the table. Pain points are typical in that sense, right? Transparency, level playing field, dispute resolution mechanisms, because, like it or not, I mean, everything is not there upfront when you make a deal, right? And once through the concession and once through the PPP, one realizes that there are lots of issues that actually come in. There are lots of road bumps and speed breakers that actually come in. And those have to be resolved as well. And the market also changes all the time, right? So, the assumptions that you actually make when you start the deal is very different, 15 years hence or 10 years hence. And therefore, the comfort to investors like us to make sure that, there would be that dispute resolution mechanism that is speedy and just in that sense. So I think the pain points are essentially this. And IPAs cannot solve everything, right? But they definitely give confidence to private investors like us to ensure that the climate is there, the confidence is there, the ecosystem is built to that fact where all these things can actually be achieved. And they also give you the comfort that there is a single window shop as such, where we can actually approach them and they can actually point us to the right stakeholders. They can actually make sure that the issues are actually resolved in a speedy and a just manner.
The timelines of your projects are fairly long, so how can you be sure of the continuity and the long-term security of your investment in a world where there's so much flux?
Courtney, that's an excellent question, and we've had this in many countries, right? Where, as I said to you earlier, that the assumptions of investment change through the concession period. Sometimes it's 30 years, sometimes it's 60 years. A lot can change in those 30 and 60 years. And sometimes when concessions are written, they're written for the length of the concession and they cannot be negotiated. And this is something that we look for wherever we actually invest, where there is flexibility in terms of concession negotiation with clear reasons, not frivolous reasons, but very clear reasons that are justifiable in that sense. And this is one very important point. The second very important point is that if there is a dispute, then that dispute is resolved in a way that actually brings the two parties together and comes to a win-win situation, not necessarily going for legal battles, which actually then sometimes continue more than the length of the project as such, right? So I think these are the 2-3 kind of points that I would actually like to highlight in terms of what changes during the course of the concession.
Okay, and in terms of some of the practicalities of, I guess, creating and making projects investable based on your experience, what works in terms of even models or structures? For example, what's the role of PPPs? Are they useful? Do you like to work under that mechanism?
Yeah, PPPs are very, very useful. I'll give you one example. 25 years back, we had the first PPP concession that was awarded to us by the government of India in the port sector. And of course, at that time, both parties, were kind of, anew in this geography of India, right? The government of India had not actually awarded a PPP concession in the port sector. We had actually not played in that market, and we could only bring things which worked in other markets as such. So we actually bought a lot of information from other markets where things actually worked for us to the Indian market, and the Indian government actually listened to us. And this is a very, very successful investment that we actually had. PPP has to be actually structured in a way that there is a win-win situation for both the private investor and the government, needless to mention in that sense, right? And it can actually work very well. There has to be a long-term concession. It cannot be a 5-year, because infrastructure projects require a long-term concession, simply because there's a lot of investment that one actually does, not just at the start of the contract, but also during the contract in that sense. So for example, in the port sector, we have to continually invest in bringing in new cranes, in new, technology in terms of digital technology, et cetera, right? So there's a lot of that investment that goes through the entire concession period. And one wouldn't invest if you did not have the length of time to your advantage per se, right? And that doesn't therefore work. And then again, as I said to you, dispute resolution is very important. That has to be built into the concession, contract in that sense. Yeah, I mean, these are the few points that I would actually say about PPP projects, at least.
Do they always make sense? Are there cases where the PPPs might do more harm than good and even impact negatively on investor sentiment and experience?
So these are the typical issues that we actually face, which is extended dispute resolution or not a clean dispute resolution process where, inevitably then you reach the courts. And that's where, things actually go really sour for the investor as well as for the government in that sense. And that also acts as a deterrent for further investments, because other investors are also watching you and how successful you are with these PPP projects for the government, right? So it's not a standalone kind of example only between the investor, that specific investor, and the government. It's the world that is actually watching you in that sense. So it is critically important that one actually, makes this work per se. For me, I think it's also about the negotiation of the concession during the course of the concession period per se, right? Because the markets change. And in many countries, we've seen that the concession is cast in stone, right? And then you have to reach the courts again to actually tell them that the market has changed. The investor sentiment would actually change. The need for the investment in terms of, the returns would actually change. And courts don't necessarily understand the commercial angle. They understand the legal angle extremely well. So it becomes very frustrating for investors like us if you have to reach the court.
Yeah.
And therefore, it is very important that the governments of the day, as well as the IPAs, keep this in mind that infrastructure investments require these flexibilities to be built into the contract. So these are the typical issues that we actually face in the countries that we operate.
Okay, thank you. Final question, because I think some people in the room might be keen to know, are you open to opportunities anywhere, or are there particular parts of the world that you are viewing with unique interest right now?
So we are open to, we are present in more than 50 countries globally in that sense, right? And we are open to almost every geography. And I say almost because there's always some geographies which I actually prefer over the other. But I think at this forum, I wouldn't kind of mention which geographies I would prefer, but I think we would be open to almost every country that we actually, that is basically also present. I saw the list of the IPAs present in this room, and we will be open to almost every country to invest in. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much. There you go. You can pounce on him when he comes off the stage with your investable projects. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. I'd love to ask you more. I hope we can keep you here for the purpose of the panel. Now, I believe, if I'm not wrong, we have a video to show by Mr. Mather from the International Solar Alliance, as he was not able to join us. Do we have that?
Hi, I'm Ajay Mathur, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, and I'm delighted to be with all of you. I particularly want to thank Waipa for inviting me to this session. This session is extremely important for us. At the International Solar Alliance, we are reaching out to a range of institutional investors to invest particularly in developing countries in solar applications. This is important today, because what it helps to do is to move us all in developing countries to a path of zero carbon emissions from the energy sector. As the world, we are already at 34 gigatons per year of carbon emissions, and it is said that even at 36, we would probably be not be level by 2100, but probably will lead to 2.7 degrees rise. In other words, we have to start decreasing now. But the question is, how do we attract funding into the solar sector and in developing countries? What we have seen is that globally, last year, 2021, saw a huge investment occur in the solar sector, but largely in the developed countries and in China. Globally, about 192 gigawatts of solar capacity was set up, attracting about $200 billion, but 74.6% of it went to the OECD countries in China. This is because this is where the risk mitigation was. When we look at places where no investment is occurring, or very little investment is occurring, we immediately see statistically the entire continent of Africa, where last year only 5% investment occurred. And then we ask ourselves the question, what can we do? We want your help. Investors are willing to come in, but investors want a degree of confidence that they will get their resources back, that there will be a range of projects that they can invest in. As the investment promotion agencies of a variety of countries, you know that one size does not fit all. You know that as companies come in to invest, they'll be looking at a variety of things: land, power purchase agreements, the ability to take the royalties out of the country. All of these things have to be put in place. And ultimately, there's nobody other than the IPAs to do that. We, on our side, are creating a risk mitigation fund, which would help mitigate the risk to bring investors to these countries, whether it is to the creation of a fund for first loss guarantee or for a payment guarantee mechanism. This will bring people to the table, but we want to keep them there. We look forward to the IPAs interacting with the investors to provide them the degree of comfort, lower the risk, so that they can bring in investment into the solar sector, into the developing countries. I thank you for your attention.
Great. Well, I'm glad we were able to have that intervention, if not in person, and obviously the solar industry is ripe with opportunities and fast growing. So I hope that's a useful message for you, and I'm sure you can engage with the ISA as needed to help leverage some of those opportunities. Before we have carry on with our discussion and have our panel session, something very much in line with what we're talking about, and as a follow-on from an earlier panel on SDGs, the UN Development Programme's SDG Impact, which is a flagship initiative working to accelerate private sector contributions towards the Sustainable Development Goals, has entered into a partnership with Waipa to work together towards that end. So we have with us Aggie Veras, Director of the UNDP's Representative Office in Geneva, and I believe she will be joined by a representative of Waipa to just observe and recognize this MOU. And I think we will have, it looks like we will have Ismail Ersahin to do that. Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you very much. Perhaps just to say a few words for this occasion very shortly. From the United Nations Development Programme, we are extremely pleased to sign this Memorandum of Understanding, which is essentially our formalized partnership with Waipa. I think both of our organizations are working towards the same goal from different sides and different angles. So from UNDP's perspective, we see the need and the demand for sustainable investments, especially in developing countries. We see the private capital as actors of change and the private sector as actors of change. And what we are working on is how we can leverage this capital, how we can leverage these investments for the service of development in these countries. So partnering with Waipa, of course, it's with the idea of systematically supporting this structured and strategic change that's happening already in some places and maybe a little bit slower in other places. So we really hope that through this partnership, we continue the good work that we started. We have been working already with IPAs in individual countries around the world, and this will hopefully allow us to do it a little bit more systematically, and essentially from UNDP's perspective, offer that strategic view on how to drive sustainability in investment decisions, how to bring together the different actors on the ground, the governments, the investment promotion agencies, private sector investors, and we offer basically our global expertise and our neutral and non-aligned approach, which is really with the idea of creating global public goods that will help investments, that will help the world. So with that, I really appreciate this partnership.
Thank you so much. We also believe the same goal, actually, and we do believe in partnerships. Everyone in this room does know it, actually, at Waipa. More we grow our partnerships, more we're going to be able to help investment promotion agencies. That's our goal, and we are really happy to work together with UNDP. We already started working together, and we are very much looking forward to expand our relationship with the UNDP, and I do hope that this MOU is going to help to systematize it a little bit more, and we are very much looking forward to be working with you and your team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right. We have only Waipa file now.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much. We should exchange.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations to UNDP and Waipa on this MOU. It sounds like an excellent, practical, and productive measure that can be taken to working towards these goals that we all agree should be the end goal. I'll turn to you now, Aggie, while we're sort of thinking about UNDP and your activities. And first, I'm very curious, your insights as to how some of these mismatches between investor interest and development needs could be overcome, and what kind of technical assistance do entities like yours provide to help bridge that gap?
Thank you very much. I think I'll start with a little bit of a global perspective, although those in the room may be very familiar with it. But the picture we're essentially looking at is that we have 84% of the world's population living in developing countries, while we only have 20% of the global capital in these countries. So we need to accelerate progress in investments, and we need to accelerate progress towards investments that matters for those countries. So from UNDP's perspective, we have been looking at it for years now, and of course with other partners globally and on the ground, it was obvious there are certain very specific obstacles for this to happen. And one of them is about simply a part of the risk management and part of the issue of having the market intelligence for investments to be attracted to these countries. So to overcome that, and then to address another issue, which is that investments may not go to the right investments, because we don't just want funding, funds, financing coming in. We want them to go to the places that are relevant and needed in that country context. So what we were looking at is how we bring these two together. How are we driving capital towards the needs of the countries, and how we are driving it at a much bigger space, removing some of the obstacles, creating the market intelligence, managing the risk for investors. So one of the approaches we came up with is to work with local actors, with the governments, with promotion agencies, to create the investor maps. And the investor maps essentially identifying investment areas that are aligned with the priorities of these countries. So looking at the country's development priorities, identifying then out of these development priorities where investments are lacking, and what would make it attractive for those investments, and what are the particular investment areas where the country would like to attract more capital. So this essentially ended up creating these investment area identification, where we have identified the risk, the return on investment, and going down to the level of a particular area where investment can be made. Now, what's important here, and this is where I think the role of IPAs is extremely important, that it's not enough to identify these areas. Of course, what investors are looking for are bankable projects. They're looking for a pipeline that they can invest in. And I was very happy to hear from you that you work very, very closely with the IPAs, and most investors or most larger private sector entities entering a country want to look at it as a one-stop shop. So that's why it's from our perspective very interesting and very important to bring these tools, to bring this market intelligence, working hand in hand with the local ecosystems, working with the promotion agencies, so that these are built into the strategies of the promotion agencies as they talk to investors, but also to work with the local ecosystem, aggregators, private sector, and so forth. So there could be a next step done, which is essentially creating the pipeline and the investable projects. And we have very good experiences in many countries. One of the examples that is often quoted is Ghana, where the pipeline builder was actually backing up then the investor maps. So that created the entire package that investors looking for, not just the prioritization and risk and return on investment analysis on where to invest, but also then specifically breaking it down to actionable pipeline. And later on, I can say a bit more, not just on the what can be done and what we're doing to support it, but also on how we are doing it. But maybe I'll stop here.
Sure. Well, first, the question I'd have about the maps is, when you look at the maps, do they indicate any particular areas of untapped opportunity? What does the maps reveal in terms of where perhaps investors should be looking and they're not?
Yes, exactly. Essentially, it's identifying opportunity areas to the level of, for example, to give an example, in Armenia, the telehealth sector, which is a lot of potential because there are not a lot of actors. And then, of course, it contributes, and this was, I think, identified around the COVID times. It contributes to the transition of the country on to the digital solutions for healthcare service delivery. And at the same time, it doesn't just identify the area, but it also gives 20 data points with that area, and specifically a return on investment, an estimated return on investment, and the risk factors and so forth. And then from that on, basically the investors can take it on and work with the local ecosystem to identify the opportunities.
Thank you. And where do we find these maps? Do you want to give a plug?
They are online. We can, of course, share, but if you just search for investor maps UNDP, I'm sure the famous search engine will give the answer to you.
Great. Thank you very much. Now, we've been talking a lot about IPAs, what you could do, what you should do, what you don't do. Let's actually hear from investment promotion agency leaders, and we have two here. So I'd like to ask Mohammed first and then George. Do you take on board, do you also experience some of these challenges that have been identified here on the stage as challenges involved in creating this pipeline of investable projects, and how do you deal with these challenges?
It's really challenging. Thank you, Courtney. It's really challenging now, and trying to get all the pipelines of trying to face the challenges that facing the world today, from the pandemic to the inflation and the war, and all of these challenges that really need to direct for the government to address and change rapidly their policies, trying to help. We're trying to identify even our position and what is needed in order to close this gap by getting more of new policies that really meet requirement, overtaking some of the bureaucracy that happened, and trying to work closely with the investors. I remember before we used to listen. Now we are more of strategic partnering with them in order to make sure that their success and they're aligned with the vibe of the investment that need to be done for each and every country, actually. Now we're strategizing together rather than listening to them and just go back to them and the time they need it. But now we're more working together, trying to take the load of the government paperwork for them in order to make them focus on their investment, make their investment very successful, and make their investor journey as easy as much as can, because we need to reach the goal. At the end of the day, we would like to have very successful, in order to face very successful investments as much as we can in order to face these challenges.
And are these is a similar experience that you have at Invest Cyprus?
Yes, thank you. Of course, the role of IPA is dynamic and changing, and according to the needs of the times. And of course, the COVID expedited the transformation of the way we promote, but also increase in many circumstances the mandates that we have, and also the expectations of the government from ourselves, the IPAs. In the case of Cyprus, we've seen that that transformation to take place, and our strategy, which is based on mainly two pillars. One has to do with attracting more and more international companies with high-skilled and talented employees, and the other one has to do with attracting investment for greenfield projects. From the moment that the government introduced a number of sectorial strategies with national targets to be met, and overall an umbrella long-term growth plan, the Cyprus Vision 2035, that immediately meant to us that we need to support the government and the state to materialize the targets, whether these targets are in the hospitality sector, in the healthcare sector, in the education sector, or whether is some specific targets to be met in the renewables. So that means to us that we need to promote those sectors and reach out to international investors. By doing this, and by also following the competition and following the best practices, we end up having a knowledge. And this knowledge, the IPAs need to share it back home with the stakeholders. They need to go back to the project owners and transfer this knowledge so as those projects will change in a way that will accommodate the needs of the investors. In that respect, the projects will become not only more investable, but more attractive to the international investors. And this is exactly an area that we identify as a white space, and we said that we have to do something, a step in, and close the gap between the international community and the local project owners. And believe me, the pandemic expedites things. Now the world is flat. I mean, it's been flat for years now. So each project, irrespective of the location, has a long way in order to be in the top priority of the international investor community. So yes, the IPAs have a role to play to transfer the knowledge they get and the expertise back home to make the projects more investable. And this is not only the case of developing countries, but also in the case of developed countries. Because at the end of the day, those IPAs that are linked with the governments, spending money from the governmental budgets, they have to support the government, the owner of the IPAs, to fulfill the various strategies that the state has.
Yes, and what they're really the two halves. There's the projects themselves and the actual opportunities that might exist, and then there is, I guess, the skill involved in actually promoting those opportunities. How much sway or influence or even control do you have as national IPOs over what those strategic priorities and projects are? Because that pipeline is in some ways contingent on the overarching national development strategy.
Yeah.
Are you at mercy of what those might be, and you need to promote it either way?
Look, sometimes when there is a plan behind something, for example, recently the government of Cyprus introduced a strategy to attract companies and talent for specific sectors, high-skilled people. So we are in a position to understand what is coming in the next few years. Only this, being able to transfer the message back home to the project owners, what is coming, and giving them the time to address the demand that is coming, we believe that we play a significant role in at least expediting things. And, you know, the speed is very important in our case. It's not about landing X investments, but it's about how long does it take you to do that.
Mohammed, what would you add to that?
Yeah, country vision already has been done a long time ago, and now it's even thriving. And every country would like to, for example, our country would like to diversify their economy and would like to attract more people. And this opportunity actually brings us together for the country and of course their commitment to the SDGs and their international commitment to close the gap between the investment pipelines in order to make sure that these investable, let me say, projects are done for the right investor and the right time. One of the main challenges here is our role it's been founded to help the investor to get into the country and to get to the right information, right investment and right project at the right time. The thing that we're looking for, mainly for countries, different countries, maybe they compete with each other, but I think there is opportunity in every country to make sure that the big major investors are spread or expandable enough that they can look for an investment for now and the long term. From an investor perspective, they would also see the cost. The country would help as much as possible to get the ease of interest to the country and help them throughout the investment journey. So this is one of the things challenge that investors and IBAs should really come to a common ground or common goal to go through it according to the country's priorities now.
Yeah, ideally, yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, just to add my perspective to this, that the infrastructure pipeline is very critical, as my colleague mentioned out here, right? Because that just gives also the confidence and the comfort to investors like us that these are not short-term projects, that you have a pipeline for the long term as well. Because the way an investor sees demand and supply in a specific country may be different from the way the government of the day actually sees it.
True.
Yeah.
So I think alignment around the infrastructure pipeline is also very critical. And I think IPAs can actually play a very important role in getting that feedback from investors like us, but also actually then aligning it with what the government is thinking, in terms of what the country needs in the longer term.
Yeah.
And I think the second point is that if investors like us invest in a certain infrastructure project, we would also like to see what kind of competition and extra supply that would actually come in over the next, say, 15, 20, 30 years, right? Just so that we're able to actually then kind of align the supply with the demand as we see it. So I think it just gives that comfort as well, so that, we kind of take feedback from each other and align on that infrastructure pipeline as well.
Yeah, of course. That's right.
Aggie, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, maybe just to add a perspective of what we haven't really covered is what makes an investment actually sustainable. We're talking about promoting sustainable investments, and we want to see impact on the ground. And that's why I want to address a little bit the how, because slowly but surely I think we're all converging towards the what needs to be done, what kind of investments we need, but how do we get there and how do we measure the right kind of investments. We all know that there's a lot of greenwashing, blue washing going on when we're talking about investments. So, our kind of value added as the UNDP is really to bring in the kind of tools and the kind of mechanisms. So one of the things that we have been developing is the SDG impact standards, so that we can use these standards to drive the investments and in a measurable way to sustainability. And when we look at the various sectors, we also kind of broke it down to have standards for the private equity funds, bond issuers, and enterprises as well. And at the end of the day, what we'd like to see is, of course, the impact on the ground of sustainability in the investments, but that will come once we drive that into the decision-making, the thinking of investors. So we really would like to promote, and we offer training and capacity building, and also working together with the whole ecosystem and in the investment community to make sure that the sustainability is actually at the heart of decision-making, at the heart of thinking of companies, not only as their output of the product services that they provide, but internally, how they manage their business, how they treat their employees, how they treat the resources that they're using, and so forth. So I think it's quite important that we look at it as an internal investor's business as well as an external investment business. And if you allow me, I want to just quickly mention two other examples that we have seen a lot of success with. We work in developing countries, so I can only speak of developing countries, where we really hope that the investment promotion community can also come together. One is we're working with the governments and the other actors on the so-called INFFs, which are the integrated national financing frameworks. So the point is here is how we can work with public budgeting, public finances to channel and drive through policies the financing towards the areas that are needed. And that in turn also drives the private investments. So essentially, for a country to have this really integrated financing framework mentality where it's a purposeful setting of financing both on public and the private sides to attract it to the right places. And the last example I want to use, which we see more and more success with, is how do we help governments and municipalities also with debt instruments? So essentially, it's the idea of a debt swaps. So develop the kind of bonds, the kind of instruments, debt instruments for sovereign bonds and municipality bonds as well, where we have SDGs and the sustainability built into these instruments, and that can be offered for, beyond the traditional investments mechanisms.
Thank you very much. I think at this point we will open up the floor to questions. We've got about 15 minutes. So I hope you've got questions here. And when you do, please state who you are and who you represent. A gentleman here in the second row.
Hi, my name is Jude Nzako. I come from Nigeria. I got two questions. My first question will be for the gentleman, the investor. I forgot, I didn't get the name. I know you've worked with on the PPP arrangements in your current role. Would you help to elaborate a little bit on which PPP options that you find more favorable or comfortable to work with? Would you give us an idea?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good question. So the framework that we are most comfortable is, as I said to you, long-term. It has to be a long-term concession because, typically these are infrastructure projects per se. The second is that, as I said, the dispute resolution mechanism has to be built in very, very strongly in the concession. Third is that during the concession period, there has to be a review mechanism basis, the market changes, basis, certain environment changes, new goals in terms of sustainability, for example. These are things that have to be actually, that flexibility has to be actually built in. That is critically important. And the way I see it is that, at the start of the PPP concession, it has to be a very clear win-win, right? So there is an infrastructure gap that we are actually trying to fill, which the government is also recognizing per se. And then the last piece, the way I see it is that there has to be like a no-fly zone or something like that actually, which kind of gives the comfort to the investor that the extra supply will not actually come in, unless there is a demand that actually kind of is there. So one of the popular concession clauses that we actually, suggest is that, if you reach a 60 or 70% utilization, only then a new project is actually bought in per se, right? Another point that comes to my mind is the regulatory framework. In some places, there is a huge deficit with regards to supply, right? And here we entertain regulatory mechanisms, but the regulatory mechanism also has to have a life, right? It cannot actually run through the entire concession period. There are phases in the economic, progression of a country where, there is enough supply that comes in during the concession period. And so therefore, there has to be a process where the regulation needs to be eased so that, the market tariffs and the market conditions can actually be, applied rather than actually a regulation based on certain principles that actually happened way before the changes happened in the market.
So would it be interested in greenfields, brownfields, or what kind of
Yeah, so I think for sustainability, for example, there has to be a lot more greenfield. I mean, we see a lot of brownfield because, there is a lot of risk associated with some of these things, right? And, we also want some kind of, I would say, comforts in terms of the political stability and some of those issues that we actually have, right? So, some sovereign backing also helps to actually promote investor confidence in that sense. So I think that's greenfield obviously carries a lot of risk. And so therefore, there is a risk return angle out there actually that investors have to be comfortable about. And the way, we see is that, we obviously prefer brownfield, right? But, the need of the hour where the government is concerned is usually greenfield in that sense. So therefore, sovereign backing, all these things actually count a lot.
Right. Thank you. I think I'll be brief in this second one. It's more of an appeal rather than a question, which I'll refer to the Waipa gentleman, the UNDP, and in fact, at this stage, I also have to thank UNIDO. I think they made it possible for me to be here and some others for this very conference. But going forward, there's still need for more support for IPAs because a lot of discussions here today keep mentioning IPA. They need to be more involved in identifying projects, investable projects. But one point still remains there. Funding remains an issue. So I would really want to see the YIPA, the World Bank, and others involved in coming up with a policy to support directly IPAs so that they can discharge these duties. Because without doing that, it's not possible to guarantee inclusive economic growth that we talk about under SDG. So we can speak about it, we can talk about it, but on the ground, the practical reality is that because of funding restrictions, IPAs cannot do exactly what they're expected to do. They know that they can produce reports, some of the pipeline reports here. In fact, some countries in Africa at this moment, I can assure you that they won't be able to afford baseline reports for you to be able to even venture into their countries. So there's need for support in order to see IPAs do the work they're expected to do, and also to help the country.
Thank you.
I think I rest there.
Thank you very much for your question and for your appeal. I wanted to seek a reaction to that, but we do have another question, and I want to make sure that we could get that in from Mr. Barth there. I have a feeling it may be about the PPPs, but let's see.
Thank you, Courtney. Much appreciated. Jean-Christophe Barth, Executive Director of the World Association of PPP Units and Professionals, the sister organization of Waipa, if I may say so. And I couldn't agree more with the remarks of Rin Zwan with regard to stakeholder alignment, long-term need of flexibility also in these concessional finance arrangements. But it's very much also about, avoiding disputes, building in the right tools for partnering approaches. And my question was to you, do you have a preferred mechanism for that? Is it more like the consultation, mini trial, or even mediation, like high volume mediation, rather than going to a investors arbitration? I think standing dispute boards is actually a pretty good solution also for that.
So I think mediation and conciliation is actually a very popular mechanism where, the two parties kind of sit, with each other in that sense and thrash it out per se. And they are fully empowered on both sides to actually form a win-win solution in that sense. So I think that is the most popular way of actually solving it. There are many other ways, but I think this is the most, we find that actually the most, favorable per se.
And if I may, my second part of the question is, wouldn't there be an interesting collaboration that needs to be explored between investment promotion, the way it is taught here, and public-private partnerships, concessions, which is long-term investments in a country, and actually under SDG 17, it brings the societal impact and value for future generations. We cannot continue doing the value for money, old classical PPP models. We need to do the next level PPP, which is about SDG alignment, climate resilient infrastructure, because it actually de-risks the investments for both sides. And I think this is maybe an avenue to explore together. Thank you.
Thank you. Third question, and probably the last one we'll squeeze in from Henry Lowendow.
Hi, everyone. I'm Henry, CEO of WavTech. So this kind of relates to the question from my colleague from Africa. So in terms of investable projects, especially if you're a developing country IPA, how much kind of feasibility study do you need to do before you present that project to discuss with investors like DP World? I mean, do you really need to do the full feasibility, all the financial modeling, and so on? And actually, do investors really believe those financial models anyway? Because maybe you do your own model. So I think it'd be really useful to understand, what are you really expecting in terms of level of detail to have that kind of first look at an investable project?
Okay.
I think that's you again.
No, so you're absolutely right that we have our own financial modeling, right? So, I think the best way, in our opinion, is that we actually handhold each other. So as soon as you actually identify a project based on a certain demand, both short and the long term, one actually works together, with the concerned ministry or with the concerned department in the government through the IPAs, ideally, so that, we're able to actually, ensure that that demand is getting the right supply and the right conditions of that supply. Both are actually important. And I think the more aligned we are on the assumptions of the project right beforehand, the less issues we have to make the project investable. And there is no other shortcut. This is the only way we feel is the best way in that sense. And therefore, the dialogue and the communication and being aligned right from the start is very, very important, including pitching the project to the right investor. Because then you're actually, channelizing your resources with the right person and hand-holding each other to actually take the project to fruition.
Thank you.
I'm happy to add to all three just a quick word, maybe starting with yours as well. I mean, we have been discussing with investors on various continents, various countries, exactly this question, is what is both with investors and those looking for investment, what is the level of detail that they are looking for? And I've heard it so many times from the investors that they really look for bankable pipeline. And then if you break it down what it means for them, it's exactly coming with these kinds of feasibility studies. And a lot of times what is frustrating at the level of investment opportunities is that, investors are saying, we don't have pipeline. And the countries and the investment opportunity bearers per se are saying, we have gazillion projects that are looking for funding. So there is a mismatch because there are gazillion projects that are looking for funding, but they are not structured, presented in a way to the investors with these kinds of, kind of financial analysis and data, risk analysis, return on investment, everything that it has to come with, that they consider as a bankable project to even look at. So I think that's extremely important what you raised. And a quick point on the other two questions. I fully agree with you on the PPP because one of the things that we are trying to address is exactly bringing these actors together because the interests, if are standalone, are not necessarily going to the synergetic sum. And one of the main things that we are trying to do with these market intelligence tools that I mentioned is exactly to de-risk, to provide, to take away the barriers and reduce the risk for investors so they don't have to do that, because the transaction cost is enormous. The lack of understanding and knowledge of the local specificities is there, so they can actually do that in a lot of the cases. So it can actually only be done properly in a PPP model when you have the public sector coming in, and we or other UN organizations, or not even UN, just actors that have no stake in it, neither in the markets nor in the government regulatory sector to bring it in. And just acknowledging what you said, we see very well the capacity gap with the IPAs and also with the other parts of the ecosystem on the ground. So we are trying to address that with capacity building, training on what the strategies, what the standards should be. But you're absolutely right, much more needs to be done. Otherwise, we don't have the most important agency on the ground with the capacity to play the role that they're supposed to be playing.
Thank you very much. And we have just a minute or two left, but I want to ask George and Mohammed, do you have any reactions to the questions or comments or any final thoughts? Presumably you're not going to argue against the appeal for more money for IPAs, so we can assume your yes to that. But what would you like to leave us with as your parting words? George, I'll ask you first.
Yes. Perhaps the situation is different if the IPA operates in a developing country or not, but at the end of the day, it's about connecting the dots. It's about making the investor's journey as smooth and as fruitful and efficient as possible in regards to the procedures in the administration of each country for licensing, etc., but also being able to have a critical mass of projects, of a pipeline, to make life easier and be able at the end of the day to organize a visit, a site visit of big investors to your country. And you want to have nice procedures there and an investor's journey to show, and from the other side, some critical mass of projects investable in the pipeline.
Thank you.
Yeah. If I may say, as an IBA, we recognize the importance of the foreign direct investment. And we are transferring this value and how it brings more efficiency and will to the country and sustain the goals that the whole country and the SDGs behind it. Countries and IBA should go to the investors and bring them and pursue them and make sure that they get the benefit. Maybe sometimes the investor doesn't have this country on the radar or the investable map, for example, but yet IBAs should pursue it directly, offering them more than incentive, offering them like, for example, not just aftercare and what we usually offer, actually for looking for more partnership through the PPP or more incentives such as exclusivity or free land or vacations, something like that. Even maybe it might reach to supporting them to the beginning in order to get their business on upper roll, so they can get this feasibility out of this investment and achieve the country goals.
Of course, yeah. So that you're talking about being proactive in terms of bringing those opportunities directly to.
And also just to supplement, there's also a liquidity trap that we see, right? Because the developed economies get a lot more funding, get a lot more liquidity. There's much more money chasing fewer projects.
Yeah.
And so I think a forum like this, where the IPAs can actually collaborate with each other and communicate with each other, also actually helps to actually attract the right projects for countries that are actually not getting enough funding in that sense. So, the sharing of intelligence through a forum like Waipa is extremely important as well. I just thought I'll mention that.
Exactly. That's why we're here. That's actually an excellent note to end the conference on. So I just want to say a quick thank you to the panelists for sharing your insights. Thank you for your attention and for the questions. And I will hand back over now to our Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you so much for also to you, our audience, for bearing with us until the last minute and be so attentive and ask your questions. Thank you, really. Now, I just want to have, do a couple of questions here to see how many cards you were able to collect after the end of the conference. The one who the one who has the most cards may get even a present, who knows. But I got to collect about 15 cards. Is there anybody here who collected maybe 30, 40? Just raise your hands.
Wow.
Okay, I see. Wow, that must be like 50 cards. You can do a whole Panini. You can fill a whole Panini album with that. Look at that. Now, just to reiterate what I was saying before, if you're not the type of person who likes to have a bunch of cards or that, usually they get them lost and you happen to be a Waipa member, remember that you do have access to this new portal that it's sort of like a social media platform where all of your contacts are curated in one site, and that way you can be up to date always with the latest news of your contacts. You can see what they're up to, they can see what you're up to, and that way you stay connected for our next conference in India. The president also mentioned that he's inviting everybody to go at least 7 days with your families, so now you know. We hope to see you in India next year. Thank you so much. A token of gratitude here for our speakers. And last, but of course not least, we have our CEO of Waipa for our very final remarks.
Patrick, please join me as the host of the conference.
A pleasure, a pleasure.
Thank you so much for being a great host, Patrick. Thank you so much for being part of it. Thank you so much for coming here. Courtney, please don't leave. You should stay on the stage. We'll have the traditional photo. But before that, I will have to invite the most important invitees of the conference, the team Waipa. Please, Ezgi, Eva, Sally, Mai, Dushyant, where are you, Dushyant? Dushyant, Sujata, Chitra, Sumega, please come to stage. And all India team, please. Please come, please come. And of course, our president, please come join us. All the team is on the stage now. No excuses. And everybody, please join us. And let's have this traditional end of the conference photo. Please join us, come. Let's take it together. Everybody on the stage. Vincent, s'il vous plaît, venez. Few words?
Yep. So I really hope that those days and these impressions gave you something to think about and to take home and to stay connected. First of all, for us it was an amazing experience to have you all here in Geneva, in Switzerland this time. Again, thank you in the name of Switzerland Global Enterprise and of Waipa, of course. And every one of us, we should meet back in latest India in a good year from now. But hopefully before that. Thank you.
Everybody is invited to the stage. Please, everybody, please, not just the team. Please, everybody is invited to the stage for a traditional World Investment Conference Group Forum.
But I will drop you. No. Okay. Souvenir. Okay. I'll drop you. From the president of America, one man, I have your card. You have a colleague in Miami, right? Yes. Yes. So, yes, I have Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yourself and safe trip. Yes. All right. Great to see you. All right. Thank you. All right. All right, sir. Take care.